Я, Аегис, на сцене в Бухаресте, на Арена Национале, и команды прямо сейчас готовятся выходить на этот гранд-финал. Давайте встречать команды. Желтая субмарина, которая не просто всплыла, а которая взлетела уже в форме дракона и продолжает штормить этот The International. Лучший результат в истории СНГ с 2013 года. Ну и, конечно же, главная сенсация этого инта. О них говорят, естественно, у нас и очень много уже на Западе. Рекордсмены по рэмпейджам, рекордсмены по сообщениям в чат на этом турнире. Люди, которые посвящают волосы богам Доты, и боги Доты принимают их дары. Это Team Spirit и их капитан Silent. Ну и, конечно же, Левиафан, соперник Team PSG LGD. Лучшая команда, которая была в этом году вообще спродюсирована во всем мире. Китайский гранд PSG LGD пока проиграли всего 2 карты за этот турнир. И готовы, я думаю, в их головах прямо сейчас уверенно закрывать этот финал 3-0. У Spirit может быть другое мнение, но LGD пока на этом турнире осечек не давали вовсе. Ами играет свой второй гранд-финал. И вообще, если так подумать, да, то здесь, по сути, все финалисты интернешналов от Китая за последние чуть ли не 7 лет. И, по сути, 3 чемпиона инта на сцене китайских тоже здесь. Так что... Так. Спириты приветствуют своего оппонента. Это очень интересно. Ну, а LGD говорят, все, пора в кабинку, давайте. Хватит кланяться, пора разбираться, ребята.
Вот, касаемо LGD, обычно, лично я, Паша, я думаю, смотрит за хардером, я смотрю за четверками. Если сравнивать, ну, вообще, игроков 4-й позиции, вот ZinQ, это просто какой-то дикарь, потому что конкретно на этом турнире нет ни в одной команде четверки, которая хоть немного приближена к тому, что он делает. Он реально делает очень крутые вещи, как когда-то в свое время делал Джерекс за OG, когда они выигрывали International. Вот как раз вот ZinQ это, ну, просто next level четверка.
Причем, я так понимаю, он делает это практически на любых героях.
Да, он реально очень хорош. И мне кажется, команда во многом выигрывает благодаря тому, что он делает.
Мне кажется, у PSG LGD реально много сильных сторон на этом турнире, откровенно говоря. И если как-то делать прогноз на этот гранд-финал, не знаю, у меня очень теплые воспоминания с Team Spirit, и я искренне хочу, чтобы у них что-то получилось, потому что это организация, в которой я играл в одном из первых составов, или, возможно, даже в первом. Я с ребятами толком не знаком, но я играл также с Айратом, и тоже искренне желаю ему удачи и успехов, но мне кажется, в этом гранд-финале будет очень тяжело. Может быть, это и хорошо, потому что, например, когда я был на 8-м инте, я думал, что PSG LGD прям тоже машина, и что все хорошо у них будет, но тогда OG их переиграли. На 9-м инте история повторилась. Я, кстати, видел мем уже касательно этого инта, где на одной картинке изображены LGD и говорят, все, в этом году мы приехали, и в этом году нас будет не остановить. И после этого картинка OG говорят, да, мы остановить не сможем, вас остановит вот этот дракон. И, возможно, так оно и случится.
На самом деле, Spirit это уже обыграли. Это, по сути, был главный потенциальный конкурент из неожиданных версий, да, которые могут быть, потому что все, как бы, и IG, и Secret, и EG, они явно были слабее, чем китайский грант. Ну и надо заметить, что все-таки это именно LGD стравили 2 команды из СНГ в лузерах. Поэтому Спиритам есть за кого отомстить, как минимум попытаться. Говоря про Айрата, вот, Артур, ты о нем упомянул. На твой взгляд, вообще, насколько важен его импакт в этом коллективе? И какие слова вообще, в принципе, стоит подбирать перед этим гранд-финалом, если их вообще стоит подбирать?
Да, слушай, мы уже много говорили, что без тренерского состава в виде Айрата и без менеджера, который постоянно направляет игроков на вот эту хладнокровность, на сдержанность в игре, на правильность принятия решений. И в конце-то концов за драфты тоже тоже во многом отвечает именно тренер. Мне кажется, его вклад незаменим здесь. И стоит только отдать им должное, потому что действительно это команда, которая появилась у нас на просторах СНГ, которая собрана была по одному игроку, да, менеджментом, и они воссоединились воедино, и вот они в гранд-финале Интернешнала представляют наш регион против сильнейшей команды Китая на данный момент.
Да, у меня были мысли такие, немного опасаюсь тому, что сейчас у нас закончится International, неважно, какой результат будет, это уже легендарно. И многие там организации подумают, так, что нам надо? Собрать рандомных паберов по 17 лет, и они выйдут в финал инта. Но на самом деле это практически невозможно. И конкретно в этой ситуации, если говорить о Team Spirit, я согласен с Артуром, что это даже в большей степени заслуга именно менеджмента и Айрата в том числе. Это огромный проделанный труд, причем он сработал, и все это начало работать. Это видно, что у людей есть химия, и они стакаются. А это сделать практически невозможно, в текущих реалиях так точно.
Ну, мне кажется, тут надо отдать должное и самим игрокам Spirit, которые, на самом деле, начали набирать хорошую форму по ходу этого сезона. И постоянно во всяких интервью ты спрашиваешь там, чем занимаешься в свободное время? Он говорит, я смотрю аниме. Ты такой, с кем смотришь аниме? Он такой, с командой смотрю, естественно. С кем я еще могу это делать?
Аниме,
провожу время с командой. Вот, Паш, да, к этому вопросу вообще тоже можем с тобой, например, подойти. Расскажи нам немного вообще вот про ребят индивидуально, да, кого можно отметить у Spirit и на кого, например, сами LGD могут надавить. Кто может оказаться звеном слабым, на фоне LGD, особенно у Spirit?
Говорю, сейчас как все будет сейчас происходить? Во-первых, Spirit уже поняли то, что нельзя оставлять коллапсу Спик, ни в коем случае, потому что у него очень много сигнатурных героев. Если он на них не играет, все-таки, если удается какие-то забрать, каких-то перебанить, то бывают неприятные ситуации. Какое-то время они брали ему ближе к концу драфта героев, и у них как раз-таки те игры были неудачные. Сейчас они поняли систему, то, что нужно ухватывать ему героев в первой стадии. С этим ничего не сделать.
Флейнеров? Или все-таки как попей саппортов больше?
Возможно, нужно попытаться как-то более правильно разменять, чтобы глобально в стратегии оффлейнер у Spirit был хуже, чем в глобальной стратегии LGD. Но это нужно еще попытаться сделать. Это сделать очень тяжело. Это нужно передумать Спиритов. Вряд ли у них это получится, мне кажется, потому что пока что почти ни у кого не получается. Етора. Возможно, можно попытаться перебанить героев Етора, что, опять же, тяжело.
Он сыграл на 13
до сегодняшнего дня в каждом матче был другой герой.
Ты вроде смотришь Свен, думаешь, наверное, Тини перебьет Свена. Нет, до свидания. Ты вроде смотришь Дровка, думаешь, Дровка страшная. Все-таки, вроде страшненько как-то. Нет, все, увидимся, ребят, в следующем этапе. Так что с этим тоже все нормально. Возможно, можно сыграть как-то на Торонто-Токио, но на самом деле во время турнира хочется заметить то, что если у него были даже какие-то герои, в которых, не знаю, команда, но в принципе люди, которые смотрят, были в каких-то героях не совсем уверены, то по ходу турнира Торонто-Токио это точно топ-1 игрок этой команды, который набрал сильнее всех и больше всех. И сейчас у него очень хорошая форма.
Надо заметить, что при этом за 9 интернешнлов, которые были, только трижды команды, которые поднимались из сетки лузеров, выигрывали. Но это реально вполне. И я, кстати, вот помню, по-моему, это было у вас в Куала-Лумпуре, да, Паш? Вы играли все 8 игр подряд на сцене, там лузера, гранд-финал, да?
Да, турик был тяжелый.
Это выматывающе вообще? Насколько это тяжело будет для спиритов, как тебе кажется?
Все так же абсолютно. Когда ты получаешь удовольствие от присутствующих рядом с тобой игроков, да, когда ты понимаешь, что это становится тяжелой работой, когда появляются какие-то вот моменты, которые ты никак не больше решить, появляются проблемы, появляются какие-то терки между игроками. А когда ты просто... Это сейчас для них не работа, они отдыхают, и это круто.
Господа, отдых это или работа? Нас ждет гранд-финал, нужно делать прогноз. Кто выиграет, LGD или Team Spirit?
Я ставлю 3-1 LGD, но игры будут совсем непростые для LGD.
У меня после такого перформанса язык не повернется сказать, что выиграет LGD. Я просто скажу, что я буду желать нашим мальчикам добра, чтобы у них все получилось.
С каким счетом получилось?
Не буду говорить.
Хорошо. Артур?
Да, понятное дело, что мы все будем желать как можно больше побед и победу в целом в этом гранд-финале, но мне кажется, как я уже сказал, будет тяжело. И, пожалуй, вот я...
Очередь сил тьмы выбирать героя. Черед сил света выбирать героя. Осталось 10 секунд. Осталось 5 секунд.
Всем привет! Мы с Иваном проанализируем для вас драфты. Очень интересный матч у нас намечается. Как ты думаешь, Иван, чего стоит опасаться командам?
Шикарный. Я не знаю, я искренне желаю Спиритам только побед, но они встретят такого врага. Я таких команд еще не видел за всю свою жизнь, как ЛКД.
Мне кажется, вот стоит не попасть в какого-то тинкера на ласпик, знаешь, подумать про этих героев.
Я об этом тоже сейчас думал, да, на Сентусей, который может выиграть на тинкере соло, это будет очень опасно.
Видимо, уже Титан появляется. Ферстпик у нас у LGD. Собственно говоря, Спирит могут нормально надрафтить в первой катке, закрыть во второй стадии на ласпик.
Виспурса.
Ну, Виспурса это сильно на самом деле. Мы уже видели один раз катку, играли в групповой стадии не LGD, и там Виспурса проиграли. Титан и Тайтхантер. На самом деле винрейт очень большой у этих персонажей. Титан вообще супер топ.
Шикарная комбо по игре, да, у Спирита все стабильно, коллапс. Но, с другой стороны, отдавать Виспа сейчас в финале это будет...
Очередь сил света.
Как сказать, LGD очень быстрая команда. Она очень быстро собирается, они явно доберут сейчас сетап к этому Виспу. Нужно сейчас пройтись, наверное, по каким-то сетап-героям. Возможно, Беста убрать, хотя Бист тогда не хочется, да, наверное, брать.
Ну, как минимум Бейна.
Бейна 100 из 100, да.
Бейна и прочих. Бист тоже очень хороший герой, но знаешь, как-то он подпропал. В начале турнира мы думали, что он будет появляться в каждой катке, но...
Его не было.
Его вообще не было.
Да, его изредка там начали брать, вроде начали выигрывать, но потом он так проиграл по-быстрому, все спустилось.
Вот что хочется отметить, Спирит, какую-то фантомку могут взять против Урсы.
Заметь, сразу скажу предикт для ЛГД, точно должен быть пангольер у них, потому что они как раз понимают, как с тайдом играть, и спокойно могут взять панга и на тройку, и на четверку для Ксенкью. И, возможно, мы здесь увидим панга от LGD.
Магнус убирает во второй стадии. Кстати, про фантомку подумали у нас ребята из Китая. Все-таки супер хороший герой против Урсы. Нужно покупать МКБ, только потом он может вступить в игру. И то мы уже наблюдали матч, где ничего не получилось.
Ну, потому что спириты действительно играют в такую размеренную доту, хотят набирать свои слоты. У них, как правило, оверскиллы очень сильные. То есть под Элдера эта фантомка, можешь представить себе, как она может прыгнуть и критануть. И сейчас LGD убирает все самое опасное для себя. То есть такое... Супер лейт, супер брокин героев.
Из интересного, я Тора сыграл в один момент на каждом герое по одному разу. Они не повторялись. Будет ли это сейчас? Очень
да, но при этом есть вот видишь герои, которых они бывают. Они не будут бояться играть в дровку, на самом-то деле LGD. Ну, ты понимаешь, что ожидать от дровки, а от Пашки ты никогда не ожидаешь, когда ты получишь критика.
Интересно, что еще забанит у нас против Ятора? Мне кажется, стоит обратить внимание больше на мид-персонажей, потому что Торонто Токио пул у него, в принципе, хорош, но стоит подобрать там кого-то вот Спирита, Шторм Спирита, и как-то уже потяжелее становится играть.
Да, согласен. Но где бан Бейна, во-первых, от Спирита, я его жду не дождусь. Он прям превратит игру ЛГД в самую идеальную ладинг.
Смотри, Спирит открывается первый во второй стадии. Получается, возможно, они сами хотят Бейна забрать.
Себе Бейна.
У Мипошки там хорошая стата очень. Вообще, герой, у которого 80% винрейта, при том, что 20 плюс игр.
Очередь сил света запрещать героя.
Да, 15-й.
И забанили Террорблейда. Мне кажется, это супер плюс для Спирит.
Ну вот сейчас решают, что будет с этим Бейном, потому что Бейн это... Бейн и Лина, да, у нас получается, за что сейчас пойдет борьба, очень серьезная.
10 секунд.
На 15-й. Что если одного забанить, одного просто взять для спиритов?
Ну, на самом деле так и надо сделать. А ну-ка, может еще ксинки у нас посетапить, побегать. По карте что-либо сделать. Ну, Дарквилла, например, это не такой герой, да?
Да, сетапит он не так под Веспа.
ВРК может зашейклить.
Ну, он не играет особо на ВРКе.
Я думаю, что здесь больше будет проблема, если Носин Тусей будет играть на Void Спирите условном. Он может по карте очень много сделать.
Мне кажется, надо точно банить Бейна, брать Лину. Ну или в крайнем случае наоборот, потому что у тебя все-таки second пик, ты позакрываешь еще мидеров. Лину не обязательно, то есть так показывать. Но тогда надо брать Лину, потому что Лина на дабл, на ферстпик будет идеально. Да, Бейн и Лина драфтятся.
Бейн самый идеальный.
А, Леон.
Леон тоже, кстати, хороший был сетапер.
Украли.
Выбирают героя.
Но пока что у Team Spirit все очень круто. Они еще закрывают во второй стадии, и у них last pick. Сейчас LGD покажут каких-то героев, которых можно контрпикнуть. Ситуация просто идеальна.
Да, и даже если возьмут Лину LGD,
Осталось
что неплохо,
10
которую
секунд.
якобы тяжело закрыть, появится инвокер для Торонто-Токио.
Осталось
Долго
5
думает LGD,
секунд.
что взять сейчас. Вот Фейт Биан. У него очень большой пул. Он там, в случае чего, и на Кентавре, на каком-то, и на Санкинге может сыграть.
Ну, я вот верю реально в Пангольера. Мне почему-то кажется, что должен
Против
появиться
Тайда.
этот герой. Да, против Тайда. Он едет в Леона, Леон ничего не может делать, ломает всю позиционку. И Элдеру тоже ломает позиционку. Это как раз то, что нужно для LGD.
Но я согласен. То есть это должен быть какой-то рейндж-герой плюс Пангольер на линию. Рейндж-герой может быть любой.
Ну, со станом желательно, потому что
Вперед,
Виспаурс
сил тьмы,
уже...
выбирать героя.
А, вот, нет, вот Ликан.
Дизраптор лайка. Но это уже поинтереснее смотрится. Но всего лишь один глимпс на всю команду, это может быть проблема для
Это
LGD.
очень мало, если учесть, что Ликан еще играет в Тайдика так-то на секунду. То есть здесь и Спириты дважды закрывают корами. То есть Спирит здесь, скорее всего, на таймер будет садить LGD.
Осталось 10 секунд.
И LGD будет играть. Должны играть безошибочно.
Знаешь, мы очень много раз
Осталось
видели,
5
как
секунд.
Тини бегает в форме Ликана, но здесь Урса, мне кажется, герой немножко не такой прям.
Да.
Вперед, сил
Не
тьмы,
прям
запрещать героя.
Нага. Вот и еще один новый кор запишем для
Ну,
Ятора.
Мы видели в групп-стадии, Best Coast выбирали этого героя, но проиграли они. Больше практически он не появлялся. Но посмотрим, что получится. В принципе, здесь фри-игра, нет станов.
0 ОЕ.
0 АОЕ, 0 станов, это полный фри-фарм на линии.
Осталось 10
Если будут какие-то
секунд.
хорошие тайминги, например, там Антаскадик 20, там на Урсе хоть
Осталось
бегай, не
5
бегай.
секунд.
Да, ты можешь повесить тычку по настоящей наге и потом ее находить.
Нет ощущения, что они уже проиграли драфт, я про ЛГД
Да.
говорю. А если учесть, что еще будет закрывающий Team Spirit,
Видишь, это тоже фактор того, у кого second pick.
да,
Хороший раздрафт. Во второй стадии прикрыли. На ласпик сейчас возьмут хорошего героя для Торонто-Токио. Притом его, скорее всего, будет не остановить. Мы видим, в пуле есть Шторм Спирит и есть Void Спирит. Как этих персонажей вообще можно убить?
Очередь сил света.
с одним
запрещать
дизраптором.
героя.
Да, он даже... Росань подпанили. Кунку убирают. Лишак в
Вперед,
ответ.
сил тьмы, запрещать героя.
Слушай, что думаешь до сих пор про Тинкера? Тинкер в Нагу. Он может неплохо так...
Но если
надоесть
LGD
их.
возьмут Тинкера, да, будет сильно, но, скорее всего, они проиграют. Какие станы еще могут быть? Башер у Урсы появится рано или поздно. Но ты же понимаешь, нужно очень много артефактов. Возможно, это какой-то Battle Fury мы увидим
Осталось
даже.
10 секунд.
Да супер очень много. Но я говорю, единственное, мне кажется, сейчас для LGD варик это вот в Тинкера
Осталось
выйти в
5
Нагу.
секунд.
Тинкер сможет побороться против Наги и как бы, ну, не сказать, что Тайт ловит Тинкера, а Элдер, Леон. Ну, мне уже нравится драфт Спирит, если это об этом, конечно.
Не, ну 100%. Во-первых, у Тайда супер большой винрейт. У Элдер Титана там, процентов 65 за игр 100.
Это все 4 героя Наги ничего не делают, ровно 0.
И Наги никто ничего не делает, тут все верно.
Под кучей станов, под Элдером, под Тайдом, под Леонами.
Долго думают, что забанить. У нас LGD. А Team Spirit они не парятся. Не особо и волнуются.
Да, я думаю, они ощущают свой драфт. Очень уверенно. Сейчас себе.
Мипошка просто не может поверить, что так в финале
Да,
просто дали им их драфт.
Очередь сил
причем на
света,
секонд-пике.
запрещать героя.
Штормазы убирают.
Но это хороший бан Шторма.
Фо.
Но должен
Видно.
появиться Void Spirit на ласпик.
Силы тьмы выбирают героя.
В идеале LGD должны своровать. Я не знаю, что себе придумал Nothing to Say, на ком он хочет играть. Вот если сворует Void Spirit, а дальше уже немножко тяжелее будет.
Ну, Войду здесь тоже играть очень несладко. Не сказать, что он с Нагой общается на ты, плюс под
Осталось
Леоном.
10 секунд.
Но он может, знаешь, сыграть через там Сашу Каю Аганим, врываться,
Осталось 5
взять себе Аганим
секунд.
Шард, 540 урона по иллюзиям наносить в замесе. Это не так плохо работает на самом
Вперед,
деле.
Практик
сил
файт
света,
просто.
выбирать героя.
Пангольер тот самый. Это, кстати, медовый Пангольер. Открою секрет, очень много тренировок проходили до этого инта на медовых Пангольерах. Это было очень сильно. Я Топсона уже ждал, но никак. Это очень сейчас сильный герой, и это прямая контра Наги, кстати.
Как тебе пак вообще
Китай, да.
в этой катке для Team Spirit? Его
Осталось
невозможно
10
бить вообще.
секунд.
Пак шикарен.
Пак и Void Spirit, вот
Ну,
два героя.
единственное, что не
Осталось 5
сказать, что он
секунд.
сильно остановит Ликана.
Не остановит Ликана Пак. Но смотря сколько артефактов
Ну
у него
да,
будет.
ну
Если он
да.
дойдет там Шива и так далее, будет играть тяжело максимально.
Ну.
Станы появились, Пангольер это очень хорошо. Если сыграть через Юла, Ганим Шард, Блинк, будет 10 секунд держать кого-то в дизейблах, и здесь нечем пробить данного персонажа.
что посоветовать такое ребятам на мид.
В принципе, вот я тоже посоветовал.
Ну, пак, да. Пак хорош. Ну, пак действительно хорош. Он действительно
Пак
пангальера против Веспа, да.
Это же просто сигнатурочки. Нужно играть для души.
Душой.
Все-таки финал. Нужно показать своих лучших героев. Долго думают, кого взять. Сейчас кого-то СФ под ногу придумают, будут комбинацию делать.
Ну, СФ. Ну, СФ труп от дизраптора на первых стоил. Хотя под тайдом.
Хочется героя, который может Юл против Фурса собрать. Да, появился у нас вот Спирит для Торонто-Токио. Очень хорошо на нем играет. И, кстати, вот до этого Носин Тусей обычно мид побеждал очень часто на плюс 1000 нетворса. Здесь тяжело на Пангальере будет победить против вот Спирита.
Ну, Панга сейчас действительно очень сильный на миде тоже. Я не знаю, если кто-то эту игру и может победить, то это только Пангальер.
В общем,
так, полностью Спирит. Полностью за Спирит.
Я полностью тоже за Team Spirit. Очень нравится драфт. А для вас финал прокомментирует Вилат и Хвост.
Спасибо огромное нашим драфтологам. Ну что же, господа, 10-й юбилейный Интернешнл, 10-й юбилейный гранд-финал. И наши мальчики в гранд-финале. История циклична. И кто еще должен выиграть юбилейный Интернешнл, как не команда с нашего региона?
Да, действительно, очень приятно это слышать. И как раз вот мы, когда заходили на шоу-матч, мы встретили Пупея, который выходил с кабинки. Ну, мы немножко поговорили, он говорит, ну, не получилось у меня, зато хоть СНГ в финале. Ну вот, да, так оно действительно есть. Какие-то знаки в этом всем присутствуют. Волей-неволей начинаешь верить.
Ну не просто же, ну все так. Вот этот путь, который просто несется команда по очереди, OG, Virtus.pro, IG, Secret, ну это просто что-то нереальное. И вот они здесь, и вот они будут сейчас драться за Аегис, который уже на сцене, и вот мы его видим. Очень красивая сцена. И по центру стоит этот самый Эгис. Классно было, когда команды поставили вот по разные стороны от Эгиса, и они видели соперника только сквозь призму этого самого главного приза за этот гранд-финал. Я так понимаю, у нас еще будет интервью, потому что вижу, что ждет у нас интервьюер. Ждет Сайлента. У Сайлента есть последние возможности, последние мгновения, чтобы пообщаться со своей командой, чтобы дать какие-то установки, так же, как и у Сяоэйта, который уже не...
На самом деле, дают какое-то время на вот последние наставления, ибо действительно очень важно сейчас, чтобы команды показали максимально хорошую игру. Вот, и тем более, ну, Team Spirit, скажу тебе прямо, они вообще не нервничают, по крайней мере, внешне наблюдаешь за ними. И прям ты не ожидал. Год назад там у них у всех было по 3000 ММ.
Давай послушаем Айрата к игре.
Это что за слова такие?
你这么菜，你的队友不会生气吧，哥哥？
Ну что же, Айрат очень уверен, и действительно мы пытаемся контрпикать. Ну, судя по всему, на первом драфте получилось у ребят взять действительно хороший набор героев. Мы опять-таки Ятора увидим на Наге. Продолжает он чередовать героев в плей-офф этого Интернешнла, да и вообще на этом Интернешнале. Уже и не сосчитать, точно за 20 разных героев он уже перепробовал и сыграл. А на них и сыграл очень и очень успешно. Не просто так он в гранд-финале. Посмотрим, как пойдет.
Нага Сирена. Это, знаешь, такой герой очень специфический, который... Но есть сейчас традиционный плейстайл, а с Нагой надо совсем иначе все проворачивать. Да, естественно, что тимфайт у тебя намного лучше с ней, чем с половиной героев, и она там АФК где-то пофармила, а потом в итоге очень сильно помогает тебе. Но насколько ли это поможет? Потому что, ну, LGD, да, здесь по драфту, на самом деле, я бы все равно 55% отдал в сторону Team Spirit, но
это LGD.
Вот именно. Мы сколько раз видели, когда они проигрывают якобы драфт, а потом начинается какая-то магия, чудеса. А нам эта магия не нужна.
Эта магия нам вообще не нужна. Да, в отличие от Spirit, эти ребята, которые сидят на сцене напротив них, они имеют опыт игры в финалах International. Они прекрасно понимают, что за давление на них. Но с другой стороны, это тот же момент, который мы обсуждали перед матчем с Secret, перед матчем с Invictus Gaming. От Team Spirit никто ничего не ждет. Вообще. От LGD ждут победы абсолютно все. И в этой ситуации Spirit вообще нечего терять. Они топ-2 инта уже минимум. Это фантастика. А для LGD топ-2 инта это уже было.
Виталий,
раз.
могу тебе рассказать о том, что топ-2 инта это ничто.
Хуже, чем топ-16.
Да, лучше, если бы они отлетели вот там вот вместо Thunder Predator куда-то, то это было бы лучше, наверное, чем топ-2 инта. Да, конечно же, я шучу, в целом-то это невероятное достижение, но когда ты уже там сидишь, тебе уже никакие топ-2 тебя не устраивают. Ты хочешь двигаться дальше, двигаться к победе, и на самом деле все возможно.
Ну и стоит также отдавать должное в том, что это гранд-финал. Это у нас, мы не один раз говорили, что есть мета патча, есть мета турнира, мета группового этапа, мета плей-офф. В гранд-финале все может быть совершенно по-другому. Гранд-финалы, Best of 5, особенно на интернешнлах, это турниры, где создается вообще своя мета. Ну, я имею в виду нормальные гранд-финалы, нигде не играет OG. Где играет OG, там нет меты, там просто бегают герои и убивают всех. И здесь может поменяться все. И абсолютно не важно, что LGD не проиграли ни одной серии.
Слушай, вот посмотри, на LGD, они такие все улыбаются, что-то там болтают. Это ли не чрезмерная уверенность в себе?
Возможно.
Вот.
Возможно.
Потому что уже... Да, Ами находился в той ситуации, когда все было прекрасно, когда он разматывал соперников, а потом ой,
и что-то не пошло,
да, и ты уже уходишь. Но с другой стороны, Ами занимал какие там 4-е, 3-е, 2-е место, да? Ну,
пятое
уже не сможет,
пятое в следующем году пусть занимает. В этом году, 2 вторых тоже неплохо, я слышал. Более-менее так, да.
Спасибо.
Ладно, ребятки, ну что же, погнали. Гранд-финал 10-го International. Team Spirit, Paris Saint-Germain, LGD, серия Best of 5. Победитель уедет домой богаче на 18 миллионов долларов США и прихватит с собой одну маленькую такую красивенькую игрушку, которая стоит прямо сейчас на сцене. Белатый хвост для вас комментирует этот гранд-финал. Ну и давайте наслаждаться просто великолепной дотой. Поверьте, это один из самых хайповых и, возможно, исторических матчей в истории киберспорта. LGD, nothing to say, вот этот центральный пангольер. Как же много за лето мы насмотрелись.
Ну, в смысле, на International, да, ты очень хотел увидеть этого героя, его флейни должны были нам показывать команды и в миди, и где угодно, но почему-то избегали его зачастую. Ну вот, как раз сейчас появляется, и кому как не nothing to say показывать, учитывая его заявление, что да, я буду в финале играть, да, я буду сильнее, чем все китайские мидеры. Ну, пока все правда.
Пока все правда, но он не доказал, что он сильнее на пангольере, чем самый сильный китайский мидер. Это тренер его команды Xiaowei, который на этом пангольере летом давал жару. Да, в онлайне, но все же давал. Ну что, пошла игра, и так встреча у нас сразу же на руне, Яторы и позже дерутся с nothing to say, ну, nothing to say. Отлично, 3 руны забирает Team Spirit, а 1 руну забирает Paris Saint-Germain LGD, а как мы знаем по статистике, это на 70% победа. Шутка. Это просто рандомная статистика, которая не имеет никакого...
Спасибо, Виталий. Это статистика где-то в твоей голове, да, какая-то?
Не, это было на одном из турниров. Кто-то, знаешь, вот эти бесполезные статлайны выдал, такой, имеет смысл. На тот момент было сыграно, по-моему, 14 матчей на турнире. Так что дистанция ничего не значит.
Вообще, это очень сильно мидера твоего дизморалит, когда ты забираешь 1 руну в команде, и у тебя ботл появляется там где-то реже, еще у тебя руну одну украдут, и все может вообще пойти не по плану. Здесь Торонто Токио на своей сигнатурочке тоже на Void Spirit должен нам показать класс.
Ну, должен гонять nothing to say. Это многое зависит от пангольера в этой игре, как, собственно, ребята отмечали в нашей студии драфтов. А в сложной линии Ами будет стоять против коллапса, ну и в легкой Тора против Фейсбиана, пока фармит. Фейсбиан на этом турнире выдает просто феноменальный перформанс. Да, в принципе, это можно сказать про любого игрока команды Paris Saint-Germain LGD. Фейсбиан, опять-таки, прекрасно знает, как это играть в финалах International, знает, как выигрывать в финалах International. Но он еще не встречался с нашими бешеными парнями. Вот сейчас и пообщаемся, как оно пойдет в 105 серий. Мира на топе пытается здесь карасить Ами и не давать тому спокойно жить, но у Ами есть синкью. И синкью он может стоять тоже довольно долго. Старт должен быть ровненький. Ну и вот статистика по Наге. Действительно, 21-й герой от Ятора. До этого на турнире Ее брали 4 раза, пока еще с Нагой.
Да, я вот, к сожалению, хотел отметить, что она вообще не побеждает. Но из позитивных новостей, вот как раз эту линию она должна в соло выносить, потому что у нее стоит, против нее стоит дизраптор, который она может доджить первый спел, или контроп, который как раз будет фидить волками и так далее. Но здесь проблем с фармом у Наги не должно быть. Если как ее потом реализуют, будут ли это мы слипы в реведж, знаешь, видел когда-то такое?
Видел, не раз.
Реведж, да, и главное, чтобы не обернулось все иначе, что, ну, Дмитрия здесь нет, поэтому никаких БКБшечек не предвидится.
Коллапс на топе. Ну и действительно, мы говорим про героев Spirit. Мы весь турнир отмечаем, что Спириты просто феноменальны в тимфайтах. И здесь у них...
Слушай, а у него-то дух еще долгое время будет.
А еще 2 удара. А еще 1 удар. А еще 1 удар до конца. Мипошка не пошел под тавер.
Понимает, прокликал, что есть фейрик, все в порядке было у Вая. Но, по-моему, иллюзии... Нет, не сбил регенится дизраптор.
Но все равно неплохо, мы видим, раскарасили, заставляет дизраптора отойти, уверенно Мипошка пошел, знал, что дальше не стоит дайвить, прочитал. Ярослав, опять-таки, единственный игрок Ставит Спирит, который имеет опыт игры на Интернешнл, да, в топ-8 он заходил, но выше не подымался. Ну вот сейчас финал, поэтому для него это тоже в новинку, как ни крути. Хотя, с другой стороны, Paris Saint-Germain LGD игроки не настолько опытные, да, вот там давали тут статистику перед финалом, что на всех игроков Spirit 6 участий на Интернешнле, да, а на всех игроков Paris Saint-Germain LGD всего 11. То есть это не то, чтобы, ну, как у Пупея одного, да, фактически. То есть это не то, чтобы команда сверхопытная, просто очень-очень успешное выступление было там у Хизбяна, да, на его первом Интернешнле. Неплохое такое, да. Ну, для Nothing to Say он, опять-таки, новичок таких турниров, как и Торонто-Токио. Пока Nothing to Say 21-1, Торонто-Токио 18-3. То есть в баланс стоят ребята на миде. И это, наверное, в плюс.
Пока Nothing to Say вообще не чувствуется как человек, который когда-то проигрывал вообще в доту. Он просто приходит и показывает тебе, что ты вообще не туда пришел, мальчик.
Причем в каждом матче Мира на топе проблема. Коллапс не может его никак прикрыть. Мира пытается уйти в кулдауне. Подкоп кушает Ферик на еще один удар. И Мира разворачивается, не попадает подкопом. И Сикил добивает его 1-0 в пользу Paris Saint-Germain LGD.
Ну ничего страшного.
Ничего страшного, да, действительно. Мог здесь уходить. Проблема только в том, что с коллапсом еще могут пойти. Коллапс там бьет, спрятался.
Все в порядке. Он тут может бегать бесконечное количество времени, потом тыкнуться, если что, на тавер.
ФБ забирает Paris Saint-Germain LGD, Торонто-Токио свои богатства забрал. На нижней линии продолжает стоять Ятора. Его уж саппорт оставил одного. В принципе, никому ему тут помощь особо не нужна. А вот это красивый блок двух спаунов. То есть Мян отрабатывает тоже для того, чтобы не было пулов. Для того, чтобы линия... Конечно. Да. Неужели он выиграть в доту хочет? Удивительно, на самом деле.
Ну, выиграть он хочет или не хочет, мы наблюдаем за тем, что, да, после, конечно же, Пангальера у нас идут 3 крипстата как раз Team Spirit, вот, и Урса там у Тайда отстает от Тайда, и Ликантроп на своей линии не так себя комфортно чувствует.
Ну, как ты и предполагал, Нага будет на фрифарме, так оно и есть, как бы, он там может, конечно, помочь, и дальше в миде могут быть травмы сейчас Торонто-Токио. Уайт так издалека немножко погладил Торонто-Токио, подхарасил, но и уходит обратно куда-то в леса, там, где его сейчас будут пытаться выгонять с этой линии. Ой-ой-ой, Торонто-Токио, Nothing to Say, за ним 5-й левел. Торонто-Токио отходит спокойненько, ну и Nothing to Say мы видим за вышечкой, уже наглеет на мидера команды Spirit.
Nothing to Say взял Орпов хорошего, но как раз то, чего я не видел. Я, в принципе, если на миде Пангальера видел, я ожидаю от него какой-то Power 3 с диффуза, как Топсон тот самый собирал. Вот, но тут совсем иной уже билд выбирает.
Ну и помогает ему Уай, который подбежал сейчас на центральную линию. Торонто-Токио отбился, возвращается на линию 2-0. Ботл пустой у него имеется, хочет купить себе грейдженный стик. И в лесочек уйти. Все нормально. Торонто-Токио 6-й левел имеет, уже просто так его не взять. Ну и должен был дать информацию о том, что второй саппорт команды Paris Saint-Germain LGD уже спокойненько почелапал на топ-линию.
Рефильчик.
Есть Микошечка.
Ботла подъехал у нас.
Хорошо. Вот это тимплей. Почти как у команды Борщ. Атака на топе. Смотрим, здесь 2 саппорта. Коллапс на себя. На себя отвлекает внимание. Просто уходит коллапс дальше отсюда. А теперь на развороте можно с Ваями немножечко пободаться на самом деле. Потому что тут пулы делает Синкью. И вот такой бардак в лесах. Рядом подтягивается еще Элдер Тайтан. Поэтому так наглеет Спириты.
Уже говорил я, будучи в студии, респект выдавал коллапсу за его билды именно. То есть он всегда покупает какие-то айтемы, которые ты нетрадиционно вообще можешь наблюдать на этих героях. И там на Марсе, опа, здесь может быть сейчас встреча.
Смотрим, вот она встреча. Мира подкапывает, Мипошка. Продлевать будете? Конечно. Здесь пытается как-то спрятаться Вай. Рядом Nothing to Say, понимает, саппорта Спирит, надо уходить. Тут же Синкью. Мира может не выжить, да, не выживает Мира. Мипошка в лес чужой будет убегать. Но мы видим, как прикрывает своих саппортов LGD.
Пока LGD вообще, ну, оказывается там, где надо.
На спокойняке, скажем так, играют.
Все размерено, все что-то там стоят в своей линии, да, может быть, где-то мы уступаем, но опа, нападение Nothing to Say.
Nothing to Say, Toronto Tokyo с даблдэмэджем, еще один удар, Toronto Tokyo, Nothing to Say пытается в юлке спрятаться и... Опять на супер лоу хп уходит Nothing to Say. Вот это был бы супер важный килл, но совсем немножко не хватило в этот момент. Не добивает лидера соперника Toronto Tokyo. Но мы видим, что у него довольно неплохо все по фарму. 2800, 2700 у Панка, то есть у него побольше, на 300 голды у Коллапса больше, чем у Фейсбиана. Ну а Нага пока вместе с Урсой идут вот наравне. Нага Сирена 3200 почти, Урса там 3200 тоже почти. Так что пока тут баланс на самом деле. Ну как они пока будут мешать этой Наге, я не понимаю.
Они не планируют.
Не планируют. Ну тоже в принципе рабочая система.
Другие цели пока в игре. Ну вот, Нага их не интересует. С Нагой можно потом разобраться. У нас есть Пангальер, который по сути является практически контрой. Вот, ну и... Урса, опять же.
Так, прыжочек на Миру. Мира от Хексерса пытается уйти. Тут же стом под пошки, чтобы не думали дальше давит с тиммейтом. Ну и Лисочек подфармливает у нас Ами. 3 героя Спирит на топе. Синкью вместе с Ами остаются здесь вдвоем. Дизраптор бегает на центральной линии для того, чтобы не было еще каких-то внезапных атак на Пангальера своего мидола. Тайт есть уже фейзы у нас у Коллапса. То есть более-менее начинает он разгоняться. 6-й левел скоро будет у Коллапса. Посмотрим, будут ли Спириты что-то придумать под этот 6-й левел. Что игра
только принципе... более спокойная серия, да, у нас вместо того, что мы видели в прошлой. Там с секретами можно было поместиться, а теперь обе команды раскачиваются для... Так, на Toronto Tokyo может быть нападение.
Ну и Toronto Tokyo тут пытается.
Все, руна появилась.
Руну заберет. Nothing to Say.
Слушай, почти 8-го левела Toronto Tokyo, а Nothing to Say даже не 7-го.
Ну вот один крип остался, вот этот крип умрет и будет 7-й у нас Nothing to Say, да, действительно, но отстает. Отстает совсем немножко, бегал много, но Toronto Tokyo очень мобилен, в леса прыгает. Ну мы видим 1700 голды с крипом заработал, там 1500 заработал Nothing to Say, и с нейтралов тоже на 200 голды больше. Вот
опять же, Toronto Tokyo... Смотри, уже наделал сам себе стаки, плюс там ему помогал Мипошка, и все это выкачивает. Тогда как Пангальер пытается помогать своим тиммейтам. Хотя вот с Аркан Руной сейчас может быть выход как раз на ту самую Нагу. Ну, у нее слип не вкачан, и нет скилл-поинта.
Пойдут ли сейчас на нее? Да, данная Ятора выходит, вот он Ятора, есть уже проблема, прыгают на него, Уай рядом, у него ультимейта нет, закрывает Ятора. Ятора пытается как-то иллюзиями опансить. Не понимает LGD, что взять сейчас Нагу они не могут, хотя есть Глимс. Ятора, нет, спокойно, уходит.
Не напали, в итоге не разультился Пангальер. Хотя...
А у него кулдаун, у него кулдаун, он же в миде катался, они пытались Toronto Tokyo убивать, поэтому кулдаун. Toronto Tokyo на топе, на Ами будет прыжочек, есть гаш. Toronto Tokyo будет пытаться цеплять, не попадает, но продолжения атаки нет, не последует. Фейсбиан забирает Тир-1 тавр на нижней линии. Тем временем, как же спокойно играет LGD.
Это очень важно, что сейчас Ликану дают пространство, вот, и он может быть как раз тем самым ликантропом, который...
Ами остается здесь, пошел подкоп, вообще никого не боится. Ами, Мипошка тоже рядом, Захекс успеет ли Ами убить, Ами пытается как-то уйти, и вот он станчиками дальше, Коллапс до конца давит, неохота, Toronto Tokyo прыгает вперед, Ами 1 в 4 здесь остается, и таки делают первый фраг. Спирит.
Додушили медведя, начали залезли в берлогу, и прям там его и похоронили. Слушай, ну и отличный килл, несмотря на то, что 4 героя, да, надо сейчас носить топ-тавер, потому что у тебя уже Ликан забрал, Ликан перемещается уже в мидл. Вот, а не хочется видеть от него, знаешь, быстрые тайминги, как вот мы наблюдали, в принципе, за играми LGD, когда у них есть Ликан и хороший кор, где покусанный бежит, и уже покусанный становишься ты.
Где бедный Матумбамен не знает, что делать вообще на карте. Вторая вышка падает, полностью контроль за чужим лесом забирает сейчас Paris Saint-Germain LGD. Да, у них там пока нет вардов, но они их поставят однозначно. Есть вижен в своем лесу у Спиритов. Toronto Tokyo Коллапс забирает товарочек на топе. Понятное дело, защищать его никто не будет. Но вот свой лес фармить сейчас будет сложно. Надо будет как-то контроль над этой частью карты забирать. Спиритов, ну пока Нага 5000. Вольт Спирит 4500. Мы видим за счет убийства Ами, он уже на 4-м месте по фарму. И более-менее первых 10 минут Спирит отыгрывает. Они даже впереди.
Еще преимущество у них. Все в порядке. Мы качаемся, мы кайфуем. Урси чуть тайминги постопили. Вот, уже Ликан ее не так сильно бустит. Ну, опять, от LGD здесь драк мы не предвещаем, потому что все для них понятно. Они будут забирать твои объективы, фармить рошанов по возможности. Ну и там по кулдауну Пангалера может какие-то выходы совершать. Хотя есть сейчас 6-й левел у Дизраптора, и в принципе может... О, смог.
Посмотрим куда. На самом деле нету тут вижена у Спирит, поэтому не догадываются сейчас наши ребята о том, что на Синклсе вместе с Лаем будут делать какой-то выход. Идут они в лес на Toronto Tokyo. Toronto Tokyo, если здесь поймают, могут убивать. Есть информация информация. Отходит Торонто Токио. Нет, не до конца. Коллапс рядом. Полетели на коллапса. Пытается именно его убить. Тут же сразу же Бист закрывает коллапса ультимейтом. Пока живет. У него есть худ. И ему, в принципе, все равно его еще раз будут возвращать. И да, теперь что вы будете делать? А ничего. Коллапс, тэп-аут наберете, ребята.
Хладнокровие. Хладнокровие и прекрасный билд. Хотелось бы сказать, да, что забирают все руны абсолютно LGD, но как им это помогает? Никак. 12 минут у нас совершено 3 килла, ребят, а попыток было масса.
Это гранд-финал Интернешнл. Вот не стоит ожидать здесь суперферии, хотя я уверен.
Давайте, хочешь расскажу тебе?
Давай, расскажу про один финал Интернешнл, где на второй минуте под Т1 Тавром месились 8 героев.
Нет, такого я не помню. Здесь первая игра раскачка. Для LGD это первая игра, в принципе, дня. А для Spirit они еще не встречались с этим коллективом. Они только наслышаны были о том, что какие-то там есть ребята, которые нас одолеют. Да. Вот. Раскачаются обе команды, и начнется просто лютое валево.
Ну, мы надеемся, такая игра меня устраивает, потому что здесь будет просто невероятный тимфайт, и коллапсы глимсанули подальше. Уайт пытается спрятаться здесь от мипошки. Есть кентавр, который может отстанется по избьяновски, но тут Торонто Токио. Легкий килл кентаврика тоже можно отправить.
Нет, вот видишь, в чем отличие Фейсбьяна от, допустим, Зая, что он не нафидел ни одним крипом, наверное, за всю свою... Ага,
вот этого зацепили. Торонто Токио еще дальше прыгнул.
Быстро.
Саша, продолжай. У тебя это неплохо получается. Как бы не нафидел ни одним крипом.
Просто я смотрел предыдущую его игру на Ликане, и он постоянно также переманивал нового крипа. Да, здесь его одолели, здесь его нашли, но тем не менее, ну, это прям очень четкое понимание того, что ты не должен делать на своем персонаже. И все та же тысяча преимущества присутствует. Нага, смотри, запредельно пока. Уже на 1000 опережает своего оппонента.
Ну и фармите, Тора дальше надо. Фармить сейчас свой треугольник.
Мне интересно, что он будет билдить. Вот как раз...
По каскаде.
Да, это отличное решение. И против Веспа хорошо, и просто там сильно бафается Нага.
Он передумал. Он только что в Пьюбайсе добавил агоним первым артефактом.
Вот это уже интересно.
Это очень интересное решение. Мы понимаем, да, что Ятора играет на всех героях. Он реально может на всех героях. Но вот агоним это реально интересно, при том, что он купил же только что, по-моему, ультимейт Орб. Поэтому это довольно странно.
Орб он купил для манты, так что все в порядке.
Орб купил для манты? Ну тогда окей, манта агоним. Интересно, посмотрим, будет ли он держаться дальше этой схемы. Манта уже готова, 1000 преимущества есть. На топ-линии он уже готов в соло здесь драться с Урса. И Урса, по-моему, не особо готова.
А Урса думал, что это иллюзия. Тут ему хоп-хоп-хоп.
Внезапно ХП заканчивается, да? Уай агрессивничает, очень агрессивничает. Борьба идет здесь за Вижен, разбивает Вардец. 155 голды, почему бы и нет. Фейсбиан никак не поможет здесь Ваю. Вай решил еще ультимейт поставить в конце. Неужели Фейсбиан тоже будет драться? Да, потому что здесь Пангальер, здесь же Бист прилетел. Мипошка тэп-аут не может сделать. Коллапс ждет давать ли ультимейт. Ну, коллапса сейчас мана нет на ультимейт. Он остается 1 против 3 героев. Он может потанчить серьезно. Там тем временем Аби разменивать. Коллапс. Дальше отвлекает внимание. Коллапсу просто плевать абсолютно то, что его бьет 2, 3, 4 героя. Абсолютно неважно. Синкью уходит на Фейсбиана. С коллапсом они справиться не могут. Пока.
А кто сказал, что смогут потом?
Никто.
Ну вот. Действительно, Тайт этот с худом, с замакшенной пассивочкой, ему особо ничего не предъявишь. Там при этом пытались убить Урсу, на втором экране вы могли наблюдать, но вовремя нажал ультимейт Ами и задоджил фингер, скажем так.
Загрейдженный шлем скоро будет уже у Фейсбиана. Владимир имеется 11 левел, только что получил. Коллапс в лесу 10-й. У Коллапса мы видим по нетворсу, в принципе, все так же, как и у Пангальера, так же, как и у Ликантропа. На самом деле, это не самые хорошие новости для Пангальера, но у Пангальера появились молнии. То есть более-менее какой-то дэмэдж. Счет 3-3 на 15-й минуте игры. Очень спокойный старт этого гранд-финала, очень нервозный старт. И для одной и второй команды все спокойно только у Ятора.
Ну слушай, LGD пытались. Несколько раз они выходили, несколько раз они звали Пангальера в этот смог. Именно поэтому он немножко отстает по нетворсу. Но ничем это не увенчалось. Потому что Тайт все время уходит. Да, убили Мипошку, но извини меня, это пятерка. За 3 выхода убить пятерку не должен быть, да.
Да, как бы такой есть. Такие
раз четверку, 2 пятерку.
Раз четверку, 2 пятерку, да, и нормально. Хороший выход. Можно стишок рисовать, песни петь. Ну, песни петь умеет настолько одна команда на сцене Интернешнла. К сожалению, она в этом гранд-финале не играет. Торонто Токио.
Великому сожалению.
Да. сожалеют абсолютно все, я уверен.
На самом деле, сидя в кабинках, очень хотелось побыстрее уже нафидить, чтобы,
Так вот
да, чтобы мы наблюдали за этим.
Уникальная возможность у Александра отмазаться
В очередной раз. А у меня, знаешь, у меня уже заготовок под эти отмазки миллиард.
Целая папка на компьютере сохранена, да. 16 минут игры, 3-3. Спокойное стояние у нас на топе, спокойное стояние также на нижней линии. Устраивает это сейчас Спиритов, 9200 уже у Наги. Ну и вот начинает понемножечку и Пангальер подфармливать, но опять-таки отстает он довольно серьезно. Но с другой стороны мы видим Торонто-Токио. Тоже вот эти вот хождения где-то непонятные не дают возможности нафармить. Еул у коллапса появляется. Такое вот тоже интересное решение.
А я тебе говорил. Ты когда видел на тайде вообще Юл последний?
Не знаю, я видел много БКБ на этом турнире, ничем хорошим это не заканчивалось. А Юл, ну Юл это прекрасно. Дизраптор против него играет, Пангальер против него играет. Это просто великолепный артефакт.
Ну, для Урса это очень важно, потому что Урса в ультимейте будет летать столько же, сколько и обычно.
И второй Юл тут же. И тут же второй Юл от Торонто-Токио. Прекрасный выбор артефактов. Торонто-Токио Мипошка в своем лесу. Тут 4 героя Спирит, тут 4 героя также команды LGD. Торонто-Токио отпрыгивает дальше за ним Ами. Еще один прыжочек. Будет продолжать свою погоню. Катится на Сентусей. Торонто-Токио бежать отсюда. Мипошка тоже рядом. На Сентусей скоро закончится ультимейтом до конца. За Торонто-Токио нужно как-то посейвить. Торонто-Токио бьют его. Торонто-Токио наступил. ХП уходит под елку и будет жить.
Фасочка отхилил его мира и прекрасно понимал Торонто-Токио, что нельзя тратить второй спелл, ибо тебя вернут. Поэтому, ну все хорошо, выжил. Да, здесь погнались и потратил шейпшифт Ликан, это очень важно.
И тут же ответочка смоук от команды Spirit. Отхилил
Пора бы и Рэвидж союзать, да, наверное?
Да, ну пора бы, как бы 18 минут, палец-то чешется. Яторо-то там фармит, это прекрасно, он-то с радостью будет фармить сколько нужно. Фай-гранатка падает Спиритом, прекрасный просто артефакт, который, я надеюсь, удалят из доты к чертям собачачьим. Атака на Nothing to Say на топ-линии, Яторо тут, Nothing to Say. И Торонто-Токио смотрим, да, ута у него нет, есть ТП, успеет ли, нет, не успевает, и теперь отойти, есть релокейт, слип, двое стоят, Яторо пытается улететь, Глимпса не будет, Яторо улетает, Торонто-Токио в елках. Отличная работа, Спирит. Классный килл.
Качественно все
и по домам. Качественно, да. Ну вот уже опасно. Вот такие моменты уже опасны. Нужно думать по поводу своих спелов.
Здесь остался Торонто-Токио с ДД. Вот, и уже релокейт аут произошел. Мы понимаем прекрасно, что здесь...
А вот они, коллапс. У него есть ультимейт. Коллапс ждет сейчас своего момента. Здесь Торонто-Токио с даблдэмэджа пытается быстро убить саппорта, накрывает коллапс убегает. И вот он рэвидж пошел. -1, -2. И еще за CQ. А вот он Юл. Никуда ты, друг, не улетишь. И CQ тоже отправляется в таверну.
LGD, вы тут? Хотелось бы спросить, 3000 преимущества уже имеется у Spirit, отличный выход, забайтили на релокейт, потом забайтили на то, чтобы выйти, выждали с Рэвиджем под ультимейт Урсы, ну красавчики, что сказать.
И как спокойно действует коллапс, он такой, не-не-не, я пока не буду ультовать, вот так ультимейт на меня поставит, отойдем, а теперь ультимейт. Самое главное, что это все происходит без Наги Сирены.
Да, Наги Сирена свой килл получила.
Да. Все отлично. Ятора продолжает фармить. Ну, 11500. Он теперь пытается один в один победить. Просто на Nothing. Домой, Nothing неплохо. А вот и Ятора приехал на эту карту.
Слушай, даже на такой уверенности может дать, потому что, представляешь, ты выходишь и просто соляного убиваешь вражеского мидера. Что он там, как он там, непонятно.
А он с ультом, вообще совсем просто стоит, и он ничего не может сделать.
Да.
Так, 12200, Нага Сирена, 4000 преимущества у Спирит. Счет 8-3. На топе там подпушивается линия Тайтхантером. Яторо остается в чужом лесу. Он здесь хозяин и барин. Его отсюда никто не выгонит. Появляется у нас тем временем Уилдер Тайтона Лойлов. Дискорд. Хороший артефакт. Слушай, какие классные артефакты они собирают, а? Красавчики. Это вам не догоны фармить. 20-я минута игры у нас пошла.
Что за душка?
Падает.
Что за душка? Это вам, говорит, не догоны выиграли.
Да. Все, больше отсылок не будет к этому матчу. Ой, Торонто-Токио, осторожно. Торонто-Токио, рядом с CQ. Пока пытается уйти. Да, спокойненько.
А LGD уже зачилили, уже Висп не тизерится, Висп уже ждет, чтобы релокейт ауты совершать. Понимаю, что так просто не получится. Нага-то уже с аганимом. Будет сеточки в слипы кидать. И смотри, 26 армора у нее. И Элдер за тебя. Вот это совпадение.
Да, звучит как прикольная игра. Звучит как довольно комфортно.
Не забирают. 21 минута уже идет. Не забрали ни одного Рошана. А Нага очень быстро его задушит со шмотками. То есть суть в том, что забрали вражеский лес. А почему? Дайры, в принципе, за исключением того, что у них присутствует Урса в пике, скипают первого Рошана, но тут прям у вас даже нет никакой возможности. Да, Урса доберет БКБ, это какой-то шанс пофайтиться, но как может быть? Нага юзнет слип, покатит эту Урсу, а команда твоя ничем тебе не поможет. А потом ты без БКБ будешь просто как маленький медведик.
Думать над тем, что вообще делать дальше. Так, ну что, 5к перефарма, 21 минута. Мы видим еще очень далеко до какого-то аганима, там, ликантропу или еще кому-то. То есть пока серьезных артефактов у LGD нет. Коллапс выходит и смотрит в лицо опасности, точнее Урсе.
Просто заюлил, чтобы время потратить. Слушай, ну такие микромоменты, я не знаю, я прям радуюсь, когда я такое вижу.
Не, ну пацаны видно, что собраны, видно, что раскликаны. А вот это важно. Нету вижена здесь у LGD, поэтому они не знают об этом смоке. Все ультимейты имеются у команды Spirit. Есть четкий таргет, они знают, куда идти. Здесь волки, вот они видят большого крипа. Уай тоже рядом, БКБ купил Ами. Это может быть довольно важно для LGD. Обходит спин Уай. Уай, прыжочек, подкоп, моментально его надо вырубить. Да, Уай минус, хорошо. И там смог реализован в пятерку.
Большой голем.
А это капуста, это 250. Ну попробуй убей еще этого голема. Тут Нага иллюзиями тоже распушивает линию. Для того, чтобы даже не подумали LGD контратаковать без своего дизраптора. Спокойно действует LGD. Не стали они как-то вписываться за пятерку. Понимали, что выиграть драку здесь будет очень сложно.
Надо забрать аванпост, надо раздевардить. Вот как раз вот на хайграунде стоит. Самый дефолтный вард абсолютно. Надо туда какой-то вижен отправить, духа. И можно забирать Рошана, можно ожидать там соперников. И, как я уже говорил, со слипом ты очень кайфово можешь себя чувствовать. Там, кстати, Блаторн собирает Ятору.
Он уже его почти собрал, на самом деле. У него 14500, у него все очень хорошо сейчас. У него будет Аганим Блаторн, уже какой интересный билд. На самом деле надо билды менять, а не героя, у которого нулевой винрейт. Потому что тут билд просто шикарен. Смоук на смоук. В нем смоуки только ликантроп. Ну и вот его Торонто Токио спадает, смоук видит, насик тусейн, испугался, отпрыгнет сразу же Торонто Токио. И знает соперники, где их оппоненты, и одни, и вторые. Урс пошел грызть Рошан. Сейчас будет очень опасный момент в этом матче. Иллюзии Наги рядом. Мира тоже возле Рушпита. Мира, если зайдет Рушпит, нужно постараться как-то выбить это БКБ.
Против слипа ты так не хочешь забирать этого Рошана. Сейчас, если не прочекают, должен дух.
Чекают, пока не чекают. Коллапс есть. Смог закончился у Спиритов. Пошел хауль. Смотрим, что дальше. Есть Том. Заходит иллюзиями. Видит, сколько хитпоинтов. Очень больно. Сейчас беспомощь. Очень больно. Ревич успеет летать. Мы убили без беспа. Что дальше? Рошана забрали у нас ребята из LGD. Ами забирает у нас Эгисов Immortal. И Торонто Токио на супер лоу хп. Уходит отсюда. Как же ты ушел?
Аликан догрызает.
Да, тут фейсбиан. Размен невыгодный. Очень для Спирита.
Слушай, слип потрачен был. Я почти уверен, когда я видел, что Рошан там лоу-хпшный, духом его заскаутили, ты должен, ну, как по идее, должен нажимать слип, вбегать в него, пусть Урс нажмакает это БКБ, ты можешь там попытаться этот Аегис отнять, ну и в целом потом без БКБ можно его из два раза отдвоить, но при этом всем
давайте посмотрим еще раз, как это выглядело. Ну вот, почти падает, сетка пошла, мы видим слип слишком поздно. То есть вот Рошан сейчас падает и накрывает ультимейтом всех Уай, туда же летит разлом, казалось бы, качественно. Ну и вот слип на отход будет давать у нас Ятора, да, вот тут не получилось пободаться в этом узком проходе. И, конечно, когда Пангальер с ультимейтом, ты ничего не сделаешь. И вот только сейчас слип тратит Ятора, но не сейвит этим слипом своему мидера. Ну, засейвил себя, мидера не получилось. Хороший момент для LGD. Забирает они Агисов Immortal, и 4 минуты.
Аркан руна для Пангальера — это вообще сладкий сахарочек. С блинком можно просто врываться в оппонента. Сразу же, кстати, шар покупает себе Nothing to Say. Можно его понять. Ну, очень хороший шарт на этом герое.
Все, что надо, у него имеется. Надо, кстати, дальше продолжать.
Жаловался Смайл, что Дота превратилась в игру шардов. Я в целом согласен, что, ну, но я наоборот считаю, что это большой плюс. Вот, разнообразие, у тебя появляются новые спылы, новые возможности. Новые возможности — это значит новые хайлайты, и это прекрасно.
Да, это прекрасно, да. Ну, понятное дело, что некоторые герои совсем шардоцентричны, скажем так. Но что ж тут плохого? Это неплохо. Nothing to Say елка стоит. Ждет атаки от Spirit. Spirit решили поиграть агрессивно, даже зная, что там у Медведя 2 жизни. Барша приобретает Ами у нас. И Тавр на нижней линии пытается забрать. Дабл ТП сюда. Торонто Токио прыгает на Синкью. Синкью сложно будет. Синкью уходит на своего Медведя.
Ну, завтра.
Все нормально.
Ну, завтра.
Да, конечно.
Будто в финале инта играет.
Согласен. Бывает же такое, что люди в финале инта очень хорошо в доту играют.
Слушай, ну все равно можно фармить. Можно фармить, нет никаких проблем. В лейтгейме чем ты будешь эту ногу убивать? Да, под Гальера есть какие-то возможности, но опять, ХП у тебя и бесконечен практически.
Да, он пока бедный, у него 10 800, и на магии отстоит на 7000.
Знаешь, мы сейчас как будто в «Кто хочет стать миллионером» сидим, и он тоже как бы с трущоб пришел, но в процессе игры можно эти деньги зарабатывать здесь.
Это правда, кстати.
Своим умом и способностями.
Пушит топ-линию у нас Етора, коллапс на центральной, нашел здесь дракончика. Коллапсу надо быть поосторожнее, на него могут также выйти. Здесь сейчас он не то чтобы супер-супер герой, который атаку 5 переживет, да, 2-3 потанчик может, но если LGD будут вместе, могут быть проблемы. LGD пока за 4 минуты Эгиса ничего не сделали такого, чтобы там супер качественно его разменять. Латорн появляется в маге Сирены.
Они понимают, что... Ну, в принципе, я тут говорю, что у Spirit все в лейтгейме хорошо, у Spirit все в лейтгейме хорошо, но и у LGD. Если Дизраптор вдруг каким-то образом доберется до Аганима, а Урса... Ну, мы все понимаем, да, что такое Урса, когда она укушена. Просто будет лететь на тебя, убивать любого героя, и тут как бы либо ты пытаешься как-то его остановить, какие-то форсики и так далее, либо умираешь.
Мне очень нравится то, что из нейтральных предметов, да, сейчас Мипошке выпал философский камень, а философский камень LGD, например, не выпал. Это был бы просто прекрасный артефакт для полного Дизраптора. Так ему придется где-то коллекционировать эти деньги, где-то их собирать. И насобирать, конечно, на Аганим будет как сложно. Немножко укрепляется у нас Торонто Токио, 17 левел он, у Мипошка вместе с Мирой у нас на нижней линии, 12 левела у них, 17 Торонто Токио. Ну а тут под пуш уже пошел тир 2 тавер на топ-лайне, вот просто пойдут ли до конца. Здесь попытка поймать у нас Фейсбьяна. Фейсбьяну неприятно, вынужден он улетать отсюда. Но вот мы видим, не так легко его взять.
Ну да, 900 хп, 30 армора, все в порядке у этого персонажа в данный момент. Но
бегает быстро.
Нет пока Керасы, нет Аганима. Но это все пока.
Ну да, мы так понимаем, что игра все-таки будет у нас не короткой, появится у нас и Кераса, и Аганим, и ну нету на этот раз там какой-то Винтер Виверны, которая, в принципе, довольно быстро общается с этим персонажем, но есть Нагасирена, и тоже, в принципе, есть что делать против этого предмета. 30 секунд, очень хочется сейчас этот Аегис на что-то разменять, но, наверное, не успеет здесь. Пангальеру не стоит выпрыгивать, довольно быстро его убьет, хотя Уайт тоже рядом. 4 героя Spirit находятся возле Ятора, как раз таки треугольники соперника. Ну и Кир-1 тавр на нижней линии с помощью глифа. Пока сейвят у нас Пари Сен-Жермен и LGD. Мира рядом, Мира готов. Если кто-то только нос покажет с леса, будет моментальная атака. 10 секунд до конца Эгиса. И этот тайминг, конечно же, Spirit знает просто прекрасно.
Да, здесь Ятора будет спокойно с помощью иллюзий забирать этот тавр. Причем, видишь, по 2 так рассылает. Себя вместе с иллюзией оставляет как просто 2 иллюзии. Типа, все в порядке, ребят. Мы для вас опасности.
Мы не палимся, да, мы не палимся. Иллюзия пошла прочекать. Видит нас Тусей, он тут же блинкаут делает. Абсолютно правильно работает нас Тусей. Ну что, пережили 6 минут Эгисов и Мортала Spirit. Потеряли за это время около 1500 преимущества.
Потому что, видишь, ты Тауэр этот вроде как и забрал, но при этом вы все впятером, никто из вас не фармит. А LGD, Урса с Виспом где-то вообще непонятно где. Один Пангальер тебе дефает этот Тауэр и смог.
Выигрывает почти минуту этот Пангальер. Пошла атака Турса. Сейчас будет очень неприятно. Коллапс стоит первый. Понимает, что надо как-то с другой стороны заходить. Коллапса. Глимсанулин блинкаут успевает сделать. Но Волки видит Коллапса. Волки видит Коллапса. ТП-аут. Не дадут тебе сделать коллапс. Не дадут. Не дадут. Минус Коллапс здесь точно. На простом кто-то придет его защищать. Нет, никто не придет. Просто забирает Коллапса. Фейсбьян совершает серию убийств.
Он сам, по-моему, стопнул ТП. Баш же не прокнул. Или Баш прокнул с первого удара?
Наверное, Баш прокнул. Ну, вряд ли бы он сам стопнул. Хотя, может быть, и так. Ну, не столь это важно. Убили, да и убили. Пятером в смоке выбежали. Не стал тратить рэвидж. Абсолютно правильное решение. Команда была уже не рядом. Мы потеряли сейчас своего оффлейнера. Всего 5-й фраг делают LGD за 30 минут игры. Таких медленных матчей я не припомню на этом интернешнле с точки зрения драк, с точки зрения темпа. Но вот, собственно, после драфта было понятно, что это не будет быстрая игра. Просто только Том, ему это больше на руку.
Да, игра с Сиреной никогда, собственно, не желает быть быстрой. Разве что ее снесут за 15.
Мипошка травала 2600 у Мипошки камня. 2600. Мипошка с этим философским камнем станет богачом и купит себе.
Сейчас могут напасть на Урсу.
Подкоп тоже хороший прыжок, классный ультимейт от Вая, но он перекрывает дорогу только одному Леону. Продолжение атаки, и Урса лопается. Отлично!
Боже, как же они таймят. Ты понимаешь, что он простоял все это время в дизейблах, несмотря на то, что Висп ему выхилил где-то хп 1500, и у него не было ни секунды, чтобы клацнуть БКБ, там, энрейдж, что угодно. Ну, Красивый килл, хороший.
Они просто набрасываются, как дикие кошечки, и один за одним. Оп-оп-оп, и все, ты ничего не сделаешь с этим. И опять-таки, Тревор сохраняется. Здесь тем временем поймали и удаляют из игры Уая. Отличная работа Ятра, поймали на Сектусе, БКБ вынужден нажимать. Отходит МТС. Так, продолжение. Вот она сеточка. Ты стоишь, ну стой. БКБ у тебя сейчас закончится. 18 левел, Висп сейвит. Висп сейвит. Спокойно. Посмотрим, будет ли по этому Виспу, наверное, не...
Драку вы принимать не можете. То есть, если
Мира его сейчас успеет затаймить,
это в любом случае.
Это чит. Опа, фейсбьян! Вписался за свой дружище, говорит, шар. Я с тобой. Красиво сыграли.
Но тавер-то вы теряете.
Да, тавер потеряли. Потеряли Урсу, потеряли Дизраптора, потеряли вышечку. Прижались немножечко к своей базе сейчас LGD. 32-я минута. 22 300 Нага. 13 800 у нас у Void Spirit. Пангальер тоже держится на уровне. Нага дальше бабочку. Хоть Тараска уже есть. Мы не обратили на это внимания.
Его шмоток дохренища. 31 минута вроде как, да, но просто нереальное какое-то количество. Я смотрю, там Блатторн. А если учесть, сколько стоит Блатторн, то это, ну, просто колоссальный.
Ну да, на самом деле, ты знаешь, как-то он так расформился. Чуть я не ожидал, что он настолько будет расформлен. Сколько? 31 минута, 22 тысячи. У него что там, 750 ГПМ или сколько? Это бешено. 730 ГПМ. Космический левел, если честно. Очень хорошо формит нас Ятора в этой игре и не собирается останавливаться. То есть на данный момент я не представляю, как его LGD будет убивать, вот конкретно с теми шмотками, которые у них есть сейчас.
Типичная игра против Медузы, либо против Сирены. Ты убиваешь всех, а потом базаришь с ней.
А потом разберемся, да, как она будет работать.
Да, а у тебя нет другого варианта развития событий. И причем именно вот в такой вульгарной манере довольно.
Ну, понятно.
Ты должен с ней разобраться.
Поглядим, как оно будет. 5к перефарма на данный момент. Спириты все еще впереди. Спириты сейчас защищают свой лес. Вижен там расставляет. Нижнюю линию надо отпушить. Пари Сен-Жермен. LGD тем временем также тем же занимается как раз-таки в близости к своему аванпосту, который они недавно перехватили. Форстап покупает нас Мипошка. Потом будет делать Аганим. Он его сделает, я в этом уверен. Здесь ты...
Ну, надо бы. Надо бы такой артефакт заметить. Все-таки ты понимаешь, что если он ворвется потом в какого-нибудь Виспа, то это 3 удара и минус герой.
Почему бы и нет? Просто не выбрасывай камешек, пусть лежит. Это очень-очень хороший нейтральный предмет, особенно для саппортов. Пятером собрались LGD, Ятора уже рядом. Шива появляется у коллапса. Ну и Ами. Ами вышел сейчас из-под своего тавра. БКБ купил Торонто Токио. Теперь он будет еще более...
И Шива есть у Тайда, это очень важно.
Да, Шива есть. То есть все анти-Урса, все анти-ликантроп. То есть они собирают по-прежнему правильные предметы. Вот теперь выход в смог от команды Spirit. Наскан наступает. Они знают, что формят их треугольник. Они прекрасно это понимают. Вот она, Нага Сирена видит. Курьер тоже спалил всю движуху. Ами понимает, что надо отсюда бежать. Ничего хорошего с этого не получится. Прыжочек на Виспа. Минус вес. Ой-ой-ой. Сентусей раскручивается. Тут пацаны в БКБ. На Сентусей надо уйти. Смотрим, поймали Крипа за 250. Пытается его быстренько убить. Убили Крипа за 250. Ну и уходить надо LGD. Что там с лицом?
Появился Рошан. Ты понимаешь, что сейчас под Блаторном хотят на Урсу.
Не-не-не, там глимсанули, что-то разбегали. И Рошан!
Да, Блаторном очень быстро. Вот как я вам и описывал, что Нага со шмотками делает с Рошаном. Ну, вот, в целом, довольно оперативно можно его забрать.
Нельзя, и... LGD нельзя. Без Виспа.
Ну, не так. Они так, рядышком.
По полкости. Давайте подеремся до Рошана. Вы же любите. Вы же команда вот из Восточной Европы. Вы любите там ворваться, где-то умереть. Но Спирит сегодня играет.
И шардик себе забирает Торонто Токио. Очень хороший буст для него, поскольку Нага ворует половину твоего фарма. Тебе нужно дополнительные какие-то способы заработка денег искать. Он тоже собирается покупать Шиву. Я думаю, как-то они договорятся, что... Хотя, может, и две нам тоже хорошо. Просто есть Этериал. Мы все наблюдали за одним прекрасным человеком, который собрал на этом герое Этериал Синджинкаю и просто носил 3000 дэмэджа. Вот. И Торонто Токио может повторить.
Ну да, мы помним ту игру Топиаса, почему бы действительно так не сыграть.
Ну и Мипошка пока, видишь, такой в сейф идет. У него постап вейл. Да, конечно же, против Урсы. Все это герои момента. Вот, поэтому, если ты не дал ему убить тебя за секунду, то потом, скорее всего, он до тебя уже не доберется.
Ну да, пусть догоняет как хочет. Блэкинг Бар приобретает у нас фейсбьян, мы видим, нет.
Видишь, Ликан хочет быть...
боевым?
Да, он хочет отдельной быть боевой единицей.
насколько быстро рассыпается его герой.
Знаешь что, мне кажется, Ами вообще впервые там за последние несколько дней не топ-1 нетворса за всю игру.
Да, он вообще не понимает, как это работает. Что делать в такой ситуации?
Кто-то фармит больше, чем я?
Блиндагер купил себе Ами сейчас.
Есть уже фляй у Ятору. Может забирать бот-тауэр.
Сейчас донести этот баттерфляй. Это последняя внешняя вышка, которая осталась. 3 минуты еще имеется. Они сжимают соперника. Вот он, баттерфляй. Как сейчас убивать надо, я вообще не представляю.
And surely right now, PSG LGD are discussing how do we take a team fight? What is it that we need to do? How do we need to use our abilities in order to catch Team Spirit off guard? And for Team Spirit, I think a lot of the communication is like, we need to make sure that we do not let LGD come out on the map. We don't want them to get out and farm. As long as we can keep them locked into their base, we can get all the items that we want, and then we get the fight that we want. And everything's going to happen on our terms. So you see, they rotate over to the top side here, expecting LGD to run out on the top side of the map. And here we go.
It's time to look at that fight, PSG LGD. Execution has to be immaculate.
Yeah, they're scouting with the wolves. They're getting the info they want.
They're looking to try and start to collapse, but Collapse is able to blink away from the lead-in. They'll turn their attention over towards Yatoro, but with the instead looks to hold him back. Nothing to say, is able to get out of it. As they'll get the static storm set up onto the Naga Siren, but the illusions, they're just forcing back. Why? Swashbuckle's going to miss. I mean, Yatoro, he's barely been scratched. He's back up to full HP. PSG LGD is able to run back to base, but Collapse, he's in with the ravage onto the two of them. Silence down onto Armeo, pop the BKB, turn towards Toronto Tokyo, but they cannot stay for this fight. They've got to get back to the high ground, back to the base, as PSG LGD have to charge back to the safety of their high ground as quickly as they head out. Collapse. He's going to look for the setup here outside of the base. Another BKB force. Faith Beyond trying to head back to the safety of his teammates. The ensnare locks him down. The illusion's starting to go to work. Remnant left in the position. They drag it back with a split into the finger. My goodness, the Lycan gets absolutely destroyed. And Toronto Tokyo's not done. Diving up to the tier 4s, committing with the dissimulate. He's trying to go for GQ. Will die underneath the towers, but he's got the Aegis. He's ready for round 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the micro decision making from Team Spirit is so beautiful to watch. I think every time a hero pops BKB, within half a second, there's a Naga net flying at it. And in the fight, you saw Ame pop BKB to try to man up and fight. And then the net comes, immediately he has to pop his ultimate. He can't use the enrage the way he wants to. He's forced to use it defensively all the time just to break the net, just to be able to stick on top of the targets.
Just trying to clear out these illusions now. It seems all but impossible. The Rex dying, the melee Rex will fall. They'll get the jump on Yatoro, but they've already lost Wyatt at the start of the action. BKB from Ame, he's trying to stay on target, but Yatoro is able to sing their way back to safety. And now he's ready to go back in. The song ends, Toronto Tokyo, BKB up, jump over with the Remnant, grabs back the Ursa. Ame disappears in a matter of seconds. GQ to fall as well. GG is called. And my goodness, what a buttery smooth start to the grand finals here for Team Spirit. They couldn't have played this any better, Aiden. This is how you dream of entering a grand finals at the International.
Yes, absolutely. Everything they're doing, they're firing on all cylinders. Their macro understanding of the game, how LGD might try to sneak out of base, they're in position to cover it. And then once that fight happens, they're immediately ready to respond in the right way.
I mean, that was incredible. Yatoro turning up, doing it again, another hero, and it looks like it's a performance that's on top of the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Yatoro, I mean, we all talked about Collapse so much throughout this tournament, but we gotta give Yatoro the praise he deserves. His hero pool is so wide, it's just allowing Spirit to constantly have these conditions, win conditions, over their opponents.
And it really is, yeah, just not the fact that he himself is so individually skilled on these numerous carries. It's just that the team, they seem to have a strat to play around every single one that he's willing to pull out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Team Spirit are so strong. They look like a fierce opponent, and I think a lot of people might have expected LGD to be the stronger team, but, you know, they just proven you wrong. These guys can beat LGD for sure.
They absolutely can. What a way to start this grand finals. Team Spirit just charging in with the same level of strength that they have shown us throughout their entire run so far up until this point. It's continuing here where it counts the most. Game 1 will go to Team Spirit.
A very strong performance from Team Spirit here in that first game indeed, and I am looking forward to hearing from our 5-head draft panel first of all. Gentlemen, how did this game play out compared to what you thought was going to happen?
I mean, I think it was an incredible statement from Spirit. It started with the draft. It started with the mentality in which they played this game. You know, they come here to the grand finals, and of course, everybody expects LGD to be the titan. You know, can they move them? Not only they can, they beat them. They play fearless. They come up with a great strategy. They beat probably LGD's best strategy. Their first pick, the IO Lycan, they just break it. I think, you know, as a Dota fan, this is what I was really hoping for, is like, can they compete? And yes, they can. LGD is getting tested today, and that's going to be absolutely amazing to witness.
Team Spirit seems to be playing very free, very careless, very aggressive. This Bloodthorn kill on the Ursa bottom was, like you said, a huge statement. I want to say the same thing. This was like a team who saw an opening. They had an item build, they had a timing that not many teams would have pushed, played on, and pulled this off with. This Ursa dying in front of tier 2 also breaks the game at this point, and it's like, it's a very intense game. LGD, they're not broken by any means. They go for this Roshan play, they actually get it, and they're staying alive in a game where I think it's actually looking really hard, and it's really hard for them to scale, it's really hard for them to fight. I think the draft still favored Spirit. I think LGD were not so comfortable with how it ended up looking like. They're much more comfortable if they have a condition where it's like, in 20 minutes we're going to be stronger, in 30 minutes we're going to be stronger, much stronger than you, and we keep scaling. But in this game, with the ET, with the Naga Sleep, with the Ravage, you saw it, like fights can end like this for LGD.
Yeah, and I think this was almost a bit of a wake-up call for Xiaowei and LGD, because I think they came into it supremely confident. I think we were even saying, like, maybe they might have even prepared for Team Secret. They weren't expecting Team Spirit to, like, just roll through everyone. And I think LGD, they can make a comeback, but at Spirit, they looked really good in that game. Just everything they wanted to do during that game looked really strong.
Yeah, thank you very much, gentlemen, for that insight. Love to hear more, of course, from you during the draft of game number 2, and that is where we, of course, will be heading next, because it's a best of 5. It's all about learning and adapting. And you heard Curtis say that maybe PSG LGD did not know, like, that they were going to face Team Spirit. I will tell you that not a single person on the planet has had a correct bracket prediction. A little bit of extra information there. So there are 4 people on the planet that have had 20 out of 21 predictions correct. So that's very nice. And actually, this morning, there was only 1 person on the planet that still had a correct prediction, but they thought it was Secret that was going to move on. So, hey, it's all up in the air from here, and Team Spirit take game 1. Lizard, it's been an amazing opening game.
It's been incredible, especially when you go back and listen to what Silent said after the draft. He's like, yeah, we're just gonna play the game. We didn't prepare too much for them. We had Secret on our mind. It definitely didn't look that way. The way they set up the team fights, the way they moved across the map, draft aside, the way they anticipated PSG LGD and what they will do and prepared for it and counter-attacked them, it was incredible.
Yeah, PSG LGD end the game with 5 kills. That is like, and with an Ursa draft, like that's just kind of unheard of, and exactly how their draft is not meant to play out. If you're playing an Ursa and 25 minutes in you have 5 kills, there's a big problem.
Yeah, and I definitely want to piggyback on something that Notail was talking about. I think every single game that I got to either cast or every single game that I reviewed, looking over PSG LGD, even for months now, they always drafted themselves a win condition for later stages. This is one of the few games where I think as soon as that Naga's picked, they're like, uh-oh, we actually need to find something to counter this, to play fast with. I think that's why they went for this Pango. And I think it was just a genius idea, a genius draft plan from Spirit throughout the whole thing. A genius draft plan, indeed. It looked so strong from them. Was there any chance for PSG LGD to defend high ground after it went so awry in the early stages, God?
I felt like once things started going wrong, there wasn't a comeback. They needed to get ahead early and then snowball from there, going from Roshan kills to hero kills, and just really, get this massive lead that just kept on growing. So once this Naga, illusion started coming online and pushing out waves, the game was kind of already slipped away by that point. And even though PSG LGD, they had a beautiful plan in this Pangolier last pick that can perhaps take over the game and deal with the Naga later on, they answered it. They answered it with Yaganims on the Naga and just completely killed their only chance. It's just beautiful.
Yeah, PSG LGD has, been the final boss, as you say it, for this grand finals. And what is that? What is that? Tsunami?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's final boss. I've been crunching the numbers, and
I think I finally understand. This whole time I was preparing as if Secret were going to be the representatives of not just Western Europe, but Europe in whole. And I was so ready to show you the differences between Secret's playstyle and LGD's playstyle. Things went a little bit differently. I was trying to say that, oh man, LGD, they are the magnum opus of China. They have combined all the best parts of their compatriots, Vici Gaming, IG, Spirit. They're all grinders, actually. You know, Secret, they only played like 27 ticketed games. Meanwhile, you've got I-Leagues, you've got Pinnacle Cups. Both these regions are known to grind out games publicly. So that's one thing that was very similar to them. Next up, we've been talking, time and time again about how LGD is the fastest average game length, and they are. But Spirit is hot on their tail, not that much further behind. This is no fluke, my friends. After that, I was like, okay, well, surely the ward efficiency, and there is a little bit of a discrepancy. This was the average centuries used per D ward. LGD is still the kings of this whole thing, but you heard Insania at the beginning of this cast. You saw how the Naga illusion usage was used. Spirit understand vision extremely well, and they also understand drafts extremely well. 5 more unique heroes picked throughout this entire tournament. Maybe LGD have been holding on to things, and also it's a big credit to Yatoro, obviously, on the side of Spirit, because Ame, he's no slouch in his own self. He's been putting up some solid numbers. All you people who went in on Team Secret for your fantasy, I feel bad for you, because Ame, even in a losing series, will still be doing work. Though, granted, that's only after he matured a little bit. I think previous Ames, previous TIs for Ame, he's had some issues picking the right items, knowing when to use the right items, knowing when to buy the right items, but he has matured ever since. And this should really come as no surprise that Team Spirit has won Game 1, because this is a rematch from the OGA Dota Pit Invitational just from a month ago. And you know who won that Game 1? It was Spirit also. Yeah. After that, they lost 3 games.
Wow, a lot of confidence for Team Spirit coming out from Tsunami there. And yes, that was indeed how those grand finals went. However, since then, I think it is very safe to say that Team Spirit, over the entire 2021 year, Fog, the most improved team in Dota 2 on the planet.
Yeah, and just still playing like it's not TI, I guess you could say. Like, not feeling the pressure so much is what I mean. Because I watched them, I got to cast them and watch them throughout both of the seasons, and I was big fans of them. Tokyo was playing with super confidence. Some games, maybe a little bit too much confidence, but being able to see players go up onto even grand finals doing this versus a team like LGD, it's amazing. And you could see there, they were still taking risks in a lot of this game. They were committing a lot of spells, like even over-committing at times, and it ended up working out anyway. So.
Yeah, I think we've seen that multiple times when Team Spirit seemed a little down in a game. They don't really seem to care. I don't know if that's the right word to say it, but they'll try to make the plays anyway, even if they're not ahead in the game, even if they're not 20k gold ahead. If they're 20k gold down, they'll still try. That's how they were able to get to this point, Lizard.
And that's the right winning mentality. When you're 20k gold behind and you go safe and you buy yourself that BKB instead of that one extra item that could perhaps win you the team fight, you're already signing the defeat. So I really like the mentality and the approach to the game that Team Spirit is bringing to this TI.
They give off this aura where it's like, you know, we might eventually lose or get knocked out of TI, but that's okay. And turns out just playing with that kind of carefree, you know, we're just going to go out and, you know, play to win and, you know, anything can happen kind of attitude has really just worked wonders for them.
I really cannot wait already. Sorry, for True Sight, I was seeing like multiple conversations going on. You saw Zawait giving a little bit of a speech. We saw just Yatoro just, you know, having some comments back and forth. Ooh, I can't wait. I'm getting way too far ahead of myself with all those conversations. But I would like to hear from you guys what you think needs to be changed in game number 2, because we do talk about learning and adapting Fogged, and in between best of 5, that's when it matters. These 15 minutes that these players have had, key moments.
Yeah, I think I know IO is an incredibly strong hero at the moment, but I actually think IO might be one of those that you maybe step away from, because TI, I think we've said it ad nauseum, it starts to come down to these big team fights. It comes down to these big little plays that you can do. Sure, IO can do those little plays, but ease of execution is a thing too. So I think for PSG LGD, I want to see them go back to their guns, put Jinkyu on his normal heroes where he's going to be able to scale, have a bigger impact than just, I'm a tether, I'm an overcharge, a heal. I want them to diversify and let him also become that kind of carry mode too, because, yeah, he's shown how much he can do as.
And when you talk about easy execution, they had like no stuns that game. Disruptor,
Yes.
Glimpse, they would like, you know, try catch this tide and then he'd just TP out in front of 4 heroes multiple times. So I think a lot of it is going to come back to the draft, simplify things, pick a few more stuns, and just make your game plan much easier to execute.
I completely agree. Just a little bit more team fight for PSG LGD, and what they really have to get is that late game potential. In the last game, they truly didn't have it. And when you're on a timer, that 20-25 minute mark in which you need to break the enemy and you're under pressure, under emotions, you're bound to make mistakes. So just play it safe, pick a hero that scales well into the late game.
Yeah, I mean, if we take a look back to the first 10 minutes of the previous game we just watched, I mean, both teams were taking it very safe. It was actually a fairly slow start to the game, which, based on draft, we were not really expecting, Gods, because that Naga Siren just had all the freedom in the world.
Yeah, I don't think PSG LGD had a draft that was going to scale late game if they didn't get ahead and play aggressive. Usually it's their style to just go around, run at their opponents, look for these kills. And, you know, when you're playing this Ursa as your carry with a mid Pengalier, you don't have that ability to scale, so they had to be a lot more aggressive there.
They really did. And we know that PSG LGD can recover in a series, so I'm very curious to see what they bring to the table in this game too. Of course, also, this will be something that Silent and Miposhka will have discussed at length, because they know PSG LGD will come up with a new plan as well. So it's, you know, it's one-upping each other constantly in this best of 5. I want to just also quickly remind everyone that it is so phenomenal that we have 9 out of the 10 players on the stage being they're only the first or the second international that they're at. We are seeing, I kind of feel like the new generation of Dota players here on stage, Fog.
Oh God, don't say this.
What? No, it's time. No,
Oh,
this is true.
But then the older people are going to start retiring, and then we got like
No, but
7
they will
no-tail coming
alter-
for our jobs. Oh,
Okay,
no.
well, they are already here,
Yeah,
and you're
too
still
late
on
for
the
that.
panel.
It's
Too late for
It's too
that.
late.
Savor the moment.
No, it is truly beautiful. I love when you see these young guns and just having this confidence. I think that's the biggest thing that everybody's just said is confidence.
Love
Spirit's
it.
just been oozing it.
Yeah,
The future of
love
Dota
it.
is bright. When you have all these young players coming out of multiple different regions, it really means, you know, the next TIs in years to come are going to have some amazing new talent.
Yeah, are you a little bit jealous, Lizard?
I'm very jealous. I'm super emotional. Watching Team Spirit in particular, because I was in that Eastern Europe Tier 2, Tier 3 teams. This was a dream that for some is happening at the moment. It's becoming reality.
All
I'm
you
also
need to
very
do,
happy.
apparently, is on day 2 or day 3 of the event, you're like, Dota gods, they need to be worshipped. You shave off your head, you donate it, and here you are, grand finals.
There you go.
That's your Toro story right there. In case you're wondering why you look so different from all the pictures that you're seeing, that's the reason. He literally said in an interview, I felt like I needed to sacrifice something to the Dota gods. My hair.
I like how they're doing all these like little things too, where you're saying like I even saw when they won the last game too. Mira's like waving at somebody in the crowd, right? He's just like, hey, yeah, we won, guys, cheer for us. It's like, wait a minute.
I am very sad that this is not an actual crowd, because of course we have the LGD crowds coming in from our sound sweetener, but now Team Spirit doesn't have those crowds, because I know, like you've probably seen in a lot of different streams that, for example, the Eastern European audience right now, all-time high. Like, they are incredible. They are, of course, big fans of the guy on your screen right now and his whole squad, and they are rooting for them. And if we could hear them in an arena, we would not have been able to hear anything else, Gods.
Every crowd loves an underdog too. Like, you know, wherever you are in the world, this Team Spirit team would have won the hearts of the fans. Wherever you go in the world, there's always a huge amount of supporters for PSG LGD. You know, obviously a crowd is missed, and, you know, we hope to see it again in future years, but, you know, these two teams still producing amazing Dota with or without a crowd.
Yeah, so what do we want to see in this game too? Like, are there any heroes that we feel like Yatoro still has to play?
I want to see a collapse Mars. You talked about the IO maybe going through. Give us IO collapse Mars.
All right. Well, we are going to find out if we will get a collapse Mars, or what else will he play. We're finding out right now.
Team Spirit versus PSG LGD Grand Finals Game 2.
Hello again, welcome to the draft panel, the second game of the TI-10 Grand Finals, again with Seb and Noto. And I mean, Team Spirit, they took game 1. But I actually had a question I wanted to ask you guys. So in the first game, LGD had choice. They took first pick, and Spirit responded with Radiant. In this game, Spirit had choice, but they actually took second pick, and LGD responded with Radiant. Why do you think that is?
I mean, there's definitely a big Radiant advantage, so no surprise that whoever gets to choose side will choose Radiant. And it does seem that now we have two teams that are gonna keep clashing at each other's, and they're questioning the execution versus the theory. Because apparently Team Spirit wants second pick and LGD wants first pick. And I think also the way the draft starts is another case of that. This is the exact same scenario of game 1. So this is LGD stating that, hey, there's probably something we could have done better, maybe draft-wise, but our approach to these games is the right one, and we're sticking with it.
Yeah. No, I always love to see it when you have teams that stick with their guns, and you could say that Team Spirit were maybe really happy with how the choices went down, where they might prefer second pick, or they feel like they're able to punish them really hard, or whatever it is. I think LGD always should be left with okay, now we at least know, like, this is what they want, and blah, 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 and this is a best of 5, so this is also them gonna be getting to know each other better. This outcome of this game is gonna be super important for how the rest will shape out. LGD, they might feel something if they're winning, or if they're losing, there's always a chance that they keep going back to the same thing, but then, yeah, like this game, we're gonna probably see, I'm predicting, Team Spirit going for something new again for Yatoro. I think they're feeling themselves a lot and are drafting a lot also on feeling. You also heard Heen talk about that. They're drafting on feeling. And you also see now LGD decided to switch it up or kind of go away from what happened last game with like lack of AoE, lack of team fight, and they instantly lock in Alesh with the IO to give the IO that.
I want to say that, so Team Spirit, right, they really shook LGD. Like they proved that they can beat them at their own game. And I feel like no team so far in the tournament has done that. And I was kind of sad as a Dota enthusiast, is like, come on, like if you're gonna lift the Aegis, somebody has to, make you kind of work for it. And Team Spirit did that, and it's awesome. And now we're gonna see, can LGD show us, the level 2, the level 3, and then it's gonna bring even better Dota. What I really love about Team Spirit they had the same opener open to them. They could have ET tied again.
Yep.
And, they respect LGD. They respect them so much that they expect them to be ready to punish them for the same draft. So they know, like, you know what? We're not giving you what you think we're going to do. You're going to have to think on the spot. We don't want you to come to this draft with, XIO8, 1 hour of preparation on how to do even better. You have to think on the spot. Bane Magnus. It's beautiful approach. It's mind games between the drafters, and props to Miposhka and Silent for pulling this one out.
Yeah, I think it's amazing. This is like a big mental game. It's always been, it always will be, but it starts here. It starts with the draft, and again, so many statements are being made between the draft, between the two teams. I'm like, this is what we believe in, this is what we're going to do to you now, and we're trying to throw you off guard. And yeah, a lot being said.
I do want to say that there's something very interesting in my opinion, is like last game, LGD, when they play this West, they're very much looking at connecting early with nothing to say. Mm-hmm. And connecting to a Pangolier that doesn't have the best matchup, it's hard. Pango doesn't really have a way to take over the game. Leshrac, Wisp, that is scary. Leshrac, most of the time wins his lane. He can power farm. He can, you start accelerating a Leshrac as a Wisp, he might take over the game. And I feel like with the Pangolier, it's not the same.
There's a lot more abuse to be had with the Leshrac. You can get the mana, you can get the Soul Ring, you can get like the runes, you can get certain mana abuse that also allows this hero to have a way different game. His timings are something else. Like this going back to base, this not being able to dive, IO can fix all of it for you.
He will take the towers, he will kill anything, any camp. He'll take the entire game if he has to. And that's something very beautiful. Another thing to mention, in my opinion, is we have not seen Collapse yet out of his, trifecta, Magnus, Tide, Mars, where he's incredible on these heroes. And he's getting them every game. So he got the mag now again, which means, in my opinion, Team Spirit is going to be in their comfort zone. They have so many cool strategies, so many cool lanes. They understand how to fight around these heroes better than any team in the tournament.
And I think you're spot on with the read that you guys have about Leshrac, because they're just banning to protect their mid Leshrac, right? We see the Lina coming out, the Invoker, and even now an Antimate. I mean, I don't know if that protects a Snowball. But when you have this hero, I think you pretty much want to play for nothing to save time. I think that's what has found LGD a lot of success in this tournament. And God, like, you know, they're not diverting so much from their West. They think this is the strongest hero for them, but they're adding on to that strategy.
There's something I think very important to mention is that, you know, the second phase, how it's going to go down. And like Team Spirit will have to pick the hero that's going to be kind of the pivotal hero. Like they don't want to show, and then they're going to start counter picking. And it is interesting for LGD to show the Leshrac that early, because no matter what, first pick cannot protect the mid matchup. You know, Team Spirit can just delay the mid pick for as long as they want to. In this case, LGD is like, you know what? We're committing to this with Leshrac. We don't think it's countered. Or maybe they think it's only countered by Lina and Invoker that can match the pace of what Wiz Leshrac can apply to a game. And now it's like they're happy. No matter what Team Spirit is holding for the 18 or the 24 pick, for the mid lane, it does not matter.
Does that mean you think that Team Spirit should pick their mid out of the phase just so that they don't reveal anything more about the draft? Or
it makes a lot of sense. Yeah. There's always arguments for both. Like if you want to, depends on how you enjoy playing Dota sometimes, depends on what types of players you have on your team. If you see the mid matchup, theoretically, of course, there's many arguments for revealing your mid matchup or trying to address this and have a stronger win condition if that's what you're going for on your carry. There's also another way where it's like, yeah, you love your mid laner so much that you're going to pick your carry hero and make sure that this Leshrac is mid and make sure there's no bamboozling happening and he gets the last pick win condition or timing condition or whatever it might be. It all depends. If you pick anti-mage is out, but if you pick some carry hero here and you say nothing can beat it in the game, it makes a lot of sense too because you want your mid guy to stabilize the game and he needs to have a really good start. Like the better the start, the better because you're going to need him very early.
Could this be Shaker Morph coming? Yeah, there it is. There it is. So that's one of the. So you have these combos, right, that are very hard to pick, and there's only two scenarios in which you can actually pick them. And probably that's one of the strengths of first pick is first pick has the double pick, right, the Shaker Morph.
Yes. Yeah. There's that, and also you feel like quite often with this phase you might want to commit just cause it's going to be hard to counter, and there's this and that. But don't you think this Willow was a protect pick against this?
But potentially, maybe it was even a setup for the Morph. I think, like, the way I look at it is they're trying to take the win condition away from the Mac +1, and I think Shaker Morph has a way to play fights and scale into the Mac +1, in my opinion.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. But I think I don't know if they thought about it, but Willow Bramble is one of the best abilities against the Shaker Morph. The Aghanims, you can't just roll through the fight. If there's Brambles on the ground, you instantly get pulled down. I don't know if that's what they were thinking, but I also think, like Seb said, they're maybe threatening this Morphling to come up. And if they have an answer now they trap them. Or if they feel like they have an amazing answer to this.
There's many things about why this Shaker Morph here makes a lot of sense. It's not stoppable, drafting-wise. They're picking both heroes, in the same phase. You cannot stop it. Mechanically, drafting-wise, you can't stop it. The AA cannot be picked anymore because they have shown the Bane and they have shown the Willow. Meaning, like the big counters to the Shaker Morph are kind of hard to pick for Team Spirit. It's a win condition. It's a very strong combo that scales into anything. Very powerful second phase from LGD, and that's what I think why they are the best first pick team in the tournament, because they understand the weaknesses of first pick, but most importantly, they abuse the strength of the drafting order of first pick. They're like, you cannot stop me from getting what I want, and what I want, I think it beats anything.
Yep.
So from your guys' perspective, of the two drafts, like if you were in their shoes, which draft would you actually prefer to have right now?
It's a hard pick. I kind of want to lean towards LGD, but don't know how you feel about it.
I would say LGD in a way, but at the same time, I can also see where Team Spirit is going with this. A lot of people would say that Lash, Shaker, Morph are all heroes that are good against Willow, but I see amazing Bramble value here versus the Lash, the IO. You can break the tether, you can do a lot of stuff in team fights for the Shaker and the Morph, and it's a quick lineup. The Luna is able to hit these timings where Roshan is threatened, where towers are threatened very early. And Shaker Morph, they need a lot of time. They usually don't come online until 20-something.
So I'll make the case against... so Johan is vouching for Team Spirit. I'm going to try to vouch for LGD for what they have going for them. I think they're one of the best teams in the world, understanding how to make a Leshrac scale also through the Leshrac shard. They have abused that in the online tournaments prior to TI. And now this Shaker, plus the Morph, plus the Lesh and the shards, like the scaling, the stun, AoE stuns in the team fight later, it's going to be crazy. I think they have the Wisp, Lesh, as we talked about, they're covering it so much. They ban the Invoker, they ban the Lina, they ban the Void Spirit, they ban the Kunkka. There's going to be very few mid laners that are going to be able to deal with this Lesh running at you with the Wisp tethering to him, overcharge and whatnot. So they do have very powerful things going into the game. Of course, they have the pick-off, the map, Leshrac shoving the lanes, relocate, the Shaker threat bursting you out of fog on the map. shaker morph scaling. There's a lot going on, in my opinion, for LGD. And yet again, you look at the 5v5, you look at the lineups, and you can theorize all you want. No, you also have to keep track, and that's why drafting is such a complex thing. You have to keep track of how the lanes are going to play out. Because if Team Spirit, they destroy the laning phase, none of that matters. The game might just be over in minute 10.
So do you think they're thinking about a lane right now? Because in my head, I thought LGD, they were going to pick Rubik, right? Counter the skewer, but instead they go with a Nature's Prophet. Maybe a stronger laner into that Luna.
Very strong into the Luna Willow or Luna Bane. No matter how you look at it, this Prophet lane should be heavily LGD favored. And it complements very well what's happening. The Leshrac pressure with the Wisp, now you have treants, meaning you do get a kill, you get a tower. Prophet connects, Prophet ulti. I think it plays very well to their game. It's going to stabilize the game by, slowing down the Luna, winning the lane. It's going to connect to the Wisp and the Leshrac, and it's going to add to the global pressure on the map.
Prophet is also one of the quickest heroes, you could say, in Dota. You pick this, like you pick an Ench, you pick an Ursa. There might just be a different Dota game coming your way. You might not be allowed to play as slow or as fast as you'd hope, because this hero adds so much dimension. And yeah, I think this IO Lesh Prophet, the timings that they can hit before minute 15, they can break this game.
And we see Team Spirit, they're trying to respond a little bit to that pressure with some outspan from long range, but I'm not sure if they have enough. Like, I look at the 4 heroes from LGD side, and that collapse, it looks terrifying, honestly, onto mid, onto safe lane, anything.
I see how both teams can fight. I will still put a lot, like if you take the laning phase aside, and let's say that both teams end up with some farm and items, you have this, he's known for his skewer plays right now, and then you also have the Willow Bramble and the Puck. I think both teams can fight.
Yeah, and now we're going to hear from Sumi, who has an interview with Xiaowei about this draft.
Thank you very much, AUI and the panel. I'm here with Xiaoba from PSG LGD, the coach. A lot of people were expecting your team to play a different team in grand finals. Did you prepare at all for Team Spirit?
很多人都觉得你们决赛对战的是另外一支队伍，你对 Spirit 有做准备吗？
我们昨天晚上已经把2个队的数据和资料就全部研究开会讨论了。
We've already studied and analyzed both teams' stats last night.
They are very, very prepared. All right. Many people have also said that Collapse's Magnus has led to many of Team Spirit's wins. How does the team feel about Magnus? Are they afraid or are they ready?
很多人也觉得 Spirit 的3后卫他的梦马就非常厉害，也是他们夺得胜利的关键。你们会担心这个英雄吗？
我们有想过他们拿猛犸这个英雄，就是全是在我们意料之中。
We've already thought of them picking Magnus, so it's all in our plans.
It is all in PSG LGD's plans, and we will see as we go into Game 2 of PSG LGD versus Team Spirit. Lurkle and Trent, take it away.
Thank you so much, Sumi. And yes, Trent, we are here. They're prepped and ready. A very confident sounding coach for LGD. How are you feeling right now about this matchup?
I don't know. Everyone thought that every other team was going to be ready for Team Spirit the whole way through, right? Constantly doubting them, thinking they weren't going to make it, and constantly giving Collapse these big heroes that they just discussed, like the Magnus. So we'll see. Game 1, they weren't ready. Maybe Game 2, they've got a solution.
It's going to be so interesting to watch. I feel like this team has really just ridden off the back of the momentum that they've gained from the very early goings in the group stages, and they haven't looked back once. The thing that I'm really interested to watch for is if they can keep that up. Like, I feel like sometimes when you get in these huge matchups and you go up one game, Team Spirit now there, you can sense the victory coming, and I want to see if they can keep up that same carefree attitude we've seen from them so far.
Just playing Dota, just having fun with each other.
Yeah.
Surely that, that's got to feel like at some point you've got to be thinking like, oh, are we going to win, guys?
Is this actually going to happen?
Are we doing this?
It's crazy. But we'll see if it ends up happening here as mmmra spots out a couple of those treants that are trying to get a little bit of vision. So interesting things to watch for in this as far as a laning matchup is concerned. We'll see where that Nature's Prophet ends up at and how much pressure they can put on. Very annoying hero to deal with in the early goings.
Yeah, very much a discussion of timings really throughout all the games today. I feel like we're finding that one team seems to have a very clear, we want to do this at 20 minutes. And the other team's like, we just want to hang out and kind of scale.
Oh, Xingqiu going to have to back out there on the Shaker. And 3 bounty runes again for Team Spirit, just like last game.
I will say, I believe this game that LGD had a very good idea of what was going on. I think they completely saw that puck pick coming. I think they banned around the fact that, like, yeah, that's going to be left in. We're okay with that. It's a go-to hero versus the Morphling. I wouldn't say they're really surprised. Charles Tokyo, obviously an amazing player, but, the puck not exactly one of the ones that's been, popping off the rampages here for Team Spirit.
True enough.
those spirits tend to scale just like a little bit more, and you kind of lack that a bit on the puck.
It'll be something to watch for, though, if he can make those good rotations, as obviously the Nature's Prophet on Faith Beyond can also move into multiple different lanes. So we'll keep our eyes on it. And like you said, I think both drafts have like a very clear identity behind them, right? You got this Magnus that's going to start off the fights occasionally after the puck comes in. You've got the Morph Shaker as a potential danger later on. But it is, of course, going to be played on that support Shaker this time. So we'll see if he can get into the items at the same timing we've seen for the cores.
Yeah, it certainly seemed like PSG LGD were very much ready for that, right? The Dark Willow came out, and then right away they're just like, yeah. We saw that earlier. We know you want the Morph from the Willow. We're taking the Morph from the Shaker. It's pretty good too, but yeah, the support Shaker hasn't worked out as well. So, a little bit close there, but Ame's all right.
He's going to be able to dodge away from that one. You could see here also a nice little interrupt on the pull-through that came through, and Faith Beyond steps over to the side. This, of course, sets up some free farm for the Luna. Normal laning shenanigans and the power that you have as Bane in these early goings.
Yeah, it's frustrating for the Bane too, because like you're so used to being able to dominate a lot of situations as Bane, while Miposhka now actually trapped in by a Fisher with the Treants on top of him.
A lot of damage out there onto this poor old Bane. Can they run him down? A couple more hits is all they need. Not quite able to get that last right click, and Miposhka with the brain sap and the runaway. Xinqiu still might be able to run him down. That boots advantage,
he's not careful.
All
right,
no.
good choice, Xinqiu. Good choice.
Keeps it safe that time.
But yeah, I mean, Bane, obviously you're used to trading favorably and having answers to like someone trying to pull your wave. But with the Nightmare and the Treants being there, they actually have some counterplay here to like trying to set up for plays as well in the lane. So it's a good pick for the Prophet.
Allows him to play that much more freely. But you can see that Luna already off to a hot start. 11-2 right there in the top lane is down bottom. Y gonna take one little punch there from the Dark Willow, and a Fissure block off on the other side, but not within that tower range. So we'll be able to get away with some extra damage. Tango, as well as the Quelling Blade through, and he's fine.
That's a nice Fissure, though. Yeah. That's a pretty good chunk of damage on him there, just the harass. Only has a single Tango left. No salves currently on Miposhka. So, you know that Courier, makes the call, brings him up, and it's going to be running with a salve in that top lane now. So if there's any chance here for LGD to score a kill, it might be sooner rather than later.
Too true. Got to look for that opening. Down bottom.
Really trying to pressure, too. They keep pump faking this Fissure up top.
I mean, if you catch him on the wrong side of it, it's going to be a ton of damage out with those Treants. But even without it, right? Just the one Fissure and a couple punches from Faith Beyond, he hits really hard. They will be bringing over that Courier now. Miposhka needs to make sure this one does not get sniped by Xinqiu.
Hopefully you're not losing it to a Shaker.
Yeah, true enough.
But this bottom lane, lots of harass being spammed out here from mmmra and Collapse as well. But it's a Morphling, it's an IO. Morphling in itself a very frustrating hero to lane versus due to the regen mechanics and the ability to morph strength and agi, but comboed up with an IO, it's pretty rough trying to get a kill. But Morph players, they tend to go for some of these overextensions, so maybe he'll get a bit greedy there.
Right, and even, just the pressuring and forcing him to switch over attribute shift, it makes it a little bit harder for the Morph to last hit. So it's not all bad, as Xinqiu is going to make that big move over underneath the ward and going to steal away the small camp. How many does he get? Not a ton, but nothing to say. Able to sneak a few as well.
All right, interesting stuff there. It does sacrifice the top water room potential there. Well, I say that, actually. Miposhka
moves in. Toronto, Tokyo. Going to be able to pick up this water rune and maybe get some extra pressure onto Xinqiu. Jumps forward, and there's the first blood. Toronto, Tokyo draws it.
Well done by Miposhka. Like, not even just, he basically baited out that rune, right? Let Xinqiu coming a little bit too close, get the first blood for Team Spirit, and they're off to a hot start in game 2 after already surprising pretty much everyone by going up one game. I mean, I agree. I thought their draft was better last game, but, we just keep wondering, like, how long will the magic last with this team?
It does seem like just an unbelievably improbable run. To think that this team came all the way through in the qualifiers, we're down 2-1 in that series against Empire, and now up one game against the, odds-on favorites.
Oh,
this collapse, skewer, pull back. They do some good damage there on Ame, but he will not be under too much pressure of losing his life. He's going to get the deny. A little cheeky there. I like to see it from the Morph.
That's a Morph player. That's what that is right there. And, nothing to say. Maybe not a Pango player. I have some theories, guys. I mean, that was his, as far as I could find, mind you, I looked pretty quickly, that was his second professional Pango match.
Yeah.
Now, they played a lot of Pango when he wasn't available to play for PSG LGD. And, of course, Coach Xiao or Chava stepping in
playing a masterful Pango. You know, he did really well, and we've had this discussion of like how he sort of controls the macro game to help these players, so they can think more about their own heroes and their own item builds, and they have a clear identity of like what I'm supposed to do in this game. But if you're not experienced on the hero, that formula doesn't work so well.
True enough.
But he's got a Leshrac now. Much better hero for nothing to say.
Very comfortable. Comfy time for nothing to say. And so far, he's doing fairly well. The early first blood onto Toronto Tokyo giving that puck the advantage as another stack up on those camps. And now, trying to scout for these runes. Miposhka just within vision there, and Nightmare. It's going to use a lot of mana there. And Toronto Tokyo gets the haste down bottom, so a little bit of luck and a little bit of good rotations, helping out Team Spirit.
Yeah, even threatening to have the TP in there, Miposhka will be all right, and actually just starts going right back on the aggressive. Will only catch a sentry though, no obs taken away there. So we heard a lot of discussion actually last game from Insania talking about like the power runes and the strength you're going to have from that right here, and especially for a puck, a hero that's really capable of trying to abuse that, because you want to be making these early rotations with the Dream Coil. And it looks like not going to secure another kill there.
Yeah, I think it's an important point to make, is that you've got to watch so carefully on any of these other side lanes. If LGD overstep, they get a little bit close to a tower, puck could easily make that rotation and kill off a couple.
Ooh, Miposhka gets spotted on the way out here. So did sentry on the pillar, was kind of checking around, finding some wards, and then putting obs down by the Ancients. And there is a sentry here on Xingqiu, so this could be pretty painful.
Oh,
he's got it, right?
All right, they see it. That was right on the edge.
That's a huge D ward. That was a lot of time spent from Miposhka.
And at the same time, LGD going to move in and head up top. Why and nothing to say together. Are they going to try and make a kill here onto the Luna a little bit far out? And we'll see if they can connect with this one, but...
This is a tower kill gank.
Yeah.
They're ganking that tower. It's not moving. They don't have to worry about it. Luna, she's kind of fast, you know. She's got some night vision, maxed out Lunar Blessing. But the tower, it doesn't move.
True enough. They're going to move in and
next
take
hero,
this one down.
Marcy? Can she just throw the tower somewhere?
It's a possibility.
Ideas?
Dare to dream.
Okay, that went down really fast.
Yeah, this is a problem potentially. The early group up right there, and the fact that you can't really contest it at all. Yadoro heads back into the jungle to farm up his medium camp.
Look at Miposhka. He actually got spotted there. He did step in vision for a moment. And a correctly drawn line here from Y, I believe, is to his current path.
But they did get down that ward. We'll see if that one gets taken away by LGD. As down bottom, able to go for the RP now, connecting on to Ame, but I don't know if this is going to translate into a kill.
No, they don't think so, at least. They're not.
Skewer.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, they bring in the IO as well, and that's going to be more than enough. Ame backs away perfectly fine.
Miposhka's just like, can I get something done here? You know, my wards. Getting a little D-ward in here, just roaming around. You know, it's actually Y, who's well known for being such a roamer, but on this IO having to play a little bit closer to his ally.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a change-up in styles there. We saw a bunch of that rotation going on in the last game from him, as Miposhka, on his Bane, finds another courier kill.
Yeah, for Y, despite being a 5-player, he actually gets often categorized by like some of the information scrapers in Dota as a roaming hero. We've been told by some of our stats people, just because he spends so much time going between the lanes.
It's Ame, Collapse, facing off with each other. And just the focus right now on the farm, stacking up the camps. Ame again moves up to come and contest this, and Collapse, I don't know if they're really going to be able to do all that much to stop him. Very interesting, but Fissure up top. Now the follow-up, looking for it. Faith Beyond there as well, and this is going to be a kill.
That's a pretty stark difference to the 3 heroes stalking the Radiant carry. You know, they got to get this kill, right?
They got to get something here, that's for sure. Miposhka's waiting off to the side. Nightmare down, a couple punches, but they bring in the IO, trade off that Nightmare. And that's going to be more than enough for the moment, but why? Also dropping low, not low enough. Instead, they turn, find Collapse. One more touch is not enough with Faith Beyond. TPing in, they might be able to find him here.
That was the trusty shovel, keeping him alive.
Yeah, heading down to the south. TP is available, but Collapse in some trouble. Does the Spirit connect? Ugh, not quite going to be on the mark. He gets out.
Trusty shovel indeed. Up top, nothing to say. Zoning back Toronto Tokyo as he kind of came into a vein on the Ancients, but the pressure will stay in the bottom lane. We already saw how quickly that top tower went down. No point slowing down here for PSG LGD.
It's interesting though, right? Because you can see that this is a dynamic that we've seen multiple times throughout this tournament. You have Team Spirit with a little bit of a lead, even though it's LGD that are taking down more of the towers. Just that stacking up farming mentality we're seeing from Spirit right here.
And look at the treants put out here. They're watching for Toronto Tokyo, right?
Yeah.
Because they know that everything's on this Dream Coil. That's by far the easiest way for them to initiate. So you just fan out your units like that from Faith Beyond. And unless they're going to smoke in, you're going to catch that puck.
And instead, they're going to find the Dream Coil towards the mid lane, trying to take down this Lech. Do they have enough? Yes. Toronto Tokyo picks up that kill. And with that, a 3,000 gold lead this early on for Team Spirit.
Bit of a theme, I feel like, from these two games from PSG LGD. Ame did a similar thing last game on the Ursa, where he kind of stayed in an area which seems like, surely, you know, like you're in trouble, you know?
Right.
He ended up dying on the Ursa in the top lane. And this time, you know, at least they got a favorable trade. They took a tower after that, which I think was part of the plan for PSG LGD, but they were able to zone back on that bottom tower, shove the wave back out, and now even Collapse running in behind the tower, checking for a courier and everything down here. They're not willing to just, like, you know, give you the, like, take the kill and then just give you the tower. They're able to defend after as well.
All right.
Okay, but now that pressure is coming mid.
Mira, they're going to get onto the Brambles. Thought about that RP, but calls it off afterwards. And again, nothing to say in the mid lane, starting to push down this tier 1 tower with Xingqiu in tow. And why? They'll get it. It's so interesting to me, right? Because you think about traditionally what people think of these styles of play, and Team Spirit definitely going the more farming route in this one. You saw there for a second the last hits that Yatoro has. 135 compared to the 69 of Ame.
Yeah. Oh, Yatoro actually spotted out here, but they're not going to have anything in time to catch. But that also comes back to just the idea of punishing that Dream Coil, right? It was used. You killed me. All right, congratulations. But I'm a Leshrac. I don't have any cooldowns. When I respawn, I'm coming right back. I'm taking that tower. But as you said, the timing's like PSG LGD Y has said before, like, we love picking for scale. We like to be very balanced. We're comfortable going late because we think we make better decisions at that point in the game. And even though this is a pretty fast lineup from PSG LGD, it does have some late game tools, right? The Morph Shaker, of course, if you get to that, can really go against anything at this point.
It is a little bit terrifying. You're not wrong. Actually queuing up the Dragon Lance right now on Ame. So obviously you could maybe disassemble that later and build it into the Axe if he wants.
Yeah, we see that a lot versus the Luna, because it makes like a really nice little matchup, right? Where she's kind of got this like zone that you're trying to play out of and kite her just a little bit, gives you that tank ability versus all this magic damage there too. Really balanced item to start out with.
So Team Spirit nursing that 2K gold lead, as on the other side, LGD trying to keep the pressure onto these buildings. Up top, nothing to say is there. The 4 points in Edict forces out the glyph.
Wow, that was a pretty easy glyph to get, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Didn't have to commit that hard at all. I mean, Collapse had already TP'd up there too, so I can imagine they'd like to go for another one soon. And as we approach, you know, sort of past the laning stage, we start thinking, you know, how's the Roche looking this game? They could take it relatively early, right? You get an early DD with this lineup with Nature's Prophet and Morphling. They might opt for it.
And look at this movement in before the Blink Dagger on Shaker. Oh, Nightmare by Maposhka to dodge the stun, but Yatoro's still in some trouble as they run him down. It was good, but it wasn't good enough.
Toronto Tokyo's coming, but they are too tanky. I mean, you see these stacked up heroes, maybe you're, you know, sort of thinking about going in for the Dream Coil, but it's a bit too much. They're just so tanky right now.
And instead, they try and find a pick off here. Nothing to say. The rest of his friends a little ways away. Xingqiu making the move over. They're going to get the Terrorize. That's going to get the Tether Snap. And afterwards, the ulti coming from Willow, but nothing is taking the regen from Y. Keeping his core player alive.
With the wand, with the IO, this early hood into the Eternal Shroud as well. They're going to have some issues bringing down this Leshrac without the Luna being there.
Yeah, I mean, you just get blown up like that. I mean, obviously a great Nightmare dodge of the stun that came in, but in the end, you need to get that BKB online, as we've seen time and again, and Yatoro trying to get towards it now. As LGD starting to cut a little bit into this lead here. And also getting a little bit of free time right now for Ame to farm up.
Yeah, I think Toronto Tokyo is starting to just think about like his role in this game, what he can do. You know, Puck obviously pretty versatile in terms of the builds. Thinking about an early Aeon disc here. And we'll have to get out of this one. Even go for the a TP in there. Very nice play to even preempt that by blinking somewhere else for the TP. Could have set something up there. They also have the Orchid ready on this push here. So with the relocate in 5 seconds, everyone can be top lane right now for PSG LGD. For Team Spirit, they don't see very much. I mean, they're rotating a lot of heroes to that bottom lane. I think they just have to go for the counter push.
Yeah, there's no other play really. And they have a glyph still on LGD as well.
They need this Blink Dagger on Collapse before they can defend.
It's going to be too much too quickly otherwise. And you can see getting very close. Collapse just going to farm up the rest of these camps here. Well, bottom, Team Spirit trying to pressure that in.
Toronto Tokyo, he's got the Veil.
Okay.
He's got the Blink.
He's thinking.
How bold is he?
This guy's crazy. We've seen it time and again, and Faith Beyond shows up.
He just wants the creeps. That's all he's going for here.
Oh, Faith Beyond spots him. The silence is there. That's the Orchid reveal, and he is mega dead.
Yeah, he's really greedy. Yeah, it turns out. Oh, you know, you got a full creep wave. That's quite a bit of gold, too.
True.
But almost a certainty when you go over that play.
This does stop the backdoor protection, though. So this is going to stay alive a little bit longer, forcing LGD in this area for a bit. But eventually it will fall.
And already Faith Beyond back to that bottom lane to just push that back out, too. So very well orchestrated there from PSG LGD. But the courier, it holds the key. Ice Frog, little courier, delivering a blink dagger to Collapse. So, you know, he's got a few more things queued up there you guys might have seen already in this tournament. The Shard, the Force Staff. He's made a couple plays. Perhaps some highlight reel ones.
He's been absolutely spectacular.
I think he needs a couple more this game.
True enough. Not if LGD have anything to say about it. They've also had a few highlights at times. And playing on that Earthshaker with the Morphling, you just know that there's pain coming if they're left to free farm in this one.
That's really the worst part of just staying in the upper bracket. Less highlights, you know, less games to play.
True enough, yeah.
Especially when you crush your opponent so hard, and then finally being challenged now by Team Spirit.
They're up one game again. Cinderella story that hasn't died yet. And seeing if it can continue on here in this game number 2. The BKB is done. Taking a look at a few of these other items around the map. Collapse has that blink done. Xingqiu getting closer to his, has it completed as well now. So all of the big fighting items online.
That's a bit frightening. It feels so good because, like, obviously as the offlaner, you got to get these like earlier items, get Bracer, got a mech, and then you get your blink dagger. When you're playing as a support, you just got that one thing you're striving for, and it's kind of unfortunate when they match up like that because, like, now it feels like your offlaner can actually play, but Xingqiu, like, this is an excellent counter initiation to have right now. With the way that their lineup's kind of set up, like, he can just lurk for so long. He can just wait on the side, and what kind of vision is going to catch him, right? Maybe an orb. Maybe you can take a fight at night like this and have the advantageous vision.
Oh, but the skewer back immediately onto nothing to say, but he's going to live through that. Nice jump out there. Xingqiu saving the day even under that ward.
I mean, they have relocate, they have Fisher.
Yeah, they were super ready.
That is a tough one, but at least the relocate gets burnt, right?
Yeah.
So that is something for them, but immediately into the Roche.
Oh, and LGD gonna make a bit of a sneaky play here. Did Team Spirit know that this is going on?
Where's your DD, guys?
They're gonna have to push. I mean, this is down to about half HP now. Team Spirit, it's really well covered by the vision of LGD as well, but they're gonna smoke up now. Can they get there in time? Aegis, it's super low now. They pull back onto Xingqiu, gonna try and take him down first. And they will get that kill, but it comes at the cost of the Aegis on Ame. No leaving it in the pit this time for any other teams.
No.
For IG, everybody knows.
At the very least, you do get yourselves a kill from that, but surely still happy, you know, Xingqiu. That's basically an exchange. Sometimes you trade a Roche for a tower. Sometimes someone on your team just needs to go and kind of feed to block out the smoke. And in this case, that was just a small feed to help things out here. So another game where, like, the kills have also stayed pretty low.
True.
From game 1 and game 2. Feels like teams are being very picky about their engagements.
So much on the line. It's incredibly tense for these teams. And I'm again, you start to wonder how much the pressure is going to be affecting these plays. We'll have to keep our eyes out for it for sure. But Ame with the Aegis, another 4 minutes with this. And I believe this is going to be the Manta coming out pretty soon for him as well. He can start to play with a little bit more freedom here, potentially.
And currently they already have amazing vision in the top lane. You can see this ward just been staying on the high ground here. About a quarter of its duration left. Nothing to say. Feels confident enough to be up there. They already control the outpost since they took that tier 2 so early. Team Spirit, again, just forced to try and hold on and try and build everything up into Yadoro this game. Does, of course, have this buffed up carry mentality that we've been working towards in this main bracket event for pretty much every team. You're going to have the empowered Luna. But, you know, it's not the wolf fight. It's not the tiny. So Yadoro got to do some heavy lifting here.
Potentially, they have a Nightmare and then the walkaway. They actually relocate into this one.
There's relocate. There's Nature's Prophet. You know, it's very scary. If you don't have that really quick burst, you don't really want to take it right now for Team Spirit. But they forced out some rotations at the very least. They got to try and hold this tower, I think, or else this really wasn't worth it.
No IO save this time, though. That's the danger of the relocate. Nothing to say outside of vision. They don't see him. Now they do. The pullback going to be able to get that skewer. The vision not quick enough. and nothing to say goes down, now looking for more. Ame has to be careful, XinQ there as well. Oh,
ooh,
but
nice.
Ame with the waveform through it. Brilliant play.
Has
Aeon afterwards. Now the chase, looking for more. Can they control? Do they have enough for the kill? The Terrorize comes out, but he got the strength form off. Faith Beyond jumps away. The skewer back onto 2, and the RP, oh, collapsed it into him again.
And look, they're just surrounding him. There's no chance to help. You have the Io, you have the shaker, but
there is nothing else left in the tank there for Ame, although trying to TP out, but the stun comes through right at the end. And LGD, another triple kill for Yatoro. And Y will manage to escape from that one, but a huge win for Spirit here in game number 2.
That is massive. Oh, what an amazing defense. And Collapse does it twice in the fight with the skewers, catching nothing to say. Like, you know, you talk about this idea with like the Aegis and like, what are you supposed to do with this Aegis? Are we supposed to push towers? Is that the goal right now? So, you know, should it be on the Morphling? You know?
Right.
Doesn't he kind of feel like the harder target to get in the first place, and instead you're sort of hanging nothing to say out to dry? Like, he gets one skewer and there was no chance to save him.
Yeah, I mean, again, part of that is also the decision to stick around after that relocate was used, because that's probably part of their idea behind it.
Yeah, I mean, that's your easiest long-range save, right?
Unreal. 5-6. And Team Spirit playing just absolutely great Dota.
I'm sensing a smoke up Echo Slam here soon. You know, this is what you do. You lost your Aegis, and you're like, okay, guys, this is fine. This is fine. Group up. We're going to smoke. We've got our other tools back. Let's go dunk on some people.
XinQ so often has been the answer and the playmaker for this LGD lineup. Whether it's the Snapfire or this Earthshaker, whatever it is that he's playing, he's making the big moves. So, 21 minutes in now, and Arrow continues to farm. I mean, this is the thing that's really scary, right? Like, how many times have we seen these Lunas just get completely out of control and then just walk high ground with an Aegis? And now it also feels like they have some of those tools with the Blinks Online to actually win those Aegis fights as well.
Yeah, sometimes they don't leave that high ground. It just takes one sort of mounting up there and it's over. Part of the reason why they can be a little bit patient here for Team Spirit, but patience, you know, that's not something they're very well known for.
Scary. Invis. And then the smoke up afterwards. Team Spirit looking on the hunt. But LGD, sensing danger coming their way, will retreat out. Just
is he going to horn toss him again, Lyrical? Don't tell me he's going to horn toss him again.
Oh my god, he got him again, Trent! They did it to him as they find the pickoff. Collapse, you're too good.
What a smell.
Unreal.
Oh, they're so good at just finding that one kill and like waiting for this timing too of just this. Oh, they caught him on the zip.
They pull him back in afterwards. Why? In some trouble. Skewer a little bit off the mark, but the Brambles are there for round 2 of it. Team Spirit, they came to play on finals day, taking down Secret, now looking to go up 2-0 in the series against LGD.
Meanwhile, Faith Beyond at least, you know, getting something back, right?
Yeah,
go grab that outpost, get it, but man, losing the Roche into just like taking over the map right now for Team Spirit. They're just having fun. That's what they say, right? Do they look like they're having fun?
They do.
Well, Voshka looks like he's having fun. For someone who's playing Bane, that's as much fun as your face gets, I think. You know?
They're on top of it. Killing it. And we'll see now if LGD can pull this back. I mean, again, we've talked so much about the effect that pressure has in this lineup. In a lot of ways built to try and just win the Aegis. Not a whole lot else is going to be acceptable for them and the sort of standards that they set for themselves. 5-8.
I love how you see the sentry they put outside the base too, because I had the same thought. I'm just like, where was that wart? Like, how did this Magnus do that? You know, and just nothing. They're just Collapse is just too good. He just feels it. He just goes. At the very least, yeah, it's a lot of sentries.
They're all over the place.
And, you know, that's because they also have the gem, I believe, still, on Toronto, Tokyo. So they know that they're in trouble when it comes to the vision game, and so you get into this place where you're just kind of spamming them everywhere. And IO, you know, you heard our lovely draft panel as well as Insania talking about like the sustain and everything, and Insania pointed out just like how much more valuable that healing is on the earlier end, right? You know,
yes.
About trying to get as many of these mechs and these holy lockets as early as you can in the game, and when you have to spend on sentries, that can be a bit tough. But at the same time, you have a Shaker on your team, so you're making a sacrifice in terms of the goal to ensure that Blink Dagger is going to be there. Unfortunately, they haven't really gotten much out of the Shaker. A couple nice saves, but XinQ's still waiting for his big moment.
And it's tough, right? Because you have to sort of go in and make that chaos happen first with the rest of the heroes on LGD, and specifically Nothing to Say. And he's built all these items to try and stay alive. The Eternal Shroud, going for the Halberd, now into the Plate Mail. And it has just not been able to be enough to keep him alive against the big plays from Collapse. MVP in this game too.
And now, it's nighttime once again. So what do? We smoke. You got night vision, right? You have the advantage there. They're gonna have to rely on the treants from Faith Beyond if they want to get some of these plays out. That is the vision that they have at night. But the edge certainly belongs to Team Spirit.
Absolutely. As they move up onto the high ground, XinQ feels like he's safe, but they drop down the ward right away. XinQ manages to get out of there, has that shard to create that separation. But again, a ward dewarded and taken away vision from LGD.
They're just going to do the sweeping motion here, right? They actually scanned ahead to see if he could blink in there. He's checking the high ground.
Yeah.
Collapse wants this so bad.
He's ready. He feels the moment, dude. He is so on top of it. Waiting for the vision.
Nothing to say, he's going so far back. He's like, no.
He knows. Fool me. Oh my god, that was close. Fissure afterwards. They're sensing it. They back out of their
he
time.
is feeling it today.
Came close there.
I mean, that's what's so cool about the spell, though, is that you can just fish.
Yeah.
You know? Sometimes you're not going to catch anything. Sometimes you get yourselves the big old whale.
You know what's also so interesting about this? Like, those two outposts are still held by LGD. They're keeping so much pressure on the map by LGD, and Team Spirit, it doesn't look like they're that interested in trying to take it back. They're just looking for those kills now.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, it's going to be a very long Roche spawn, because that's kind of what they're playing for right now for Team Spirit, right? It's just like, we don't want to rush anything. We just need one more good fight. We're going to clear up this entire base with our Luna, and we want the Roche for that. So they're going to be trying to control around the pit. Someone's going to sit in there. They're going to wait. They're going to be very disappointed for 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
There you go.
And that's just time for PSG LGD. So what can we stall for here is the question. Shiva's coming out relatively soon for nothing to say, but the Aghanims, that's what we're stalling for. So whenever you get in trouble as a Morphling, you look to say, how good is Manag's game is it? And it's like, oh yeah, right, we picked Morph Shaker. So we do have that going.
That's going to be the big window that they're looking for. Only 2 points in Enchant Totem right now for that Shaker. But can still be devastating with all the lockdown that you get.
Now, interesting things that we're going to have to watch during that, though, will be the fact that it's the Aeon Disc on the puck, right? So they're going to be looking to catch and chain and even just try and, like, go through that stats resistance while it's actually active on Toronto Tokyo and just try and, like, keep chaining him down because he's not going to have the BKB. And then after that, we also know that Collapse, he really likes these kind of cheeky items, right? He doesn't like BKB. You've seen the plays this guy's making.
There's the Aeon Disc out. Toronto Tokyo not concerned, just blinks away after the Aeon Disc is procced. And also getting that D-ward again.
So the question will be, when they come high ground, you know, will you find this big Morph Shaker play? Are you going to catch these heroes without the immunity that they need to survive what is obviously a pretty terrifying duo of heroes?
Faith Beyond shows for a second. Collapse, looks for an opening, sees him there. There's an opening, the horn toss, the pullback with Skewer, and immediately gets the kill. Nothing is free, not even pushing out a wave.
That's the kind of punish that you need. I mean, they felt pretty free on this map, right? Because they are moving around as a single unit for Team Spirit, right? And that's why we're spotting some of these heroes just like Faith Beyond's randomly in a spot, pushing on a wave, nothing to say. That's why they were able to control the outposts for so much longer than you might expect, considering the situation that Team Spirit was in. But the punishes are free, and so they will go back once more for a disappointing look inside the Roche pit, and then wait another 30 seconds, and then they'll go back and do it again.
But look at this. They have that Aghanim Scepter done on the Morphling now. Puck also just finishing an Aghanim Scepter and has an Arcane Rune bottled.
They're like sending in Y first. Just these slow movements in. Ready to tether back off Sentry. It's going to catch both.
They have vision right away.
They know they're there.
Collapse. Oh, he doesn't go for it.
We've seen them go into these trees so many times.
Collapse.
I would not be surprised.
He's thinking about it. XinQ is back there.
Oh, they're just baiting out.
Yeah, they're waiting on it. And Faith Beyond, in the meantime, farming on the other side.
The Radiant, they scanned that pit there to no success. They're going to send in the Treants, though. So, PSG LGD, they're in the know. They've got the Morphling with the Aghanims, with the Shaker, and a team that really wants the Roche. They have a plan.
This could be LGD's comeback here. Can they make it happen, though?
And how long can you sort of like control and force the focus of Team Spirit to be here, and what are you gaining on the rest of the map? I mean, again, they're fanning out a bit here, and you have the global teleportation up in 10 seconds for Faith Beyond. Yeah, you have Ame just farming the Dire Ancients right now, so...
Are they going to give up this
There go the
Roche?
Treants. I mean, they know they're in there right now. I highly doubt they just give this up for free.
Yadaro is still inside here. They're moving over now. Faith Beyond getting some Treants out. Starting to move into position. They're going to lay down these brambles.
They're actually doing this so slow that maybe PSG LGD are just kind of fine with this.
Are they really going to give up Roche for this, though?
I think they just can't get into position, right? I mean, they don't have the best vision around the area. They actually see absolutely nothing right now. So, I mean, they know they're in there. They've sent in the treants. But again, how do you get that initiation when, you know, you're so reliant on, you'd rather just fight on the high ground at this point.
All right, well, LGD give that one up. We'll see if that comes back to haunt them later, as mmmra is going to push out this lane up top. Faith Beyond very close. And they're going to have to deal with their lanes, because this is one thing that's definitely beneficial for LGD is their split push potential. Faith Beyond, BKB with that Orchid. XinQ shows up. Yadoro up on the high ground, nothing to say there as well. They have great vision on Team Spirit, and now showing in the lane. They're thinking about going, they pull him back in, and he is done. Can they go for any more now? They have full control onto the Luna, but Luna just walks away. Living yet again.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's thinking about, like, is there a buyback play there? Because that's a pretty bold sentry to place down.
On just like that, Team Spirit with Aegis in hand. Faith Beyond could maybe go for a play there, but Toronto Tokyo not showing himself, has the boots of travel to join with the rest of the team.
Right? They had the ward near the base. They actually saw that Ame was moving over here.
Oh, man. This would be such a huge pickup if they can get him.
The spider legs.
Walking in, they get him with the horn toss, chasing down for more. Ame's done. Team Spirit, everywhere they go, people die.
It's the ward game, you know? Just spots them heading over there. That ward near the base. Lets them know. Fire. They chase it down, and now they go up. Will they leave is the real question. There is a glyph available for the Radiant.
True enough. They walk up high ground, and Yadoro going to start beating away, laying claim to this area. In the meantime, Faith Beyond's going to try and push up that top side, but they catch him right away with the glyph. Collapse, pulls him back in, breaks the coil. Team Spirit, they're just playing too clean today. LGD need more. They don't have buyback on this Morphling. They can't get 2 racks at the very least on the side of Spirit, but I mean,
do you need 2 racks?
I don't know. That's a good question. Well, maybe Faith Beyond is actually starting to take this one down. Now the jump in. There's the BKB. Faith Beyond still has that Orchid available, but the turn off to the side. Oh, great Orchid to interrupt, and that will be enough to get him out.
That was really well done with the BKB TV. It's like there's one answer, right?
Yeah.
Finds in there with the Orchid, so well done indeed. He will at least take a tier 3, so that's something, but of course, there's still lots of time. You know, 2.5 minutes for a Luna to just run back to your base. She's pretty fast.
You're not wrong about that one, and can start pressuring down these other towers. There's no more glyph either. Do Team Spirit want to make another run at this with the Aegis? They're just so far ahead already. 10k gold. It does not look particularly close.
Yeah, the boots of travel there from Toronto Tokyo, so he's just able to push out this bottom lane. He can be there in a flash too, trying to match some of this global capability that's there from PSG LGD, but they're still waiting for their shining moment of Morph Shaker. They are in this game, believe it or not.
Just haven't had an opening. Satanic now done too for the Luna.
Couriers just flying in everywhere, dropping off all these new items to Team Spirit.
I mean, Yadoro's almost 10k gold up on the next hero on the enemy team. LGD just don't have an answer for this Luna, particularly with the Aegis. And it looks so free for him. This is the path to victory for Spirit to go up 2-0 over LGD.
They got to guard this wave that's with them, though. Faith Beyond has caught the next one. They're scanning that he's actually still there, so he's going back Toronto Tokyo. He's going to try and hunt down Faith Beyond.
Oh, and off to the side. They get the vision. Tries to chase him down there. There's the silence. The coil afterwards still hits pretty hard on Faith Beyond, but with collapse in the area, they're going to break the coil and kill off the Prophet.
How fast does he need to buy back is the question.
Oh, man.
Can they actually like force it here? I mean, it's going to be a while for the lanes, right? That's kind of why you're able to sacrifice your life sometimes on Nature's Prophet. I don't think they can punish this simply by the speed at which creeps walk. So there'll be a little bit more time now for LGD. But what are you gaining in this time? You know, there's going to be a Scotty done, so that is pretty huge, actually. Scotty and the Morphling versus this Luna.
And again,
the Satanic.
I mean, it's looked so one-sided partially because LGD haven't taken that fight yet, right? Like, and there's still going to be that window when they have the, you know, Ag Shaker and can go in all at once together. It's just they're waiting for that perfect fight. Still have to be careful of that one on Team Spirit. And with this Aegis, you would have to imagine it would come soon.
Well, Collapse, you know, I think he wants his perfect game here. He's the only one who hasn't died so far on Team Spirit.
Absolutely carrying out of that off lane.
No kills, too. So giving, you know? Such a charitable offlaner.
That's the way it's supposed to be, absolutely. Ooh, also, that Aether lens for the extra range. So much range on absolutely everything in this game for him. But they're gonna get set up again. Morphling sending in the courier. This one might get scouted here, and
oh, it's on the way out. Oh,
nice. With the lucid beam.
Yeah, using the lucid beam and
well
the shard.
played. That was that the Scotty? Oh
yeah,
God,
it was.
killing that Scotty.
Almost 3 minutes of no Scotty, but you know, it's okay. You know, LGD, they don't actually see enemy heroes. They just see enemy creep waves. Right? That's the goal right now.
Okay.
The creeps are the true enemy. So that's why Faith Beyond, you know, he's not up top where the heroes are. He's down bottom where the creeps are. Just keep pushing them out. Keep them away from your base.
Try and extend this as long as possible and then force Team Spirit into a bad position. And, you know, in the last couple of minutes, they caught up in terms of net worth.
You know, you look at this Morph, he just keeps climbing.
Will it be enough, though? They can make the most of this, dodge fights, and then possibly get another fight around that next Aegis. That might be their window with the BKB on Ame.
I think what's very impressive from Team Spirit is how long they have just kept this single like ball rolling around together, and they're not panicking. Because a lot of teams, it gets to this point where like it feels like you've been roaming around for so long, and like now the Aegis is gone, so people said like they fan out a bit and they farm, right?
Yeah.
Morph Shaker will punish that with relocate, you know, with a Nature's Prophet. They will find you. They will kill you if you try and go out on your own.
But with all the lanes pushed out now, Team Spirit, without that Aegis, still going to walk up and hit this a couple of times. You have 3,200 HP on Yaro as well as the Butterfly done.
And they have this ward on the high ground that LGD don't know about.
Collapse.
They have collapse.
So often, he's been the one to make those big plays. They're continuing to push in the bottom lane. LGD hoping for an overreaction from Team Spirit. As they walk up, start to hit these racks, but likewise, bottom lane is being pushed in.
They've morphed in as well, actually. He's fully committed to the Shaker.
Terrorize afterwards, caught with the fear and the horn toss to pull back. They got nothing to say.
He's so far away.
They don't have a way to get to him. He is going to die here as they get the Fiend's grip off and the eventual right click down to death.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo in the back.
Chase.
He caught one on the way
Gets
out, too.
one! Onto ZQ, he's in trouble now as well. They find themselves another pickoff potentially here. ZQ, nothing else left in the tank, falls down.
That's a nice play. Very heads up there from Toronto Tokyo, just not letting him just get away with offering up the sacrifice of the Lesh rack, you know, not just the goat. We're gonna take, what is Shaker? Cow?
There you go.
We'll take that too, yeah.
They're keeping these lanes pushed out. And this is the only thing. We've seen a couple of teams, you think back to that Quincy Crew game, they were able to keep the lanes shoved in constantly and eventually win with an all-in push. And that might have to be what we see from LGD as well. Maybe a relocate play with Morphling or something like that. Because right now,
do not say that. I won't allow it.
You won't allow
Not
it.
here. Not some DD relocate Morphling.
There's a chance. There's potentially a way. You got to be careful of your Team Spirit. With this global potential that they have on LGD, anything could happen.
The last outer tower. Now gone. PSG LGD.
Faith Beyond AC done. And Team Spirit starting to sense Roche going to be back up. 10 seconds. And with that, it could be the window to close this game out for Team Spirit.
All right, refresher or eggs? What are we getting?
I'm down for either. As it will respawn right now.
Get the eggs.
Interesting. Smoke up, though. LGD. Is this finally the fight that they feel comfortable with? They have been sitting on this Ag Shaker for so long. Or Ag's Morphling, rather, with the Shaker. BKB now done to boot.
Yeah, that's a good point, though. Maybe they get Zinq and eggs here. Yeah, that would be kind of nice.
You can see Team Spirit not comfortable just hitting away in the Roche pit. Nothing to say, walks in. Yadaro up front and center.
Jeez.
Nothing to say, they jump in. There's the control. The damage out. Mapochka's dead, buys back immediately. Yadaro turns to fight, destroys, nothing to say. They've got him, caught to the side. Ame in some trouble, hitting from the low ground. How many misses are there? It doesn't matter as they chase him down and kill him off. A great win for Team Spirit as they will find more and more. Unbelievable.
Oh, the chase continues.
Yaro just chases him down, and Echo afterwards trying to buy a little bit of space. Nothing to say, but can the kill collapse? Trying to take him down, but no, it won't happen. On the side, Toronto Tokyo will fall. With the big stun afterwards, Yanro moving in. He's big, he's bad, he's Luna trying to kill him off. The fear, the pullback, collapse, he's got him. ZQ looking dead as well as they turn and hit. Another one bites the dust, but they buy back now. On Xingqiu, Faith Beyond getting absolutely shredded. Yanro is too big as they catch him in again. The pushback, they got him caught and gonna maybe find the kill. Nothing to say, down low, dead. Another huge win, Team Spirit. They won't be denied. The horn toss catches onto Xingqiu, and Yanro just slaughter.
The way they play these fights, they're so in sync with one another. GG is called. They call it a Cinderella story. Well, if the shoe fits, wear it.
Unreal.
Good.
And we got a crowd up there. Talent, very excited for this young team's present. They have been absolutely dominant in this one. 2-0.
It's not just the fact that they won 2 games, it's the way they won these games. The patience exhibited here is not something of a young team of like, oh, we crushed the lanes and we're totally owning this game. They were patient.
Yes.
They knew their timing. They watched for the only way for PSG LGD to get back in this game, and they just blocked it out.
Unbelievable showing here from this team. The patience, the calm, cool collectedness, and now 1 game away from being able to raise that Aegis. Unreal. Very socially distanced crowd. You love to see it from them as well. So we get ready to go into this game number 3, but the man behind it all, Miposhka right there, captain, and keeping everybody with a cool head.
Yeah, well, the man behind PSG LGD. What are the options now?
I don't know.
You know, you came in, you were the favorites. Everyone expected you to be the ones up 2-0 at this point, you know, for Team Spirit to be digging deep. He's got to come up with these plans. He's been challenged now twice. He's lost said challenge. What is up for game 3?
We'll have to see as we head back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Trent and Lyrical. Yeah, this game started with us talking to Zhao, who said regarding the Magnus pick on the side of Team Spirit, it is all in our plans. And gentlemen, the plan didn't work, Tico.
I mean, so first of all, PSG, they're very aggressive early on. They're taking top tower, taking mid tower, trying to go for bot. And then you see how Spirit, they kind of shift away from that aggression. They get up some aggressive wards. Again, Miposhka, MVP in all of these games just because of his vision. My glasses are foggy. They're now gone. But then you have the ability for Spirit to bide their time. And at 20 minutes, they then just turn it up, right? They get this shard of Magnus, and they're just going fishing. As soon as they see someone, whoop, come on over. We got a pot coil. We got a bramble maze on the Willow to go for. We got an Eclipse. We got an overfarm Luna. Yeah, again. I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to nerf Toffs after this. Like, it's insane.
Well, how are you going to nerf Collapse? I think that is a little bit more short-term, because that is something, Cinderin, that I think PSG LGD is going to look to.
Yeah, I think, honestly, the most important way that that Spirit are winning the games right now is on vision. So a really big part, it looks amazing when you hit all these horn tosses, but the reason Collapse is finding them is that they find themselves in good position where they have better vision. And I think a really key part of that strategy is the Luna pick for the night vision. So, you know, I think what PSG LGD were thinking when they said they had a plan for this, you look at their draft, right? They have the relocate away from horn toss. They have a hero like Morphling who's really hard to kill in it. They have a really long-range stun from the Shaker. So they have potential ideas that could work against this. The problem is you can't be ready all the time. Like, you have an idea of where the enemy might be seeing you, but every time you're caught off guard, you get that snap pick, and they just keep building and building and building. So my suggestion going into game number 3 is I think you have to ban Magnus, and then aside from that, I think, you know, options are open, or you need to set up the draft like you did in game 1, where Magnus was actually ignored in the first phase because of the way the picks went down in that order.
Yeah, let's talk about the start of this game, Tsunami, because it felt a little bit like a repeat of the start of game 1.
Especially because it was another IO draft. Granted, it was a much more different approach to IO, but the dynamic was still quite similar. And I think the cheap initiation, both literally and figuratively, has been very, very popular over the past 6 months. We saw, like, Beastmaster's Aghanim Scepter being like, I don't need to commit to a fight. I can just toss axes from miles away. Ember Spirit has emerged to be the most popular of the spirits as of the past few months, just because if I get a slight chains, great. Otherwise, I don't really need to go in. And now we're seeing the prevalence of Horn Toss, where it's like, I'll fish for a skewer. If I don't get it, I'm already going back to my base anyway. So I think, like Sin said, if you don't think that you can get vision superiority, you're not going to beat Spirit.
No, and they didn't beat Spirit in this game to T-Gov. I want to talk about the Shaker Morph combo because that was something that we saw PSG LGD go for, and we thought, okay, you know what, they got a set draft. This is what it's supposed to do, but it didn't do what it was supposed to do.
Yeah, again, it's something that you need time with, right? Like, Morphling needs to get to a couple items plus the Axe to then really join into the game. The Shaker needs to get to his levels to enable the Morphling. Like, you need to have your own map to play. And I think PSG early on, they were really breaking down that map. They were taking these early towers, they were utilizing that Fury, and like they picked off the puck at this tier 2 siege top. Like, it looked pretty good, but it's the fact that Spirit were able to kind of shift away that kind of map movement, and they're over farming on their heroes. Like, a very small thing, and probably wasn't really noticeable, but Yotaro, like, after fights, there was like double waves coming into him. He wasn't even farming the lane. He'd go to the jungle, allow other heroes to take that farm. And it's because you have even distribution of farm to some degree, you're able to continue taking fights every single item timing. You're not waiting an extra 2-3 minutes for the Willer to get a vessel, or, you know, the Bane to get, you know, a 4-staff, whatever. It's the idea that you are being ready at all times. So it doesn't matter if you're playing against Morph Shaker, because you're going to have that 1-2 item advantage the entire game.
And the key thing for the key component for Morph Shaker is similarly, it's vision. It's about seeing the enemy team first, so you can get that fissure combination. If you, in all of these like OS Frog moments we've had in the past, you're like, man, this shit is so broken, you know? It's like out of the fog comes one fissure, then the other fissure. It's like X marks the spot, and they both jump in and kill someone. The problem is, I think we saw that like literally one fight in this game after they got it, because every time it was Team Spirit that got the initiation. So, I mean, hats off to them. I'm honestly just super impressed. I was one of the non-believers, I'll admit it, going into this finals. I thought, okay, this LGD have looked so dominant. Even though Team Spirit are catching steam here and are looking really good, I still think they're going to falter. And at this point, LGD need to pull an IG from, which major was that? Against EG, the reverse sweep, Singapore major.
They need a question mark.
Yeah, they need a question mark.
They need something. They need something. I like that you said, you know, honestly, I'm really impressed. I know that, you know, you got the Purge voice line going. And speaking of Purge, we're going to him right now because he has more on Team Spirit.
Thanks, guys. You heard from Toonami before about LGD's strengths right now, but let's take a look at what Spirit's doing. One of their big advantages right now is how versatile Yotaro is playing as a carry. And if you can pull out these really effective tools in the right games, it gives you a big advantage in the mid and late game. In this first match of the series so far, Naga Siren with the fast Ags after the Manta gave them great tools against these highly mobile heroes on the PSG side. Very useful against Pango to limit his rolling boulder. You can use it against Ursa to break Enrage. You can send your illusions on Ursa to force him just to retreat, not to engage. And these are some of the tricks that Spirit's used so far throughout the entire tournament, actually, to just break matches. In the previous match that they played against IG, they also had a big advantage too. It wasn't necessarily from, well, it was actually for some weird hero picks here. They grabbed a PA to give them AoE break against the Tide. So in this match, they also used kind of a cool combo that nobody really expected to just punish the enemy lineup. But what was still really obvious, and has been the case for every single Spirit lineup, is that they play so well together as a team. They cover each other's weaknesses, they follow up on each other perfectly. It's like they're mind melded together, and that is the reason that they're currently 2-up in the grand finals here of TI-10.
Yeah, it is honestly incredibly impressive. They're on the side of Team Spirit. They're one game away from taking this championship. There's 4 first-timers in their squad, 1 second-timer in Maposhka in their squad. And of course, Silence has got a lot of experience. This is his 5th international, but his first as a coach. So there's that as well. And this team is just on the verge of winning. And I want to talk about that because mind games, a big thing in the TI finals. And we talk about the mind games regarding the money. I think the amount of pressure that PSG LGD is under, last TI that is won by a Chinese squad was TI6. And before that, it was all like 1 TI for the side of China, 1 TI, not China, etc., etc., etc. But until TI6, and since then, there's not been a Chinese teams winning it. And there's so much pressure coming on these players, on their backs, because they were supposed to be the champions, Toonami.
A consistent theme of all of the exit interviews that we've seen from the Chinese teams is a great deal of national pride.
Yes.
They don't feel like they themselves are like, oh, you know, we lost, you know, we'll come back stronger next time. They're like, I have failed to represent our region in terms of Dota superiority, because even if they don't make it to grand finals, they have let another region beat them, and they have somehow created more competition now for LGD. Whereas Team Spirit, on the other hand, every single interview I've seen from them, they're just like, yo, I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah, I don't know what game we're playing. I just play a game of Dota that we happen to be on the States, Sinnerin, that we happen to be playing for extra $13 million. By the way, they don't care, or they don't seem to care.
Yeah,
it's not getting in their head.
I do think it's a pretty key point as well, because as much praise as we're giving Spirit here, and they deserve all of it, I also don't think LGD have fully showed up today. I think some of their moves, they're a little bit hesitant, they're a little less hungry. It seems like there are some nerves, and it's kind of unbelievable when you think about it, because the rest of the tournament, they have looked unstoppable. They've had games where they were super far down, they make the right moves, they win. And perhaps, like, it's always easier to look weak against a team that's playing out of their minds, but it's like there's always a little bit of both, right? So I think for me going into the next game for LGD, Xiao actually plays the most important role in the next game, even though he's not even playing, because the team needs to get into the right mind space. They need to get the belief that they can win, and then I think the adjustment they need is that draft. I like the IO suggestion. Try something else, right? It bombed out 2 games now. You're playing against a team that clearly knows what to do about it, so you can still come back. But
what are your first phase bans, though? Are you still going to do Mag Mars? Because I think you have to target Collapse.
Again, the key thing here is the fact that I believe PSG had the choice of going for first or second pick, right? And they themselves put them in the position of allowing Spirit to ban out the Tiny and the Monkey, forcing themselves to either ban the IO themselves or pick it, right? So in this position, it does feel like you'd like to see something different from PSG. The IO hasn't really worked out. Just add some more stuns, add that ability to break down the map a little bit better, and then they should be in a good stead. And going back to the point of PSG and the expectation, you think about Spirit and how they got here. They just played the lower bracket game, right? They're 1 game down, they win game 2, they win game 3. Like, that momentum, that is so hard to attain, in any competition, right? So that is very much why they're feeling confident. And of course, you do have the head kissing versus the belly rubs, and therefore head kissing is 2 up right now.
All right, gentlemen, here they come. It is time very soon. We'll see game 3 of this grand finals. And this 3rd game could potentially be the last. Right now, Team Spirit is up 2-0, and it has only happened once before that a team was able to 3-0 their opponent in a grand finals. PSG, LGD, we know they have it in them to force out that game 4, but we need them to believe in themselves and in their draft as well. We know also that they can do it. Faith Beyond and Y both have already got a TI win under their belts. They won TI 6 with wins. We have seen Ame being in a grand finals. TI 8, of course, that was one of the closest grand finals we have had, and unfortunately Ame wasn't able to take it, but it came very close, and we knew that the pressure there might have been a little bit too much, but we know that he can do better than what he is showing right now, Tigov.
Yeah, it's just so difficult, right? Like, when you're 2-0 down, this is really where you need to kind of just come together. And even if, like, say, one person hasn't been standing up or the team hasn't been performing to their best potential, they just need to rally around what they've been doing well to get to this point, right? Like, they're in the grand finals. They've clearly been doing something right. So this is where you just need to kind of break that off, reset, go again, treat it like it's the first game in the series.
That is so hard to do. It sounds so easy when we say it. Hey, just don't think about that you're 2 games down. Just play a game of Dota, Tsunami. How hard is it?
But the problem is they've just now lost as many games in this grand finals as they have throughout the entire tournament.
True.
I don't know if they're used to losing. They have having to repair is a challenge, and Spirit has had to repair on their journey here. And having that lower bracket run, coming into the past 2 days, playing 2 series means that in their second series, they're already warmed up. LGD was sitting here waiting for the secret series to finish. They have not had to be on the back foot and be like, oh my gosh, okay, we gotta change our dynamic. I have no doubts that Xiao 8 would be able to deal with that, but it needs to come now or you're gonna lose.
Isn't it kind of crazy to think about that no matter what the score is in this grand finals, LGD has a better win rate at this tournament than Spirit?
Yeah,
that's true. By far. Like, it's not even close.
No, it's not.
Even if they 3-0, their win rate's still way worse. So that's what finals are about. Like, it's the final game. Have you got it when it matters the most so far? Spirit definitely do. Yeah, for me, I'm just super excited to see the draft because I think this third game is very telling about the mentality. When you're kind of broken like this, when you're down 0-2, there's like two approaches to take. There's the crazy approach where you just throw everything out the window, you do something completely different, and there's the one where you're like stubborn to the almost to the limit, right? Where you're like, no, we can still win with this damn IO. We're gonna try the third time in a row, and we're gonna adjust some of the bans. So I'm really curious. And I honestly, depending on your perspective on it, I think I can see both approaches as a sign of strength and a sign of weakness.
Sure.
So it's kind of hard to just say out of the first two, but I really, really, really want to see what they're thinking right now.
But do you want to be the team that potentially loses 3-0 in the grand finals to the underdog, just going IO every single time, not really changing it up?
I think that's something you kind of have to nod in your head, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to shut that out. As repetitive as it sounds, you gotta treat this game as a fresh game, a standalone game, not having the pressure of $13 extra million on your head, not having the pressure of an entire region on your head, and not having the pressure of Coach Await on your head, and everything that comes with winning the international. And you just gotta play a game of Dota, play a pub. And you know what? Nothing to say. He's been playing so many pubs. He is the world ranked 1 player. I feel like we haven't really seen him step up that much yet, Tsunami. Is that because of his heroes that he's been playing today?
I think partly the heroes that he's playing, but also the heroes that his team is playing. I think that he hasn't been given the correct draft to let him pop off on a thing like Ember Spirit that we were talking about. Give him some cheap initiation that he can get in and out. Give Spirit a taste of their own medicine, because so far, every time you're running an IO strat, it's more on the shoulders of Ame to finish the game off, and that has not been happening for the first 2 games.
So to beat Team Spirit, you gotta pick a Spirit, Tigo.
Maybe so. I actually hate spirits, don't forget that.
But
no,
you like to break a spirit, though.
I do like to break a spirit, But yeah, Team Spirit, their second pick, right? So in both the previous 2 games. So in the draft order, that simply means that they get to pick the core after seeing 4 heroes, and the mid after seeing all 5 of PSG, 2 times in a row. So we mentioned the idea of the impact of Ame, the impact of Nothing to Say. It is a product of the Lesh was a sacrificial type pick in the draft. This Pangolier was kind of thrown out there, not a comfort from Nothing to Say. So I would really love to see either they shift around their first pick drafting style to enable the players a bit more, or take that second pick one time and just give it a go where they actually get to go, okay, this is our best core in the game, this is our best read on the game, and give it a go. Because right now, Spirit is utilizing that 18 and 24 very well.
Yeah, let's see what's gonna happen. It is time for Game 3 of this Grand Finals.
Team Spirit versus PSG LGD. Grand Finals, Game 3.
Welcome again to the draft panel of the Grand Finals for Game 3 between Team Spirit and Team LGD. And honestly, no questions this time, because I really want to see exactly how they've adapted their bans to Team Spirit's lineup. We actually saw that LGD, they were choosing first pick before, but they've made an adjustment here and they took second pick.
Yeah, it means that now this is all about Team Spirit. Team Spirit is in the driving seat more than ever. They are forcing LGD to, they're making them second guess themselves. They're making the 15-1 group stage team, the upper bracket dominant team, they're making them completely question everything that brought them so far. And that is crazy. So now Team Spirit is leading the charge. LGD is switching things up, maybe trying to put the players back in their comfort zone. We were sitting there watching their body language with Johan, like in this pre-stage kind of area. Chao 8, arms crossed, them looking at their feet, not looking at each other, not sharing, energy. This is what you need when you're back against the wall. You need to be there for each other. You need to bring the momentum back. You have to create it somehow, because obviously the Dota is not bringing it. And on the other side, you have Silent talking to them, and they're all looking at it, kind of drinking whatever word he's giving them, and they're uniting, feeling, bringing the uprising energy.
It's 2 completely different teams right now from what we could see body language-wise. I wonder if this change-up will make them feel slightly better, because now it's a new page, new book. Shawade is going to go back to a second pick. Maybe that will give them some type of confidence boost or belief in now what they're going to do. I do think that they need to play harder, play better. Team Spirit is showing up today, and LGD, they need to bring their A game every game.
And we see, even though they lost last game, even though they're down 2-0, I think this might actually be a good sign for LGD. Yes. They're still confident, even against what Clap showed on the Magda. I think this is the first time I've really seen people pick the right counters against Magnus.
Finally.
You need to deal with the skewer, right?
It is finally coming up, and I also want to mention, like, this is the beauty of Dota. Magnus has dominated many patches. It has dominated many years for different reasons. It has been about Empower at times. It has been about RP at times. This Magnus is about skewer. It's about repositioning a hero in a way where the fight is so unfair for one team. Yep. But this skewer play is stoppable. It's stoppable by a Rubik Lift, probably one of the best tools in the game. Yule Scepter, you know, Lion Hack, like you Force Staff. There are ways to stop this cure from happening. This Magnus doesn't buy BKB early in the game. He's playing with Force Staff, either lens, like, and you have to stop it. And I love the confidence from LGD in a way. You know, maybe Xaoet, maybe somebody in that booth is telling them, hey, I know this Magnus looks strong, it looks unbeatable, it is beatable. Stop this cure play. Now you end up with a Magnus stuck in the fight, cooldown skewer. He's just gonna die. No RP, the whole team fight goes away. And then the fight is absolutely terrible. Great way from LGD to counter it. It is abusable, and they're going for it. I love it. That is confidence.
Yeah, I think LGD, whatever it is that's gonna take for them to really find themselves and play like LGD, they need to find it now. They don't have any more chances. You don't have another game to lose. This is going to be a good route, but I am still very worried for them and worried for what's going to go through their heads if they get into this game and it starts going south at any point.
You want to win TI, you have to be the best. You have to be the greatest team of the season, or you know, at that point. And the greatest team has to be able to play Dota to their fullest, even down 0-2. And if they can't do that, then then it was Spirit's win. So now is a cornerstone. This is definitely where the finals is going to be decided one way or another, or either it's going to be decided now or we're going to get another round of great Dota, which I'm hoping for. Like, I want to see 5 games, you know. But definitely, if LGD is going to break, it's going to be now.
Yeah, I mean, what a run, though. I got to give Spirit a lot of credit and Collapse a lot of credit for what we've seen so far. It's been insane, the stuff that they're doing, the stuff that they're pulling out. If you were to go replay analysis, Spirit before today, you could pick up something, but this is still a different team than yesterday. They are better, they are more confident, they're more free, and they are picking whatever they feel like picking and doing whatever they feel like doing.
They're blossoming. It's beautiful to see. It's beautiful to see.
I think we've seen that the entire lower bracket run. I mean, they're a team like, oh, maybe it can beat this team. I mean, unfortunately, they eliminated you guys, but throughout every series, I think, as you said, like, they're bringing out better and better Dota, and all this momentum, like, it's come crashing into LGD. Like, they were by far, I think, the favorites of this tournament, but now they're down 0-2. I want to mention this Undying pick. So in my head, like, Magnus, he repositions the fight, so maybe Undying, he has troubles with that, but is it just, like, because of the Rubik lift, they're so confident in stopping that, you can, like, anchor a fight with a Tombstone, or, like, what do you guys think about the pick?
It is possible. It's also a very good hero against Magnus on the lane. There's that too, and you also have to keep in mind they're playing second pick, so they have to kind of show cards. You probably better show an Undying card than another card. It's like strong laner, probably going to allow Ame to pick out of a very wide pool of hero because he knows that his lane is secure no matter what.
They also run out a lot on Faith Beyond.
Yeah.
So that could be a possibility.
True. Could be a possibility. Like, the way I look at it, and I think strategy-wise, what could be very interesting from Team Spirit is like, okay, they get it. They're going to try to stop this cure. Like, Magnus has been dominant for other reasons, as I mentioned. Maybe you can play an Empower strategy, where, you can play like you can build up on top of this Magnus, get a hero to, the Mag Jugger, for instance. It's not as much about this cure than other things. You get this Jugger to a very strong moment. The Magnus can play without blinks. We've seen Magnus win games without blink dagger. You just build on top of, he goes mech into blink. He can decide to go mech into Greaves this game. Mech into Greaves into Crest and put that on this one hero that's just gonna, and then this cure is never gonna happen. And now you're stuck with the Rubik that's just looking at it's like, it's sure happening, guys, because that's my job in this game and it's not happening. I'm just fate bolting.
Which is also where the Undying pick, I think, comes in to maybe secure that these are fights that are going to happen. So now if you're playing on RP or playing on Empower, you're at least fighting into the Tombstone.
Yeah.
I get the pick, and also what you said. I think he suffers a lot from the skewer play and the fight being repositioned. Already now, LGD are probably thinking about objectives together. They want, that's how you're going to enable this Tombstone. That's how you're going to enable your 2 heroes to kind of punish this Magnus.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but we'll see. I'm still worried for LGD. Now I'm seeing things, and I'm seeing this Morphling ban. I think it would also be a good pick for them. They're also worried about like a Willow Morph combo, but it's good against Mag. It would be good with Undying. It's what they're looking for forcing objectives and things like this. I wonder if they're going to have a solid plan going into this, if they're drafting free, or if Xiao 8 is also dealing with all this pressure that they might be feeling, being the favorites, having not lost many games before, and now losing games for like the first time. Ooh.
Again, this is, I think, it's dealing with the Magnus blink again. They're worried about that skewer. I really like what you said, Seb, about maybe making a pivot on the Magnus style. I think the other thing that this hides is whether Undying is actually a core or not. Because I think that's really what they're thinking about here.
That's one thing. I think there's two ways here. If Spirit can play mag mid, I think it's very interesting, this game. The mag doesn't have to go into the Undying lane. Mag mid is Echo Saber mag. He's just gonna blink, RP, kill. He doesn't cure back, you know, and he is not gonna care as much about what's being built, and they get also to counterpick the Spectre greatly on the lane. It's a possibility, but they could also decide to double down. They go for the mag PA. I mean, I think they're thinking about the...
This dude's playing everything.
Yeah, everything. And the PA shard versus Spectre, crazy. You don't scale into this. He will pop him in a second with Empower and with the shard. And I'm sure, you know, Yotoro PA, for those that don't know Yotoro well enough, like, he is one of the greatest PA players ever. If you encounter him in the pub playing PA or watched him, this is his bread and butter. He's super comfortable.
He played it here. I forget who he was playing against him. He got Rampage in that game with PA already at TI. So I mean, he is playing everything. He's literally playing every hero he can.
And I want to mention how LGD, I am scared for them. I want them to bounce back. I want to see more LGD Dota. I want to see game 4. I want to see game 5. But they have played so far Tiny on crack, you know, Tiny Ogre, Tiny Mag. They have played ET, you know, enabled ET that is also crushing the games. They have played Lycan. They have played these really powerful strategies. And so far, I don't see the multipliers here. I see the one Spectre, I see the one Undying, I see the one Bloodseeker, but I don't see the multipliers that LGD are so good at. They're creating these strategies and they're buffing them so much that it just breaks the game. I'm maybe missing it, but so far, I don't see the game being broken from LGD's side. So to me, Team Spirit has successfully pushed LGD out of their trademark this tournament.
I think Team Spirit's lineup also looks like it has a lot more potential. When you look at these fights and when you look at what's going on for LGD, tell me about what their gameplay is going to look like this game. How are they forcing a tower? How are they forcing a Roche? How are they forcing a fight this game? I don't like what's going on in the draft right now, where I already see that they're just addressing, oh, they pick PA, oh, we feel bad, oh, we need a Rupture to try and deal with it. It makes not a lot of sense with the Spectre. It makes not a lot of sense with this Undying and Rubik. Maybe with the Rubik for the lane, but still, there are picks in the game that could maybe make this come more together, find a way to scale into them, win the fights, get the Roche, play some team fights to actually make it happen for your team.
So is that what you think they're lacking on the LGD side? They just need
sense than what Jenga has been talking about.
Nothing makes sense. We're pretending. This is a facade. Nobody knows what's going on right now. Probably not even LGD or Spirit.
I think they have a little bit of an idea what's going on, right? So they let the Magnus through twice. They lost to it. I think they just didn't expect Spirit to be so strong. Like, they were coming off of their win against Secret, and they were feeling themselves, quite frankly.
Yeah.
They were playing so well. They kept up the tempo. They cast all their spells correctly. They played with confidence. But that Mag loss, that first one, broke them. And then to take it the next game and beat them with it convincingly, I'm worried about Spirit's mental state right now, actually, because this is where the difference in experience comes in between these two teams. Spirit are very young, and they probably didn't expect to make it this far. While LGD, they've been training for this for 2 years. So.
Yeah, I mean, they have, so far, there's been 2 TIs before this. This is the 3rd TI that there's a Game 5 in a Grand Finals, and PSG LGD has already experienced this. They were already in a Game 5, Brian, with Ame, actually, as well.
It's a little bit different this time because in the previous one, they were up 2-1 going into Game 4. They were up by 15K, I believe, in Game 4, and OG made this crazy comeback. And instead, they've got all the momentum going in. I feel like they feel strategically superior. They're like, those first 2 games, like whatever happened, shake it off. They had only lost 2 games throughout the entirety of a TI prior to that series. So I think LGD is in a way better spot going into Game 5.
Dude, they looked broken. I'm not going to beat around the bush here. I saw the cameras on them, and I was thinking, oh, God, they're done. They looked so broken. They looked sad. Their eyes were watery. And then that happens. I think the Tinker game was like a huge turning point. I think that draft was just a lot easier to execute. It gave them the taste for blood again. And then in the next game, it's just like, they're just back to like prime LGD. It's what they said in an interview. Like, they learned from the losses, and they're grateful to the enemy teams for giving them the opportunity to learn. And that's what I felt after the Tinker game.
Yeah, we heard from Zawait right after the draft, and he was saying that some of the things that he told the team in between games before Game 4 was, don't be afraid. If we lose together, we lose together. And otherwise, we always have next year, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how you want your coach to be. But I think that right now, LGD are just in a position to take it all. And as amazing as Spirit's run has been, they've got the momentum now on LGD. And just hopefully, regardless of the outcome, both teams should be proud of themselves for what they've done today.
Yeah, we've highlighted Team Spirit a lot because obviously they were on match point for 2 games now. We are going to highlight PSG LGD a little bit more because now they are also on match point, and one of these 2 teams will take home $18 million and the World Championship and the Aegis. A lot on the line for this one game of Dota 2. So far, we only have 5 players in the world that have a 2-time TI championship to their names. If PSG LGD were to win this Game 5, we'll have 7 in total because Faith Beyond and Y were on the winning roster of Wings in TI6. And they will also have a 100% win rate at TI because they have only played that TI6, Brian. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, they're doing the OG, but instead of taking like 6 months off, they take 4 years off and just come back and win another TI. But we talk about the money. I'm a little bit of a math nerd myself. We're looking at $13 million between the 2 teams, between first and second.
Yes.
If it's like an average 40-minute game, that's about $300K a minute that they're playing the game of Dota. If you average 10 CS a minute, that seems pretty reasonable. That means every time you hit a creep, that's $30,000 if you win this game.
That's such a carry. That is such a carry way of breaking it down. Okay,
Just imagine that. 30K.
Perspective.
30K.
For every death, it's $300,000 for every death you feed. There's the offlane perspective.
It's more like $1 million. You're not gonna. Actually, for you, you'd probably die that many times. Never.
He's right.
No, there is a lot of pressure indeed with the money on the line, with the prestige on the line as well, and. On the flip side of perhaps having a 2-time champ, Nothing to Say has not been at a single TI yet. This is his first one, and he has a potential to become the next Royal Roader. The last Royal Roader we had was Thompson at TI8. Before that, it was GH at TI7. And before that, it was the full Wings lineup. But it is pretty crazy because all those names we hear time and time again, we talk about Thompson, GH. They're some of the best players in their roles, still are. and it just gives me a lot of giddiness for the season and the seasons to come, Effie.
And just speaking of nothing to say, he rose to prominence and kind of made himself known through Tinker. He was just a pub star who spammed Tinker, much to everyone's annoyance. And the hero that kept them in the TI Grand Finals was Tinker.
Turning point. Yep.
It's just everything goes back full circle. Every TI has some kind of magical story. And it's just incredible that we can see this level of Dota come out consistently from new players every year, it feels like.
It's very reminiscent of tops in like Pugna.
I got a
breaking
thought.
it out in the last series.
All right.
Oh, no.
I believe that if you can turn around a best of 5 like this, if you do this when every CS is worth $30,000 goddamn dollars, then you should receive an honorary PhD in psychology from like Harvard or wherever.
I don't know if it works that way, but I
should.
will tell you that in TI Grand Finals history, it's never happened that someone did a reverse sweep. This year alone, we did see the reverse sweep with EG versus IG in the Grand Finals of the Singapore Major. Of course, it all started with that question mark.
They should get master's degrees. This is PhD.
I mean, it is being able to recover from that level of pressure and stress that is on that final game. But I also think that it is, with a Game 5, Effie, it's very simple for Team Spirit to also probably reset because they have also been in this situation before.
I think every team is able to reset in a way, but we don't actually know what goes on behind the scenes in their, in their little powwow, I guess, after the game goes on. But what we know right now is PSG, LGD beat them when they were playing their hero and then took their hero and beat them with it. And now they've got the 2-game win momentum. And they also have first choice, right, for the next game. So it's looking a lot harder for Spirit than it is for PSG, LGD this game.
It is. It is looking pretty rough for Team Spirit as well, but they also know they've got a full region behind them. They are the first Eastern European team to be standing on these grand finals since 2013. It's been a long time coming. That being said, PSG LGD, of course, also having a lot of pressure because it has been quite a while since a Chinese team lifted that Aegis, and they know what it would mean to not just their organization and their team, but to the entire country if they were to indeed lift that Aegis. We'll see who gets to do it, though. We'll see who will take home that Aegis. It is going to be either Team Spirit or PSG LGD. It is one game of Dota 2. And I think it's going to be very important for both these teams to strip away these grand finals, to just relax. We see a lot of players, by the way, always take off their shoes. You know, they gotta recreate how they feel when they play at home. In the past, we have had Ice taking off his pants because he preferred to play in his boxers, and that's allowed because you just gotta make yourself comfortable. It is very important. Also, interesting fun fact for you all at home. I know you see sometimes players play with these heat packs. They've got these little heat packs to make their fingers warm. It is not actually cold in these booths. It's not cold. The reason they use these heat packs is because adrenaline makes your blood vessels tighter because, you know, you got to pump that blood real fast. But your extremities, your fingers, you need those to play the game. It's a sport with your hands, so you got to have those heat packs to make your blood vessels wide again. Did you know that, Jenkins?
No, I had I have very bad knowledge of anything medical. Which is why I was saying they should receive PhDs in medicine.
Those aren't even medical. PhDs are not medical.
Well, whatever. I think they should get a PhD in whatever the hell they want if they're going to reverse sweep a TI. But also, I feel like Team Spirit had all the odds stacked against them just a few games ago. And they're in the same position. So what the hell do we know?
They've been in several Game 3s, and we've watched them improve throughout the entire season. You've had the one team that's just consistently at the top, and the other one that's been rising from 4th place in Season 1 of DPC, where they didn't even qualify for the major. And it's all here.
Qualifier team, bro.
Yeah. I'm so glad that you brought that up, BSJ, because even if you look at their DPC performance, they've just been slowly getting better. They've just been this team lurking in the shadows. Throughout the Animator, they impressed. They beat Liquid in their tiebreakers, right? They did so well in groups, better than anyone else expected. And in the DPC Season 2, they almost beat VP. It was such a close game. And when we come here, everyone's whispering about how Spirit have been so strong in scrims, but people kind of just let this team grow into something big without us even knowing. It's just been awesome to watch.
An actual dark horse, not just a team where you don't want to feel bad by being like they're going to get eliminated. They're an actual dark horse
We
team.
can call them a dark dragon because they do have the dragon logo that is like black and white, so they're actually like dark dragon, right?
They've earned it at this point.
They
can be a
really
dragon.
did. Also, want to remind people of the words that Collapse had said right before their tournament. He was prompted with the question upper bracket, lower bracket, and he, without hesitation, said lower bracket. So he likes to be with the back against the wall, Brian. It makes him perform better.
Just give him a new hero. Give a new hero to Yatoro. I give Collapse, the Mag, the Tide. I don't care what's happened up until this point. Pull out your TI-8 OG. Pick exactly what your players want to play. I don't think strategy is going to matter nearly as much as we maybe give it credit for when this much is on the line.
Agreed. Pick your best heroes, and that's how they beat Secret today. They just pulled up. The draft was looking grim until they pulled out the last pick Storm for Toronto, Tokyo, and they absolutely destroyed with it. So just go for comfort, play like you're at home, and see what happens.
So you want Silent and Xiaowei to just go in those booths and have, guys, Game 5 of this TI-10 Grand Finals, everything's on the line. What do you want to play? Is it that simple?
Maybe
It could be that simple. We are going to find out what is going to happen in this fifth and deciding and final game of TI-10. Let's go.
Team Spirit versus PSG LGD. Grand Finals, Game 5.
Hello everyone, welcome to the final draft panel of TI-10 because this is Game 5. One game to decide the entire tournament between these two teams.
This is literally the best game Dota has to offer.
It is. This is the best moment of the tournament. What do you guys hope to see from both teams coming in?
You want to go?
I mean, first and foremost, the best game of Dota possible, I think. That is what I want to see. I want to see both teams getting their comfort zone. I want to see both teams getting solid drafts and being able to fight full force and show the world and show themselves and us, like everybody, what they have to offer. That's what I want to see.
I mean, this is one of life's true magical miracle moments. This is people working their lives, years and hours and so much.
They did ban Tiny, sorry. They did not ban Tiny.
Yeah, oh wow. They actually decide, okay, but Mag is also in. So this is something that we know that LGD, they chose first pick.
Yeah.
And most likely they were trying to force this Mag for nothing trade, or they believe that these guys were not going to counter the Mag correctly. But now Team Spirit is changing it up one more time, which is really going to be awesome. But yeah, back to what I was going to say, because this is back against the wall for both teams. This is like the most pressure these people have probably ever been under in their whole lives, or for Ahmed, like he's been so close twice now. I hope to see both teams just fully let go of everything that holds them back, become a team, become the best humans you can, become like the best teammates that you can become, and play the best you can. This is your day. This is your moment. This is for you to show the world what you can do in Dota.
And it's amazing to witness. And I think we're going to get it because this opener from both teams, it shows us a lot of confidence. So I feel like the teams, they found their momentum again, they found their form, and they found their confidence. And that's what matters at this point. And there's a lot to say, actually, about what's going on. So LGD had the choice. And they ended up, so second pick has won. Like game 1, 2, and 3, they were about second pick. LGD was forced back against the wall into a first pick scenario in the game 4 that we just witnessed. They took the Mag, and they showed how they can make it work, and they can also counter it. This would show us game 3. Team Spirit in game 4, they showed that, in my opinion, they showed LGD they did not have the best understanding, and they're going for it, here. And I want to say how, like in this game, LGD, they get their best strategy. Tiny is their best strategy. As we said before, they brought this Tiny to the meta. They were the team making it happen. They were the team abusing the Tiny with the Lycan. They know this better than anybody else. They have played the Tiny Lycan versus Secret the other day, and against the Secret Mag, and they made it work. Today, Team Spirit, they played versus the Secret Tiny with the Mag, and they won.
Yeah.
But, is LGD better at executing it than Secret? Maybe they are. You can only assume. This game will tell.
Yes. We learned firsthand about the LGD Lycan Tiny very early on before we got to TI, and this strategy, when you see it for the first time, you're like, oh boy, this reminds you of some of the other broken strats that you see come up around TI. And I think, I mean, it's nice. It's amazing that we get this in the game 5 and that somebody is manning up to LGD saying, we're giving you your best strat. And we're going to beat you. And
this is the team that theory crafted it. You know, they are the inventors of Tiny and Tiny Lycan. It's scary to go up against it. And I like the Team Spirit confidence. They're getting the Collapse Magnus. One thing that has to be said is Rubik is getting banned. Like, this is going to be Collapse Magnus at its prime. Or it should be, right? Because so far, LGD, they have countered it with the Rubik. They understand how to break this cure action. Are they going to get the tools that they need in order to break this cure? We're yet to see. I think that's one of the kind of storyline of this draft. Miposhka Bane has been incredibly good. We saw also Bane dominate the game 4 for LGD. Bane versus Tiny, extremely interesting matchup. Why is that? Because Enfeeble actually reduces attack damage for 60%. It's really big. Tiny plays on the space damage. Actually, a Tiny that goes on somebody while being enfeebled does ridiculously low damage, actually. It does counter him. It's a hero that's very undervalued, in my opinion, against Tiny. Of course, Bane into Lycan, it can be a little bit scary, but yet again, this is all about, this strategy, this Tiny strategy, is all about getting this Tiny to kind of a critical mass that nothing can deal with.
I do think that he will eventually get some plays, or if we're going to see it, and we're going to see it executed really well, you're also going to see the Lycan vision being used, and Lycan versus Bane, Lycan versus Mag, it's a lot about the vision. Ideally, LGD, they get to start the fight, either through the Tiny Shadow Blade or Bling, or something else, you know. Tinker fits well in these kind of drafts, because you have the Lycan to enable you, and if you have a good lane, you can also have a stable game, and now your scaling is unreal. This is something that I think Team Spirit should keep in mind. They should keep in mind these Tinkers, they should keep in mind their best heroes, and also, for them, what are we going to do against this Tiny now? Are we trying to push him out of his comfort zone, play on early timings before he gets bitten and 20-minute shard and all those things? Or are we actually going to try to pick this Naix, Ursa? I saw Ursa ban. Are they going to pick a hero like Faceless Void with the Mag to try and take these fights later on against this monster?
Which style do you think is a better counter to the Tiny Lycan? Because this combos ran rampant during TI.
I'm in the Tiny boat. I am very much in the Tiny boat.
It's too much.
No, this is an Angel Arena hero. No. This is not a Dota hero.
You have to beat it before it hits its timings. Nothing beats it. Like, at least that's our read, is like, you will not scale into this. It's not going to happen. Especially against LGD, they understand the timings. They're going to push it at the perfect time. They will not lose. They're not going to waste a single second in this game. As soon as they have the upper hand, they will push it, they will end the game. You have to beat it before, and you can. This Tiny doesn't. Like, he mechanically cannot play quicker than the 20 minutes. It's just a Dota mechanic. He cannot buy the shard before minute 20.
I would argue there's a Shadow Blade timing that changes a little bit, because he actually can defend this tower, surprise you, get solo kills. But other than that, like, you still want to abuse him, because with this naked Shadow Blade or with something else like that, like one slow, one spell, you're at risk of dying and getting dragged into a bad fight. Okay.
They're just going for it. They're picking all 3 of the cores in a row.
I'm not so sure it's a core. I mean, it might be. It might very well be.
You think it's a support Kunkka, maybe?
I'm not sure. I think it's very scary to pick the Kunkka like that. They maybe have a read where...
I think it's a stabilizing thing for them. I think they're actually so confident that this hero is not losing mid and is going to stabilize the mid game and the early game through his boat fights. That would be my read on it.
I mean, I see it. It is, indeed, probably the best hero to stabilize the game for the Tiny Lycan, because the holes of Tiny Lycan is, it's the first pick Tiny, it's the first phase Lycan. Like, these heroes are gonna be, they should be punished on lanes. They should be punished in the game. You're just announcing, hey, this is a Tiny Lycan game. You know, so of course, the Team Spirit is gonna try to abuse that. So these heroes are gonna have to, somebody's gonna have to make space for them. You know, you wanna consider that they're not gonna have the perfect Tiny Lycan game, or the opposing team kinda messed up the draft. So Kunkka is here to help them stabilize. You know, Kunkka's a great laner. The boat is good in every game in the early fights and whatnot. So this could explain why they feel like we need to get our hands on this Kunkka, especially because the hero that they might pick later is going to get counterpicked anyway.
Didn't they only pick Yatoro's hero in the last 2 games that they lost early? Now they're again going back to picking his very late.
Yeah, and it makes sense with what a hero pool he's displayed on the main stage.
I'm just wondering what he's going to be playing now with all these bans that are coming out for him. Like, the heroes that I think, if they ban the Faceless Void now, I wonder what he's going to look at with this Mag versus this Tiny.
So with these 8 heroes picked, which side do you favor going to these final picks?
I'm on the Tiny boat.
Yeah.
Just a Tiny boat?
Tiny Lycan boat.
If you want to break this Tiny, you have to abuse the fact that he comes online late. I mean, everything is relative, but he comes online post minute 20. Yeah. Same for the Lycan. He should have a bad lane. He's buying Ags, so all the gold that he builds towards these Ags is useless. Lycan with 3k gold, or just with the blade and the staff of with it, like, it does nothing. When the Axe comes and the shard comes, this is when the power spike is crazy. But before that, These are two heroes that are actually really bad at fighting. They're really bad at, at stunning, at catching. They don't do much. So, and I think you have to use that opening. But so far, I think the Spirit heroes, I don't know if they truly do that.
And if you think about it from that perspective, I feel like Kongkabo and Skyrath, you're trying to run at them, hit that strong timing, but they have the potential to burst anyone. And you have some Bane save, some Winter Wyvern save, but it might not be enough for Skyrath.
And I also think the Skyrath was a preemptive pick for Toronto to Tokyo. If he wasn't going to play Invoker, which was not banned, then the Skyrath Silence is always good against the Spirits. And I think they picked this knowing what's coming, knowing what this Dota game is already kind of shaping out to be. So I think it was also a good pick to, now you see this Ember, you see this Vyron, and you actually see the Skyrath value that's going to happen in these early fights. Could happen.
To me, I feel like there's a hole though in LGD's draft in the sense that you pick Lycan into Mag Wyvern, and you pick Tiny into Mag Wyvern, and Mag Wyvern, they have really good plays against that. And when they played against Secrets, they did play the same lineup. They played Tiny Lycan into Mag Wyvern, and they had a Puck and a Phoenix, which are heroes that excel at messing with the backline. They stop the Bane and the Wyvern and the Mag from pressing their spell how they want to. I see a hole in the sense that Kunkka and Skyrath, they don't do that. This Wyvern is going to have free fights. Same for the Mag, same for the Bane, and that worries me a lot. For LGD, I think the fights are going to be much harder, and we saw Secret today, and I think the hole in their draft was they had a Shadow Demon and the Lina with the Mag, with the Tiny and the Lycan, and these heroes don't really complement. They don't counter what counters the Tiny Lycan.
Yeah.
Something I want to mention actually is that they picked Meg and they banned Rubica to protect it. I think this Kunkka pick actually came because X has a similar function. Like if Magnus gets a skewer and you X and redirect him, or you X your ally, you can stop that skewer play from coming in.
That's quite interesting. Yeah, you can actually X the Tiny. Yep.
We also see Enchantress coming in. I think this hero, they have this slow lineup, but something you can do is you can play really aggressive early with Enchantress. There's double range supports and a Magnus. This hero can actually snowball this game.
Yeah, he definitely can.
I like these types of Dota drafts. I really like these drafts that are a bit lackluster too. Like I'm a big fan of Skyrath, especially back in the day. But there's a big hole, which is your AoE, your team fight, your ability to fight into them. Oh, TB, the draft, okay. But still, they're banking everything on this Christmas tree wolf that's going to happen at some point, and it breaks the whole game, And this is also the end. It's just here to help that happen, to make that happen.
It really seems like LGD doubled down on we are going to secure the strongest 20-minute timing.
Yes.
And Team Spirit, I actually think that LGD is on a timer. If they cannot enforce this 20-minute timing and snowball the game, this is when the Wyvern, the TB, the Magnuses, they will scale greatly. So it's going to be down to can LGD execute their best strategy.
Yeah. That's an exciting matchup for Game 5 of the finals because LGD, you look at them throughout the tournament, they've always been hitting their timings. You look at Spirit, they've been breaking teams at what they do best. And now we have the Game 5 where they're matching up here.
I want to see Yules. I want to see a way to stop the skewer. Collapse has proven you cannot play against his Magnus if you don't have ways to deal with the skewer. LGD, they don't really have that. I feel like both teams got very powerful tools. It's kind of scary.
You think you're going to see the X mark? I can see it.
It's harder than the Rubik one. It's in half time, but I think it might happen. Even if you have to go high ground, you X the Tiny, you hit the tower.
But then you have to create the situation where the Tiny is
getting something done.
In the mid game and stuff, it's not the same. It's exciting. Both teams have great tools to take it home.
Last time Eposhka played Vyron, he owned the game.
Yeah. It's going to be crazy. I mean, that's what we wish for. It's like, can both teams get a solid draft? Can they get their comfort? They did. We're in for a treat.
So who do you guys think the most important hero on LGD is for them to hit their timing? Like, whose early game matters the most?
Obviously the Kunkka, and I would also say the supports will have a huge part to play. The Lycan, the Tiny, they still have roles to play in the early game. Everybody does, and if you can help negate pressure, if you can get that random support kill, if they're doing something illegal in your jungle, or kill the wave with your hero, then sure. But if Kunkka is owning, and if Skyrath's having a good game, they can make so much happen together.
And for the Team Spirit side, do you think there's anyone who can sort of stop that onslaught early?
They're going to look at the Ember. Yeah. Ember. Everybody's looking at Ember for this match. Yeah.
It has to be the Ember.
And now we're going into the final game of TI10. But before we go into game, we'll be coming to Sumi with Team Spirit's coach, Silent.
Thank you very much, AUI. Silent, this is the final game of the tournament. There is nothing more after this. Grand Finals, the score is 2-2. No need to hide strategies now. What is your team's strategy to win?
Luck. Our best strategy is just luck.
Your strategy is just luck.
Yes. Our best strategy.
Their best strategy is luck, and luck is how they are going to win. Do you have any final comments before this game starts? He does not have any comments. All right, let's throw it over to Insania and Odie Pixel.
Thank you very much, Sumi. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the deciding Game 5 here at the TI-10 Grand Finals. Team Spirit against PSG LGD. I'm Odie Pixel, joined, of course, once again by the fabulous Insania. What have we got in front of us here? What have we got in store for us this game, Aiden?
Man, what a crazy game. I think the last game was very, very much in LGD's favor straight from the draft. I think this is really even, and I completely agree with what Seb had to say, where I think both teams have different things going for themselves. I think if this game does scale up, if it goes very slowly, if the 20-minute timing from the Tiny isn't abused, then LGD's draft is going to just lack in power as the game scales up. I'm a little bit worried about how much the impact the Sky, Kunkka, Enchantress combo can have together around the map, and how well Team Spirit will be able to shut it down. I think runes, just like Silent said, luck, you know? And I don't think he was joking. Luck really does matter. If they get those power runes, it's going to be huge for them.
I mean, we saw as well from Spirit the sort of the very carefree attitude it worked out at the start of this series. I've been asked before the first game, you know, how the preparation was. Silent said, well, we didn't get to do much at all. We're just turning up to play and have a bit of fun. That fun certainly looked to be effective in Game 1 and Game 2, but Game 3 and Game 4, as we've just seen, PSG LGD, they have stepped it up. They've hit back hard, and now is the time to see if they can continue on the road to the reverse sweep, or Team Spirit can find that magic that was getting them through the first 2 games of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is going to be a battle of the mid laners come after the laning phase. I think the laning phase is probably going to be fairly even. Both heroes will farm fairly well, but that 6-minute rune, Owen, I think whoever gets that 6-minute rune actually has a massive edge in this game, because they're going to get to decide what happens, and the other team has to respond.
Absolutely. We've seen the importance of those timings, those power runes already many times in the series, many times in the tournament itself. Both teams will fully be aware of this, and we'll see a lot of focus around that first spawn. Looking at the side lanes here, getting into the action. Who's having the rough time here in the early game?
I actually think most lanes are just going to be fairly farmy. The top side of the map, I think, is probably where you're going to see the most kind of action. There's a little bit of threat from the Tiny Edge to potentially make some sort of kill move, but I really think it's right now, you know, you want to get as much farm as you can out of the lanes before the sports have to rotate out. So I expect all 6 cores of this game to have a fairly decent start.
All right, well, we'll see if there's going to be any slip-ups in the laning stage.
Yeah, it's very even so far.
Our mid lane, 11 for 1 against the 8 for 0. Of course, Toronto Tokyo taking quite the hit from the Tidebringers, but nothing to say. Bottom lane, Jinkyu. He's a little low here, but into the trees he goes. A TP away just in time before Yatoro is able to hunt him down.
Yep, so the Metamorphosis has been popped, but they have link control up top, and the advantage of having link control is the TB can't really run you down with his ranged attack the way he wants to, so not the ideal position for this meta to be used. If you're able to use it right outside of your own tier 1 tower, you can kind of zone out any other hero to come into the lane, but Faithbeyond's doing just fine during this meta.
Poshka trying his best to get Jinkyu away from his Terrorblade, keep that area safe for Yatoro.
Yeah, nothing to say is doing very well mid. I'm a little bit surprised at this. He's almost a full creep wave ahead.
See the courier taken out up top. mmmra continuing to trade as best they can here with White.
Yeah, doing a good job, making sure this top hard camp is blocked. Oh,
Well, they're going to
here's
try
the
and
sleep.
move up. I mean, Collapse has hit the level 3. See if he's got enough lockdown and damage to take this kill, and yes, he does. At the same time in the mid lane, Toronto Tokyo very low there, has to get out of the range of a potential Tidebringer. He will, but there we have it. First blood up top. A good quick read from Spirit there as soon as they knew that they had the setup and the level 3 on Magnus.
Yeah, this mid lane is going excellently for nothing to say. Toronto Tokyo here has a hard choice of do I go for the bounty rune or do I stay in the lane and try to farm? Ooh, nice sleight of fist. Apologies out to Torrent. But yeah, overall, I think very stable lanes all around. TB Lycan about even. Mid lane is really the only outstanding lane so far to me.
Sure, and we know how scary Nothing to Say can get when he has a start like this. The setups that he'll be able to offer to the team, they're going to be huge, and a fair bit of damage to follow up each and every time that Nothing to Say gets a catch.
Yeah, and LGD really on top of refilling the bottle, right? You see Toronto Tokyo's not quite getting the same support mid, and that's because their heroes are forced to stay in their lanes right now. They can't really move their pieces on the map. And already winning the lane, getting that free bottle refill, He's going to be able to steal the small camp away from mmmra. This is huge. Nothing to say is off to a great start in this Game 5 of the Grand Final.
And it's very hard for Toronto Tokyo to do too much about it. Of course, Kunka early on. So HP, he's not going to be too scared of being burnt down by the Ember at the early levels.
Yep, and up top you see, like, this is generally how the early game is developing in this Grand Final, where the Tiny gets the 1v1 lane against the Mag because there's no real kill threat. Neither side can really pressure each other too much, and the two supports are kind of battling it out in the jungle. But here we go, Collapse is really far up into the lane. This could be a lot of pressure.
See mmmra. Back at his side though, in case Arme on white.
Yep.
Find the connection.
I feel like the one small edge PSG LGD has had in this Grand Final is they're able to keep their safe lane really close to their tower constantly. They're not losing lane control on their safe lane. And it's allowing for them to have very good creep equilibrium, and that then in return makes Collapse forced to play much safer.
Oh, see mmmra. Not quite able to close the gap on the courier. Has left Collapse rather on his own. Nice little circle around the tree line will keep Collapse away from the two of them.
He's actually a player that very often manages to get these jukes where he kind of takes a route that people don't expect him to and gets out of these tricky situations. Wonder if he can get out now though. Wise on top of him.
Yeah,
he has a slow.
It's a fair bit of damage. Does still have the skewer for a follow-up impetus, or the combo of Arme can close in on him.
Yep. Faith Beyond getting initiated on bottom. Flies used, meta's used, but immediate TP out. Again, great presence of mind. You can tell why these players are in the Grand Finals. They're not giving anything away for free. It's not like neither team's attempting to make moves. It's just both teams are really on top of it. As mid.
See the setup here with the combo. Nice dodge. Flies off to the side here, Toronto Tokyo. In fact, over in the triangle, they are able to catch out. Or in fact, well, he did deny the bounty ring, but it will cost him his life coming over for that one there, as Team Spirit were prepared for that move.
Yeah, and Toronto Tokyo picks up the illusion rune there. So a little bit of miscoordination there. I think if you time that Ancient Seal a bit better, generally speaking, you know, you're going to use the X into Torrent. If you get the silence after the Torrent goes off, then the potential to get the boat in is there. And I think if they did the combo that way, they might have gotten the kill. But of course, the fear of Ember potentially dodging the Torrent with a slight forced them to use it too early.
Yeah, now they've sort of shown their hand mid. It's going to be hard for them to make that play again. Top lane. The Nightmare set up onto Arme. Collapse. It's got enough damage. Doesn't look like quite. The Shockwave will miss. Still trying to chase down Arme, but the Shockwave and Skewer already expended. There's no further threat here against the Tiny. Arme is going to be fine.
That's good pressure though. They force them off of the lane. They finally have managed to get lane control up top, and immediately when they get it, they have the opportunity to pressure the Tiny. So force them off the wave, force them to go into the jungle, and he doesn't have any sustain, right? So he's going to have to spend gold on the extra region.
They're going for him early on here with the three of them surrounding the Terrorblade. Yatoro, he's trapped in the trees. The moves from the supports of PSG LGD start to come in. See the counterplay attempted. Set up with the Nightmare, but a TP's already coming over for nothing to say. He'll be ready to fight if Team Spirit push any further, and they won't. They'll respect the potential of a backup coming in for Arme. They step away to not be caught out by the combo of the Kunkka.
Yep, Battle of the Power Rune now resumes. It's about 30 seconds left, so both teams probably talking about which supports can we bring to the runes, who can be there in time to help out. One haste, one DD, it can change the flow of the game entirely.
Toronto Tokyo also just sort of cutting the wave, maybe getting the momentum of the mid lane in such a state that he'll have that ability to check the rune, but yeah, PSG LGD just fully on it.
DD, it's a big rune. This allows you now to have the damage to potentially burst a hero that you wouldn't be able to otherwise. And bottom lane, Faith Beyond's really trying to pressure this tower. And now that he's forced out the Arctic Burn from Mimposhka, Mimposhka has to play very safe. He can't really sit there and be as annoying anymore and just continuously nuke the creeps. So expect this bottom tower to start falling. Meanwhile, top, is doing a great job of just defending.
He is. He's clearing out the wave, holding off the pressure. Something that Team Spirit can't quite do themselves here down bottom. Faith Beyond.
So here, it's an important smoke here that LGD are doing. They recognize that is going to sit at the tower. The Radiant team can't really defend their own bottom tower. So what are they going to do? They're going to mirror your play. They're going to go and attempt to take top lane tier 1 tower. So the smoke up here, it's a preemptive move in case Team Spirit tries to do something. But Spirit reads it perfectly. They are aware.
And making sure not to get caught out by these early moves as PSG LGD do start to slowly ramp up an early gold advantage. Now hitting the 1k lead, they'll be able to catch themselves A lonely vein in the river, mmmra.
Yeah, and Yatoro actually gives his position away. He used the reflection there, so now they know the Terrorblade's in the triangle. And you can look bottom. Faith Beyond has absolutely no fear. There's no hero that could gank him in any shape, way, or form. So he's off to a really, really good start. And when we talked about the draft coming into it, it's all about timings, right? So you want, ideally, for him to finish up his Helm of the Overlord and the Aghanim Scepter before 20 minutes. And if the game continues the way it is right now, it's highly likely to happen.
I mean, Spirit, I do want to try and put the pressure up top. Try and push Arme out of this top area of the map. See in the mid lane. Trying for the catch, but again, Toronto, Tokyo fully prepared.
Yeah.
It's well out of the way.
Spirit are aware that the boat was used, and that means the top tower is very unlikely to be defended.
It's hard for them to get on top of Arme. Again, playing smart with the Avalanche, putting a stop to the combo, and now time's been bought for PSG LGD to come around. Yatoro immediately out with the TP. Doesn't want to be around here anymore. mmmra will get found in the trees, though. Another death here on the Bane as PSG LGD continue to fight back against Spirit's attempts to get something done whilst the pushes are coming in elsewhere from PSG LGD there. Definitely getting a little bit more done in this first 10 minutes.
Yep, they absolutely are. And Purge Creep here on the Lycan. This allows you to take away the level 4 Flame Guard from the Ember, which is his major fighting tool right now in the early game. So that gets purged, immediately has to back off. This tower is gone.
Now look at this timing here, 10 minutes, a second tier 1 tower. Playing it fast, PSG LGD.
Yeah, LGD have the entire map to play with right now. They're controlling the entire... It's basically wherever they want to go, wherever they want to kill, is an option for them. And Team Spirit, they just have to try to play this map split game where they're dragging the PSG LGD heroes around and trying to get Yatoro to farm safely behind everybody else.
We're not going to see with the space that Collapse has got. He's going to have a good timing here on the Blink Dagger. I mean, how proactive do you expect to see them be here with this Blink pickup? Is it an immediate smoke and an attempt for a kill?
I think very likely they're going to try to make some counter move where they try to set up a play where they expect LGD to do something and they know where their heroes are going to be, and then they're set up ready to take that fight. I don't really expect them to make some aggressive smoke, most likely around some enemy tower or in order to defend one of their own.
See just this constant micro here.
Oh my god, Faith Beyond's being so annoying. Toronto Tokyo's trying to farm jungle with his Flame Guard, but he's just purging it off every single time.
And he's taking all the camps himself, Faith Beyond here with the Wolves.
Yeah, and it's a tough position to be in if you're Team Spirit. You've really drafted this very late game heavy draft. You know it's going to take a long time for you to come online. I think if you see a team like OG play December Spirit, he probably would have gone for more of a slight chain build and try to make moves, try to set up tempo, and try to break up the pace of the game. But Toronto Tokyo opted to go for the more farm heavy route. So their draft is going to come online much later than PSG LGD's, and that's why they're allowed to dominate the early game the way they have been.
Nothing to say. He wants to set up in the mid. Arcane Rune in the bottle. Full armlet. On top of the phase. Very tanky Kunkka this early on, and a lot of damage to dish out.
Yep. And if we take a look at the vision game, which we've been talking about so much during this series, because it's just so important, you notice you have the scouting wolves from Faith Beyond. So there's extra 2 wards, basically, that are running around the map and providing vision for LGD. And then on top of that, the Team Spirit wards are so defensively placed. They're right outside of their own towers, protecting their triangle and protecting their tier 2 bottom tower. So it's not really giving them any information about what's going on in the game. They don't really see any heroes on these wards. Whilst LGD feel very comfortable moving around the map. So vision superiority definitely in favor of LGD. They understand what's going on the game right now much better than Team Spirit does. Team Spirit's playing exclusively off of game sense.
You can see the confidence from PSG LGD because of that vision control. Smoke ups, they swing through the triangle here of Team Spirit. See if Spirit gets caught out on the top. They don't. Yatoro
Man, he always sniffs it out. Yatoro's so good at sniffing it out, I feel like.
Yeah, and he's made the call for Collapse to back off as well. They're both out of here.
Yeah, and this is purely a game sense read. This is him looking at the minimap, understanding what LGD is doing, and responding to it perfectly. There was no information of that play coming. Wonderfully done. There's a little bit of a play attempt set up in the bottom lane. But they just don't have the damage.
It's hard just with the 2 of them. Not a job for the supports alone.
But look at Yatoro. He's making his way over.
Maybe indeed with the Terrorblade and the Metamorphosis they could get the damage done if they get a grip onto Arme. He is tanky though, 2.4, 2400 HP. He's got the Echo Saber, the treads. See if they can do it. Nightmare setup, instantly TPs are coming in. See if they can do the damage quick enough. Yatoro focusing down with the metamorphosis and the illusions. They'll be able to take it. They kill off Arme. Mystic Flare's coming in, but Yatoro is able to sidestep it. PSG LGD, can they get a grab in return? Nothing to say. Trying to charge in. See mmmra head into the trees, trying to distract them from the rest of them, but here comes the micro from White.
Nice.
He's able to lock down mposhka here with a setup from the Centaur, drag back into the combo. He'll try his best to break the combo. Nothing to say here with the curse thrown out mposhka, but he will still end up going down. Still though, Spirit, they'll take that. They got in, they're able to take Arme off the map. Yatoro is able to continue to farm here with the benefit of Collapse and the Empower.
Yep, you're absolutely right. But they did use both the Lycan form and the boat. And if we think about how LGD wants to play this game, it's important for them to have their cooldowns to get big kills or get big moments. Whilst Team Spirit are happy every time nothing's happening in the game, they feel like they're getting ahead. They feel like they're progressing their game. And that's exactly what's going on now, right? They know there's no Lycan form, there's no boat, there's no team fight that's going to happen in the next 2 minutes. And they're very happy about that.
Yeah, we're seeing as well Toronto Tokyo able to silently play his game here. He's been getting a lot of space. See already with this time with the first time pick up the Yules. He's already rather hard for PSG LGD to catch. He's got the Javelin on his way towards the Maelstrom. So his game, his farm certainly going to be picking up pretty soon here. Let's see if PSG LGD are able to find any more action to keep this lead going. Arme in the neighborhood, ready to brawl in the jungle of Spirit if Spirit give it to them. But so far in this game 5, Spirit, they've returned to sort of that fantastic ability to read the moves and just avoid any sort of engagement that is not preferable for them to be involved in.
Yeah, and I think when you're playing some sort of like Enchantress Skywrath type draft, you want to be getting kills right now. You want to be punishing them. And if you take a look at the graphs, it's been about a 2 to 3k lead for most of the game. They're not really progressing on LGD's side. Yes, they're ahead, but they're not getting more ahead. And with their style of draft, you want to be getting more ahead as the game progresses. So it's looking like that 20-minute timing really is going to be everything for them.
Absolutely, especially now with the Shadow Blade done on Arme. I mean, he is ready to be an incredible killer at this stage, of course. The power of the Tiny, ready to rock and roll.
Yep, I think the 2 supports from Team Spirit are going to be really, really important for this upcoming team fight. Because if Bane is able to get a grip on the Tiny for long enough for TB to take good positioning and output damage, that might just be enough for them to win the game. If this Tiny goes down, PSG LGD's draft has nothing. It's all about Arme.
This time around, mmmra and mposhka having collapsed by their side. Arme, he's just got himself Xinkyu behind him. Setting up with the Shadow Blade in preparation to clear out the wave. We'll see if Spirit hang around to try and hunt him down.
Yeah, mposhka with the read. He does have a sentry. Oof. Looked like he might have ran up with that wave if Arme had just been slightly more patient. So if we take a look at items, you see the Winter Wyvern's building the Blink. He understands one good curse, you know? It's all about getting the one good spell off. So having the positioning, staying back, and then blinking at the right moment, that's going to be what he's going for. And they're giving him space, right? They're letting mposhka sit down here to try to finish up the Blink. They understand how important this is.
Absolutely. It's going to be huge, these curses, against a lineup where you're running these 3 melee cores that want to be charging in at you. Absolutely possibilities for a huge turnaround Winter's Curse to come out in these team fights.
Yep, there definitely is. And if you look at Yatoro, he's building up for that Eye of Skadi. He wants to be tanky enough to tank the damage and then potentially get a Sunder off. That's going to be the game for him. If he's able to stand his ground with Skadi and the Tiny initiates on anything but him, he might just be able to be tanky enough to stay alive. The one person who's really not getting any farm in this game right now is Collapse. He's kind of understood that, you know what, I'm just going to get my shard and I'm going to be happy with that. If I can have it by 20 minutes, that's everything I need.
We've seen before from Collapse how much he can get done with limited resources. This man's Magnus, certainly something to be feared. Something that got tripped up in the game, of course, where Xinkyu had the Rubik to deal with it. Something that isn't, of course, here this time round. So a bit more free of a game for Collapse to make his moves occur.
Yeah, I feel like both teams are just waiting for this 20 minutes. I mean, if the pacing keeps going like this, I mean, LGD is going to hit their timing, and then you really got to look at that team fight. The nice thing about having so much time right now is I expect Team Spirit to be really ready for that fight when it comes. But look at this. LGD are going to try to make a move right before it.
Yep. Here they go. Ancient Thunderhide leading the charge. Of course, we'll be spotted out here by Spirit. They'll know that there's likely going to be some action following it.
Great read from Spirit again. And look up top, Yatoro's just farming. 5 heroes committed down here for LGD, but Yatoro has the space that he wants.
Can they get a grab underneath the tier 2 tower? Jinkyu, nothing to say, they're going to try. Collapse, he's going to go with the RP just onto Jinkyu, drag the Scarab underneath the tower. They will lose the Wyvern in return, but Yatore's ready to turn up, the grip's there. They've caught nothing to say underneath the tower. Yatore's pinned this off for now though. Sleight of Fist comes out as they're looking to turn on, and nothing to say, they get him. Jump forward with the Remnant, he's looking for more. Toronto Tokyo in with the chains onto both Y and Arme. Arme goes down. Y and Fabian lost your life, but not for long. That Shockwave claims the life of the Enchantress. The Spirit, or Collapse, will end up dying here to the Thunderhide of Faith Beyond, but of course that will also get claimed by Yatoro, so more money for them on the defense. An aggressive dive underneath the tier 2 tower, but as we said, the turnaround, it's absolutely there. Yatoro's able to get involved, and PSG LGD, they get punished.
Yeah, beautifully done by Team Spirit. But keep in mind, RP was expended, Metamorphosis was expended, 20-minute timing coming up, and Roshan's available too. So huge rune, arcane rune for Ember. This could be a game-winning rune for him.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think once we see that Lycan form come up, expect them to make some kind of move. Actually, Tiny's missing 1,000 gold for his shard, so probably not going to be able to use his timing. So great fight for Spirit all around. Like, proving that they can kill the Tiny is huge for them.
I mean, Miposhka's maybe even already leading into more action. He's got the Winter's Curse at the ready. Both Toronto, Tokyo, and Collapse up here ready to play around him as well.
Yeah, Faith Beyond's about 1,000 gold away from the Ags.
Collapse, he's got that horn toss, he's got that setup. Quick catch and a drag back on as Jinkyu gets him in reach of the rest of the team. They've got to watch out for these pickoffs. This is something that Collapse was tearing them apart with earlier in the series.
Yep, and Collapse has recognized that, you know, the idea from LGD here is to silence him when he blinks into Horn Toss, so he can't get the skewer back. Very similar to how the Rubik functioned in the last game, but this time around they're just going to try to use this silence from Skywrath. So what does he do? He goes for the Sky. Great game understanding from Collapse.
Straight into the pit now as well. Even just with the one member down, with no Sky, no Jinkyu, it's still enough that PSG LGD feel that they cannot take this fight there. Letting this go to Spirit.
I feel like the pacing of the game right now, it really does favor Team Spirit, and they expect LGD to make some kind of move to try to break it up. I think they can't just let them farm out this 5-minute Aegis. Expect something to happen before that. Oh, it's such a calm before the storm kind of moment, I feel like. You see Toronto Tokyo is just slowly farming up his items. I mean, this Ember Spirit's been a beast this event, and he's only 1,000 gold off of his own Aghanims. And then after that comes a shard, and then there's just fire remnants everywhere.
And he hasn't been caught yet this game. 1-0-3. Have struggled to contain Toronto Tokyo in this early stage. He's also going to have that DD rune ready for the next fight. Level 18, he's going to hurt. Some of these heroes on the back line, they're not going to stand much of a chance at all. Jinkyu and Y, they better be pretty scared. Toronto Tokyo making the jump in on them.
Yeah, the positioning of the supports, it's really, I think, the story of this game, because both front lines are so tanky. I don't really think they're going to go down without the assistance of the supports from both sides. So Miposhka and mmmra going up against Y and Jinkyu. They both have very, very tough positions to be in. You're going to have Ember remnanting into your backline, chasing the Skywrath, chasing the Enchantress. And at the same time, if Tiny gets on top of you, you're just dead. If he gets eyes on you, you're gone.
And here's that timing. So they've got the Ags ready on Faith Beyond. Ready to make the move here, as you say. They don't want to be held back by the idea that Yatoro's got an Aegis. They want to fight regardless into it.
Yeah, they understand. If we wait too long, then Yatoro's going to be too strong. And here we go.
Here we go, Arme.
Oh, they see him.
Set up for success here. Looking towards Yatoro. And Poshka, Toronto, Tokyo, and Collapse setting up across the cliffside as Y will be the first to get poked upon. See how Team Spirit want to tackle this.
There's a DD on
looking for
Toronto
Octa's
Tokyo.
Collapse. He's in, instantly caught out by the Ancient Seal, so no skewer to follow. Y.
Chains, back up.
Is there anything they can do to save their Enchantress? I mean, does Y need saving at all? He's going to need to, as the Nightmare holds him back.
Yeah, Wolf Form both used on Lycan as well as Tiny. So this means full reset. Now, Team Spirit are in control of the pace. They get to decide what happens in this game.
Yeah, they could push Aegis, Metamorphosis, ready for use here. Tier 2s could be on the table for Team Spirit.
Looking for some kind of pickoff. They know LGD can't fight back if they get on top of their heroes right now.
They've got their eyes on mid. Toro starting to rack up the gold again after the Skadi. 2,800. He's got that butterfly queued up, knows that they're not going to be wanting to pick up any sort of true strike anytime soon here on the heroes of PSG LGD. The evasion would be huge.
I wonder if it's enough though. I like the idea of the satanic more. Yeah, he's going for the satanic. I really like this, because if he can survive the tiny combo, if he can get through it, you can purge off the silence from the Skywrath, you can get one hit off and then Sunder.
Yeah, the Dispel's beautiful.
I mean, if you're a Team Spirit fan, you're very happy with the pacing of this game. You saw LGD being unable to use their first timing of the game to really do anything. So if this keeps happening like 2-3 more times, then you're in the late game. And boy, are Team Spirit geared up to take that late game.
Ready with the setup top. Back Toronto, Tokyo, Invis Rune. Ready to go. See if he can get a surprise jump onto PSG LGD. Why? It's the closest right now. It's just the two supports playing up here, really. Putting themselves in the most dangerous position whilst the cores are able to farm on the safer side of the map.
I think Team Spirit are going to look for some sort of smoke for this bottom triangle ward. This is a ward that they usually fight around when they have it, so let's see what they do. It looks like they're moving over. Gem on Miposhka. They understand the importance of the vision this game. And there's no Tombstone this time, right? They don't have that kind of teamfight vision tool on Team Spirit as they did, or sorry, on LGD as they did in the previous 2 games. Now they're relying on the wolves. So having the gem secures you that there's no wolves on top of you. They don't see where you're moving. They don't know what's going on. So great item pickup by Miposhka, understanding the importance of it. It's a tense game.
I mean, you know, the Team Spirit's got the solid jump, but PSG LGD, they've got the hard hit. If they can get in with the tiny ball, we're going to see Collapse come in. He's in with the horn toss. He's going to look to separate. Nothing to say for the rest of the team. Fiend's Grip as well, locking down the Kunkka. They get a quick grab. Nothing to say. Out for a minute.
10 seconds on the Aegis, and once again the wolf forms are used, but Am is deciding to retreat. They don't see the opening they want. There's no buyback on the Kunkka.
Yeah, it's hard to fight with one of their most farmed cores right now in the game. They need them all up, really, to tackle Team Spirit head on. Bit of timing left on the Metamorphosis, so Team Spirit, they can push on. 26 minutes in, starting to take down this tier 2 tower.
Up top, ooh, quick fingers. Jumped away from the stun of the Tiny.
It's the fortification is soon to be coming to an end. You see Spirit, they're happy to go for the dives behind the towers. Toronto Tokyo is in, and he's found himself Jin Q.
Great recognition there. You know, Tiny initiates on you top. What does that mean? That means there's no heroes mid to fight. Immediately dives in. Wherever the Tiny is not, Team Spirit have massive freedom to make moves. The Tiny, it's really all about this Tiny. And 2 last wolf forms have not gone PSG LGD's way. In fact, the game is slowly swinging into Team Spirit's favor, and they're kind of getting past that impossible timing of fighting this Tiny.
Oh, Collapse! He's got another grab! Jumps in, why? He's gone!
Yeah, if you're PSG LGD right now, you really got to try to find a way to catch Team Spirit off guard. But they have the gem. They're setting up their vision smartly. They're playing around where they can see the dire heroes. If you look at the minimap, look at where they're positioned. Bottom side of the map, 2 hill wards here to cover any sort of entrance that LGD try to make. So they're always aware of what's going on. Very smart positioning on the map here. Team Spirit recognize that as long as we just delay the game, we don't feed, we don't give away anything for free, we're in a good position. Yatoro will carry us.
It's alright. In position now to maybe push down a threat in another tier 2 tower. We'll see the setup looking for Toronto Tokyo, but again, he senses something's up and they don't get that catch.
Yatoro now beating on the bottom tier 2 tower, doesn't get any sort of response. Means now they expect most of the LGD heroes to be on the top side of the map.
I mean, they've got Metamorphosis up in 10 seconds. Can they start to poke the high ground, or is... Now, how aggressive do you want to get with these pushes?
It's a scary decision to make. I don't envy carry players that have to make this decision at this position in the game, but...
Are they going to make the call to commit? Metamorphosis is up for Yatoro. How hard does he want to push it into the base of PSG LGD? Doesn't look like they want to.
I think the idea here is to try to force the LGD heroes back into the base, so that they then can play around their own wards and then potentially move over to the top side, remove any sort of vision that LGD has, and then get map control that way. And you know, with these illusions pushing safely, you're forced to respond.
He looks for the jumper collapse. He's not able to get the grab back on Nothing to Say. So Nothing to Say. Beacon is up. A mirror holding him for the longer of the feed. Gets cancelled by the avalanche. The Winter's Curse coming to a quick end as PSG LGD now charging on the base. Bo comes crashing down onto Mirror. Ancient Seal for now onto Yatoro. He's looking to back up and reset inside the base. Toronto Tokyo. He's diving in past the tier 3s. He's able to take out Nothing to Say. Looking at Remnant over to the side. He's got his eyes over towards Y. Or maybe even more actually. He's holding on to that, not jumping back quite yet. As they've killed off 2. And with 2 dead, they may just have the room here to push up to the high ground. Yatoro, he's stepping up. Still a bit longer with the Metamorphosis left. They're taking this tier 3 tower. There's going to have to be buybacks. Jinkyu back into the game. But a tier 3 taken here. Some damage being done to the Rex as well. No Kunkka for 40 seconds.
Yeah, and no wolf fight.
Collapse.
Catch.
He finds a grab. Jumps in. Drags back on the Skyraft main. Jinkyu, he's gone for 70. Another man down on PSG LGD. Spirit, they'll keep the push going. And you've got to be careful, you know, Collapse is looking for another one. There it is, he's in, drag back on Y. He just can't stop finding them, Collapse. Every single time, pick off after pick off. You can't stand anywhere near Spirit.
No, you absolutely can't. And Yatoro's recognizing, you know, I don't have meta. I don't have my strongest spell, but neither do they. And he's just pushing it here. I think they're going to keep going for these buildings. They do not seem afraid. There's so much confidence right now in how they're playing. They get the buyback. He's been X-marked, but he has 3,000 HP.
He's so tanky. Sunder, Satanic at the ready if he ever feels threatened.
But look at this. LGD are coming in from behind. They recognize that they can't go on the front line. They need to catch the backline heroes.
They're going to try and go for the easy kill first, or at least the easier, maybe. But no, it's not. TP out there are able to stop it. Arme's in with the combo. They catch the Bane. They need more, though. Nothing to say in the team. Doesn't look like they're going to get it. Meposhka's off into the trees. They won't be able to find him to stop that escape. Team Spirit, they take a Rex, they take a tier 3 in the mid lane. They only end up losing a Bane, pushing them up now to an 8k lead against PSG LGD.
Yep, and once again, both the wolf forms are expended. So you know what that means? Roshan's available. Metamorphosis is ready in 10 seconds. Team Spirit are going to eye it up.
It's going to get even harder to deal with Yatoro now. He's got the full Silver Edge done, so the ability to sort of duck in and out of the fights. He is going to be a right nightmare to deal with. We see Arme's farm not too far behind, but you definitely feel that at the moment, with the timings that they've hit, Spirit as a unit are so much harder to deal with than it is for them to take down PSG LGD.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's reflected in the way that Arme is playing, but he's about to get caught here at the top lane.
There's Collapse, in with the Horn Toss, dropping the RP. The BKB was out in time, he's into the invis, but the physical, is it going to be enough here from this Terrorblade? Yatoro is focusing down Arme. Arme's trying to run, but he can't get away from him. Arme out for 80. They're ready to chase for more. Collapse, skewing in to close the distance onto Jinkyu. They've caught the Skyraft, set up there as well with the curse. They're ready to close up onto Fate Beyond as well. They're going for a third kill here. Skewer from Collapse, back into the claws of Spirit.
Team Spirit has lasted through the hardest part of the game. Now, everything is theirs. They just need to play this calmly, don't overextend, recognize that as long as we play around our own timings, this game is firmly in our grip.
I mean, there's 3 dead. There's no buyback. It's only Nothing to Say. And Y left here for the defense. As Team Spirit, they're onto the tier 4s. They've got a fortification, but there's still those long seconds before they get their 2 cores back in the game. PSG LGD.
They're gonna have to try to do something. I don't think they have enough time to wait for Tiny to respawn.
See how carefully Team Spirit play it.
Goes back.
There's still 20 seconds, no Arme. They can push. They can push this Spirit. They don't need a back. 20 seconds without Arme. They're going to look for more grabs before they close it up. Jump ball for Collapse. Jinkyu goes down. Nothing to Say as well. HX point, Nothing to Say has a buyback. 8 seconds until Arme with the Ancient. They're looking to close it up.
They're
they can taste the championship. They can taste the money, but the backdoor protection kicks in. The backdoor protection is in. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. PSG LGD, they'll start now to force Spirit back out the base. Meposhka will get himself out with a blink. They just need to reset Spirit.
They're trying to get out. Faith Beyond's on top of Mira, though.
So they've got the curse. Holding back the Lycan. Y being a bit of a nuisance off to the side. Gets the impetus onto Mira, but Y? It's chased down by Collapse. You saw it, they've got him. Toronto Tokyo, low on mana. James holds it back, but now with the BKB armor.
He has buyback though.
Straight back in with the Remnant. Gets instantly caught out with the Torrent. With the silence as well. Jump forward, collapse. BKB, sewer back into the clutches of Yatoro. Yatoro, they're going to be able to lock him down with the LP. Where's the detection? Where's the detection?
No detection.
They need to see him. They don't get to see him. Army, he's going to live. He's going to turn towards Mirror. He's still very low here. And then on slide chain, they get him. They finish him off. Oh, nothing to say.
What a TP.
What a TP. He's out. He's alive.
So, no buyback on Toronto Tokyo, no buyback on Fate Beyond,
boy.
no buyback on Ame.
Oh my goodness.
There is a Roshan.
There is.
Oh, I thought that was going to be it.
I mean, it was so close. But the backdoor protection kicks in. PSG LGD are able to pull together a defense. They lose their tier 4s. But the Ancient still stands.
Yep, Satanic used Sunder as well. You can feel the nerves. I can feel it. It's just so much on the line. Just one sentry word could have won them the game there, but support's unfortunately not able to get into range.
Let's see what they can do around this pit. They're still down 16k PSG LGD, but they've got all their ults up. Can they make any sort of steal? They've already managed to set up here onto the Kunkka. They're going to go straight to work. Yatoro coming in with a BKB. The Curse holds back Arme on the side. Nothing to say. He's going to go down. Out for 110. Yatoro's ready to step over to his next target. He's looking over towards Arme. Collapse. Popping the BKB. Maposhka keeping himself alive with a cold embrace. Spirit. They'll turn over towards Arme, but Arme's still got the BKB to go. He's killed off another support. He's looking at Toronto Tokyo. Toronto Tokyo buys some of the yours. He's got another Remnant. Slight miss into the Remnant up to the high ground. He's away. Both teams again, sneaking around under the cover of these silver edges, watching one another.
Metamorphosis is out, but so is the two wolf forms. It's both teams taking it safe right now. But look at why. He's stuck on the cliff.
Why?
Dude, look at how carefully they're playing it. They're scared to walk up here and try to kill him.
Watch, like, oh, they got him.
There we go.
They'll take him off the cliff.
But look at Roche!
Oh,
Armin's killing Roche!
Oh, no, he can't do it, surely. Blink out time, collapse. He's got his eyes on him. Still nothing to say or why for 50 seconds.
Armin's alone.
He's gone in alone. That was a risky move. He's got the back of a Jinkyu. But Spirit, they're going to chase on. Slight chase. Armor, he's gone. 2 minutes, no Tiny. Ancient exposed. Spirit, they'll make the walk over towards the Ancient.
They're not waiting for the creeps.
They're ready to close it this time. Only 2 left. Can they stop a PSG LGD? I don't think they can. GQ's got it. It's over.
GG.
It's over. GG. They've got it. They have done it. Team Spirit. They come into the grand finals. 2 games straight up. They take them away from PSG LGD. Game 3 and Game 4. PSG LGD, they hit back. But the Game 5, even though they get knocked out in 3 and 4, Spirit, they come back with the same skill and ability that's taken them this whole road to the grand finals. And what a road it has been. They take down Fnatic, OG, VP, IG, Secret, and now in a best of 5 at the grand finals, the International 10, they defeat PSG LGD, arguably the favourites coming into the tournament.
Absolutely, and they don't just defeat any PSG LGD. They beat PSG LGD playing their best draft. This was